Hello and welcome back to CCT South America Series 8, where we are kicking off another fantastic day on the broadcast. My name is Vincent, joined by the man formerly known as Why Not FPS 01. Hello, Why Not Cast. How's it going?
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Why not casts? Is that what I'm going to have to rebrand to? I actually do have to change that now that I think about it, literally all across everything. But even still, yeah, it's me, it's Vincent, it's CCT, and South America is usually where you'll find us, and today is no different. Although the slight difference that we do have on today's schedule is it's not 4 games, it's only going to be 3, and it's going to be me and Vincent joining you for the first pair of them, with one to go later on, and those games to be, it's Game Hunters, 2070, Uno Mille, and Shinden, and then later on, beyond even that, you're going to have players versus the female Bounty Hunters roster. So that's what you have to look forward to on the day.
Yeah, it's action-packed day of Counter-Strike, and I'm pumped up for it. We got a good mix of games too, all things considered. I mean, looking towards the first games, that's an elimination game, and then we move on to a game that is qualifying for playoffs. So, and then we move forward to another game where it's an elimination game, if I'm not mistaken. So, a little bit of a sandwich right there that we've got looking at. But yeah, as you can see, this is what we have set for the Swiss round of 4. Already some interesting matchups that have been teed up. I think that Yawara Pain matchup is low key actually a very good matchup. Just as in, I think it'll be a close matchup. So I'm excited to see that, and I think that Swingers put in a position to now qualify relatively easily with the Floripa Stars draw as well, Tony.
Yeah, I think that Yawara Pain game is actually going to be a pretty good one. I do agree with you. But looking towards our games today, I think the one that I'm most looking forward to is going to be Uno Mille and Shinden. Across all 3, in my personal opinion, I think that is going to be the best of them. But before we can get to that point, we've got to do the kickoff, of course, in Game Hunters in 2070, to where it's a very different looking team on both sides to when they had last clashed, because there's a little bit of history here, but that was over, or rather almost close to 3 months ago now, closer to 2.5, and this being an elimination game, it's going to have to be that kind of a redemption and revenge game for the pair of guys, because it wasn't in CCT, it was in a different Swiss stage tournament. So this is them now looking to keep their tournament life on the line, and also, I guess, looking in the middling standings to have a chance at that playoff push, because that's kind of where I feel like we've seen, at least in particular, Game Hunters for the last couple of seasons or so.
I mean, that's what they've been trying to get to. But let's actually start with this 2070 lineup, if we could talk about them. Absolutely. Because it's been a difficult time for 2070. Like, just having the same roster, event to event, has been kind of tough for these guys, and that's sort of partially due to things out of their control, but Swarmies is the only guy who's like still on this team, or like was on the team that I saw initially at I think it was Series 6, where I think it was Floki who got banned by Acro, so they didn't get the chance to like continue playing.
Know that.
Yeah, and so with that being said, this is like a very different look to the lineup, but then they had to make other changes where they had Demonos and then they had Volterra. Both of those guys have been called to play for other rosters that, you know, have an organization as well. So I think that this is an interesting situation, as they've now brought in Reddy and Angelo that I genuinely don't know all that much about.
Yeah, me neither, but I do know that they have been playing at least up to the level that they can be expected to with a new pair of players, I'd say, because, you know, taking a map off of Tropa to VSM was probably their biggest and best so far, seeing as that roster had just gotten signed to an organization. And then further beyond that, immediately following, as a matter of fact, taking down Velox, who most recently Game Hunters had as well, but even still, a 2-0 win in any fashion is still one that you can take and, you know, say that you got something working for you. You've got something in terms of a result that you can keep your chin up high and leave the server with a smile on your face, and something going forwards into CCT where that's going to be all the more important, knowing that Game Hunters really haven't been all that successful recently either. They have also been struggling in more ways than one, with the roster being the least of their troubles. They've been relatively stable in most of the time that they've played, in introducing Slashes and Nox in the last couple of weeks, but even so, I'd say that it's honest and truthfully lack of a star that they've been able to put forth, to whereas 2070, I mean, at least they had clear players that you could say were, you know, potentially able to pop off and blow up for them. But when you look at Game Hunters and you look at a team that's primarily leaning on the shoulders of a former Academy player who never really got that same shot as the others around him, that's really not the greatest of ways to start off your CCT campaign.
No, I think that's my biggest gripe with this Game Hunters roster, and part of the reason that, alluding back to one thing that you were mentioning, like their playoff contention and whether or not it is successful or less so, has been, I think, because of that. It's been tight Swiss stages throughout these last couple of CCTs where they go 2-3, they pick up a win or two, but then they ultimately don't make playoffs. It was 1-3 in South America Series 6 at the start of the year, and while they did find a couple of playoffs berths in the later stages of 2024, I'm going to be real, Tony. I think that's more due to the field being weaker in those Swiss stages than these guys playing up to that level. So for me, I think in a much more competitive CCT Swiss stage currently, I think they're really finding a lot of trouble getting into a position where they can be consistent.
No, I do agree with that wholeheartedly. I think that you look at this roster and you kind of have to close your eyes and throw a dart at a board to see who's going to be on for the day that you actually do squeak out a win. And that's a little problematic, and not in the best way possible, to where you've got a team of stars across the board. It's more so just, if you are going to be finding a win, really you're never really going to be able to predict who the one to bring it to you is going to be. But I guess that quote-unquote misfit team kind of sort of could be a proving ground for any one of them at any point to go that one step further beyond, right? And if that is going to be how they operate, then great, fine, sure. That's going to be very, very hard to manage and maintain, but to each their own, I guess. If this is the team that they find themselves most comfortable in moving forwards with the most potential for success on their ceiling, then albeit, I guess, who are we to judge? But we're going to take a look at the vetoes now and see where we are going to be clashing. Last time around, it was going to be a Nuke and Ancient map 1 and 2, which is all that was required. We'll see if that is where we're going to go now, as already Inferno and Train have been deduced. It's Ancient that will be our first, and Nuke to follow up. The all-important decider, though, if we see a revitalized roster in 2070 with the 2 new additions, will be Anubis, if they can push us that far, or maybe turn this best of 3 on its head in the early grounds.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent map pool. I think Anubis is certainly a good middle ground, but beyond that, Ancient is a map that Game Hunters have struggled on, like pretty consistently struggled on as well. So I think that, 2070 last time, I think that, this is a very different look of this team. So I don't know how much faith I'm putting in that result. What I am putting faith in is some of the better results that 2070 have had, and on a map that, yeah, Game Hunters play, but they don't play very well, and it was on this map that they beat that Tropa de VSM roster. So I think that this is lined up to be a lot better of a showing than that previous roster iteration. I think 2070 are probably primed to take this to like a 3-map series at the very least.
Yeah, I interestingly enough, I would actually even say that potentially this is a Game Hunters game to go to 3 in a weird way. You say that obviously because last time they had met, it was 2070 who found themselves on the short end of the stick, but I say that because I find myself actually in their camp. I think that I might be leaning in their direction given this veto, because the time that they've had allotted to them to reconstruct their roster, to also be able to play on these maps and find that success you were discussing, I think it's going to be kind of a hard game for Game Hunters, considering the fact that these unknown entities could very well be individuals and statistically able to push them to that level to where you can say, yeah, maybe we are just that one step further beyond a Mellow or a PRT, to where these one gunfight rounds on a map like Nuke can turn around an entire game.
Yeah, I think what maybe leads me still towards Game Hunters in opposition to that is the amount of reps that they have. Like the amount of time against good teams that Game Hunters have had over the course of these first 2 months of the year to then test, retest, and recombobulate what they're doing. They have had so many in comparison because they're in ECL, because they're playing every event. 2070, I mean, again, not necessarily like because of them, but they haven't had that opportunity because, well, we talked about what happened in Series 6. Beyond that, they didn't get the invite into Series 7, and they're not in any of those leagues. So I think the Game Hunters have had so much time to test their mettle against better competition. That's why I still lean their direction.
No, yeah, I can't disagree with that much. I think certainly when you talk about the competition level, they have that advantage, and hopefully it will have come to matter, because in this server right now, I think it's the early kickoff that we're going to have to look towards the most, as Ancient will be our first, and we're going to jump into that and see whether or not these new ads from 2070, without a whole lot of history, are going to be good enough to go toe-to-toe. Because this is a map, Vincent, that very, very heavily leans on that early round explosivity, I will say, for both CT and T sides, and it's also very utility-oriented.
Yeah. And I think that leans into what I think is maybe going to save Game Hunters here on a map that they are ostensibly bad on. Is the like, bro? Look, it's just looking at the numbers. Like, that's just the case. They are not strong here, but it might save them the amount of reps they've got and the ability to set that up. It's straight through mid and into house. Great shot in the fade there for PRT. Maybe gonna have a little bit more to deal with. The jumping block not gonna be succeeding, but now up close and personal, it's Angelo that ensures there is at least an avenue here towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, Melo's gonna try and hold down this line as best as he can, try and push them off from getting any donut control, to which that nice little tap actually does splinter them and force that Swarmies maneuver back in towards his teammate. There was no room to take any other space without the numbers, and by that point, it might be Slashes to make the move back towards Donut later on, or no. I think he's just checking to see if anybody's caught a timing onto his flank, as that bomb not yet having been planted. They effectively have 3 different avenues to hold on to. They very well could have snuck their way down to the bottom sides of mid, and Slashes would never have known.
Yeah, I think that, that's the key that Slashes is trying to turn here. But in the meantime, 2070 just sit stalwart. They don't move a muscle. Finally going to make their presence known again in Donut. And I think just one scene, but quickly they're going to find out that it's more than that. Slash is going to return for the crossfire that he and Nox, 4 guns from 2 positions. Should be very difficult to break across with ABR still in the mix.
Beretta's at a distance, able to find only the one needed, as Slashes had pretty much stalled out at the back ends, not wavering from his position any further beyond that he had to, and really trusting in each other if they needed to go for anything in the late round, which is definitely favorable. I didn't realize initially that the bomb hadn't gone down when I was discussing how they were double donut, and I find that to be kind of interesting, seeing as their choice there is to go for that double donut space while Stormies just sat center site without a bomb plant to go with it.
I thought it was because they heard Nox coming on the flank, but they didn't play it as if they knew that, so maybe not. Yeah, I agree.
That was just a little interesting to me, but even then, it is going to be the Game Hunters first, regardless of that fact. It would have been the man advantage for them to play for, and they're really taking no liberties and just getting up into the faces of their opponents, even with the potential of a force buyback, which did come, but only with pistols. It has already fallen on its face. I don't really foresee there being much back.
No, when the beginning of the round is set like that, flashbang is going to be irrelevant. Yeah, nobody goes down. Talk about worst possible outcome for the force buy as well. That's tough luck for 2070. They put all their chips into the middle, and unfortunately they put it all on red and it came up black.
In what Counter-Strike instance would you be putting all of your chips on green and it coming up black or red?
That would be most instances.
I think that would be like a...
That'd be like the must-win round. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Like it's 10 to 11.
Yeah.
You're down.
This is kind of a nothing round. We can try and put that together.
Yeah. No, it's a fun hypothetical. I think that's it though. You're broke if you lose. You're on the CT side. You're down 10 to 11.
Like game losing, kind of. Yeah. But not like directly losing the game. But if you lose this round, chances are you lose the game.
Exactly.
I see. I like that. That's a good
high stakes
analogy. Yeah. That's like you're missing rent. You just got to the casino. Right.
Yep.
Your last $100 from the 1,000 you brought in.
I can do it. I can make it back.
And you're either gonna make your rent back and then some, or you got to go home and tell the landlord you need a
little extension.
On that.
That's funny enough here for Game Hunters that they lose more in that round where there's barely any investments in 2070 than they did in the previous. It is just gonna accelerate Melo's AWP. So as much as this is a difficult map to op on, still having that early could be a surprise.
And I don't know if it was with you, but I think that Melo's AWP was actually something that very well could take over a game on this map in particular, in terms of just when he's feeling on, you'll see him just run back and forth between mid and B and be able to find like 3 kills in a round, relatively consistency. But the double side to that is that otherwise, he's finding nothing really. He's finding like maybe 1 kill every other round he has the op, purely based on the fact that they've avoided him entirely, but unable to avoid a spam through the wall, seeing as it seemed to be fate. It's yet to die Slashes, who's given the plot armor of a fire down onto Swarmies, who's yet to frag. So the duality of man.
To tag onto that point, I think it comes down to this map, honestly. I feel like that is this map in a nutshell. Crazy for Lealzinho. He's so deep. They have no idea that this is even a possibility. ABR's dead, never mind. Wow, what a turn. It's a doubles for sure.
Nice.
Lealzinho has got the A-bomb site. He's got his team this round. Almost certainly. Game Hunters, they're going to rotate in, but they're going to be so late to the party. The cutoff is here in the form of Ready. I think Lealzinho's won this round already.
Banger in the way to get there, but maybe a little bit, I don't know what the word would be, I guess, I don't know, careless in mid, jumping out, practically knife out. Slash is able to find not only him, but a phase through the smoke. I called it plot armor, and that's exactly what it has to be at this point, because there's a 4th kill that he can very well find on a Lealzinho who you thought had done it all, but now he's going to have to do a hell of a lot more, as Slashes is going to one him up. He's got to clutch this in a 1v3 that I don't foresee, as already Slashes is dispatched up, the bomb is taken off, and he's done it, as Mellows off is 2 a distant with no kit. It's 2070's round out of a hat.
Didn't the diffuser have a kit there?
It wouldn't have had time anyway.
Oh man, that's tragic. Low HP as well. You thought it wasn't enough, and honestly, I would not blame you, but still coming away successful. Just a couple of health. That's an incredible round from Lealzinho. It puts 2070 on the board. It saves them. Devastation of Game Hunter's retake.
Ah, man, that's got to feel so disheartening from Slashes, from a round that they really had no right getting back into.
He gets 4 kills, and like he needs the ace.
Literally. Mandated. And this site's just clean. I mean, the AWP is going to have a split second of opportunity for the slip-in, but no dice.
Honestly, with the positioning here, there's a world where you just see if they give you anything in donut and then save after 15 seconds if they don't. But it looks like they're going to pressure towards Temple side. Look to try and force their way in anyway, and this has got to be the avenue. If they want to go, it's got to be through Temple.
Dropping no hints about where they're coming from. Relatively quiet until they've dropped off Brokey just then, as Nox is the second from the same spot and off post for deeper at A main. Nobody swinging from that spot anytime soon, though. Angelo is playing a much more patient game than anyone could have expected him to. Oh my god. Mirage fires off 2 bullets, barely able to clip the head, but I guess ABR, in a little bit of a snappy turn of events, is able to find some kills on save and hold his A1S, so silver linings at the very least, but very well done from 2070 from top to bottom, though. That looked like a very cohesive post-plant.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it never really got to, or had to be tested all that much because of how strong it was from the beginning. They get a smoke super deep into donut. That makes any sort of pressure from mid near impossible. And even if when and in the extent that smoke faded, then they were, you know, a little bit too late. 2070 setting themselves up for a win from the beginning by that post-plant positioning.
Yeah. They really love this A site, and they're not going to stop with it. Mello is just out in the middle of no man's land, frankly. He had no way of escaping if he would miss his first shot, and when he does, call it chalked. SMG runs him through. The A site once more taken with an advantage, but this time with only 3 as opposed to the typical 4 for Game Hunters. This time leaves no questions. There's no moment to where you can say, maybe we'll go for it. If someone gives us an inch, we'll take the full mile. No, instead, it's right back home. They turn around the car. This is just them with very little in the next round, regardless of this save here. It's just grasping at straws.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the attempt there, you know, like what they're trying to do. Game Hunters put a lot more of their defense in towards A, but it falters so fast. Instant collapse, and 2070 equalize. They'll put this up to a 3-3 scoreline. With that one, these constant saves are at least going to help Game Hunters stay competitive in some of these rounds. I say that, though the last 2 rounds, it has been the opposite of that.
Just a wee bit.
In theory, stay competitive.
Their inability to deal with that A play is, simply put, coming back to bite them in some of the most fundamentally simple ways possible, to where it comes down to, again, that round, Melo just hitting a shot, if that's what he's going to go for. If that's the plan, then that's what has to happen. Like, there's no in-between, unfortunately.
Yeah. There's no fallback plan, right? Like, his positioning requires him to hit that shot.
And when he doesn't, it's going to leave a lot onto his teammates' shoulders if they're not going to put numbers over in the A side or have rotations quick enough, given the fact he had time to miss a shot and fire off another. I'm not really sold on how solid the defense has been posted at this moment, and seeing his 2070 are now on track to potentially gain themselves a lead and garnish very well be beginnings to this map that Game Hunters can't really afford to have. It's 2070's map pick, sure, but Nuke is that next. That's going to be a really nice place to start out on the CT side, not only on a map win, but warmed up on an offensive and defensive word. Again, this A main control. Theirs. MP9 dispatched of slashes, trying to play spoiler at topside B for anybody lingering around the bend, and when he finds his first, it's their presence of mind that still needs to maintain for another possibility, and ready for two at the bottom sides of the ramp as slashes was made known moments before. There's just only so much a spray control can come for, and he runs out of ammo, but slashes picks up an AK. That's something to work for in that next round.
Yeah, ABR can collect the gun too. But Game Hunters, they're out of this round more likely than not. Appreciative of 2070's dedication to some good protocols over there on A. When Leozinho gets that kill, they understand the economy situation, even with those saves, and that might be some sort of faster, heavy presence play with multiple people there, and just get good Molotov, good flashbang to help fully clear out both sides of A main. I do appreciate to see that, and when 2070 lose map control elsewhere, that allows them to snap towards A very quickly. Get the bomb down, start the timer. That timer just about to expire. Angelo's op, not really needed in this round, and I don't even know that they particularly saw it, so that might still be a surprise factor for the CT side.
Terrorists win.
Now they're kind of conditioning Game Hunters in a way that 2070 know it's their opponents who have to make the next move, right? Like, I don't think the word is desperation, but more so the adaptation just has been fully, entirely calculated for. I want to see what their move is right now, 2070. What's their next step in this play? Because they've been at A so very often at time. What the hell? Was that a blind run boost? That was perfect for ABR to get up here, but he's taking so much damage, actually, through that incendiary that's on just a few steps further beyond that. And the nade as well on top of him? What? They double naded him from both sides of Shell.
Yeah,
What is this?
That's just got to be the tape, right? They've
That's
just got to
awesome.
have... They've got to have been seeing what Game Hunters have done on this map before, because that is so targeted. That's wonderful.
Wonderful is the Ukrainian upper for Navi.
All right, dude. Leozinho, who's found a way to entry. Gets volleyed by his teammate, but he'll still hit the shot. Self-flash in. PRT gonna stop the bleed. Unfortunately, though that may be staunched, he's still gonna have to run for the hills, try and escape. An escape made, but I mean, that's not a round that Game Hunters will be happy with by any means. I just can't get over how much, like, preparation 2070 had put into that by the look of it.
Pretty cool. Pretty neat.
It's just a small tendency that gets punished so heavily without ever having to take a risk. That's what's so cool about it.
Terrorists win.
Yet to really rise to the level that Slash has in this game. Anybody on the Game Hunters side. A little bit of a curveball, so to speak, that B play. Now,
And
maybe a passive setup here. I'm not sure.
I was gonna say I don't want to put Slashes down because I think he's pretty good, but like he was like the best player on a really bad 9Z Academy team. They just struggled on an individual level. And he looked pretty decent there, but I just don't think this is like something you can rely on him to do consistently.
No, absolutely not. I mean, some of the kills he was getting were like magical.
Yeah, I mean truly.
Oh, shut up, Lil Xenia. What is that?
I think the magic it's moved. It's moved over to Lil Xenia. Crosses over. Mellow unsing. Oh my
Bro's
God.
headshot percentage is about to go crazy. Pink, 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 pink. His lead by is reading all green.
Yeah, it is. And green for another reason, 10 and 6. That loud reroute back towards A, though, it's going to tee up the re-aggression. Got to find info if you're PRT. Mello's still here over on A, and oh my goodness, Mello turns away at the worst of timings. Finally, Lil Xenia falls, but he's architected a terror on this round that is going to have no match.
Terrorists win.
Oh my. Oh my. That is a spray transfer you're not probably going to see for a while, to be honest. Like, no understatement. That is... Oh.
It's like the second bullet in the transfer, too.
Bro didn't even actually see him after the smoke had covered him. He saw him when it was blown, and then he kind of had to just guess where he'd be standing at that rate. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, to say the least. That's an understatement.
Yeah, I guess that's okay.
That's
like...
all right. I've seen better. Y'all ever hear of Stewie 2K?
Yeah, I'm sure all of our Brazilian viewers have, and they probably hate that guy.
No, they don't. He played on MIBR.
I know.
He's awesome.
Played badly on MIBR.
No, they played. That was the last time that damn organization did anything close to a top 1 at LAN.
I mean, that's true, but...
Sorry. That was... No, everyone forgets that. Everyone forgets that team was still top 5 team.
Yeah, okay.
It was.
Yeah, they might have been, but my brain says otherwise.
not in your heart or your mind.
Yeah.
My heart of hearts. Well, this is going to be quite the heart-filled round for Game Hunt.
That has a lot behind it because of the force, or rather because of the loss bonus, excuse me. And 2070 just don't take a lot of time on this approach. They zoom through mollies and they get a lot of damage done, so even getting this bomb plant down is going to be tough.
So quiet right now, and 2070 would like. That's going to be, very simply put, the round that out of all of them shouldn't have been, but they'll take it nonetheless.
I think you're right. I think that's what they were looking for, but I think I disagree with that, like, conceptually. They had all the utility up. They had, 3 players alive, enough to cover, like, a cave run out. Just get the bomb down and then take cave, or if you really want to play passively, just go back ramp and put someone on the site, hope they get a double.
Just for fun, just for little goose and gaffs. That Stewie 2K and Tarek team was the last time that team was in the top 5. They were number 4.
I cannot believe they're... I believed you because you know that stuff very well.
Thanks,
but
dude.
That's still boggling
First
to me.
and only time, by the way.
That's the more crazy part, I think.
Because the SK Gaming's a different team. I don't...
Yeah, exactly.
But MIBR specifically.
It's just the pedigree of that team and what they did prior to becoming MIBR.
Just like a dash of a little fun thing you'll get in terms of history from like literally every broadcast will do. Just like that one random fact.
Yep. Clear?
Not so random as that clear, but very, very important that Slashes hits at least 1 kill from that one and done.
That nade actually ended up being perfect to break up in the smoke. It's just a shame that Roz wasn't prepared to fight for that because I think Nulx was out in the open. Still, a 1-for-1 that 2070 should be happy with. They should be okay with that, especially when it's done. Constant our game hunters hurdled 2 at A late into rounds now.
This is going to be ABR needing to do a world of difference in a singular spray to really even onset them to this, because I think that they'll probably just save if they can't get a kill from PRT to start this one off. I don't think Melo's going to give it a look. Well, drops a molly to try and force them into PRT's open line of sight, and actually, yeah, now he'll take that and probably run out.
You're actually killing it right now, Tony, I just have to say. Because you talked about that point, you know, about the conditioning.
Oh!
Wait, hold on. I'll get back to that.
Why would you give it?
Little up 1v1 here. Melo, I mean, you gotta be towards Gamer ramp. One of the two, and almost baits it out.
Don't shoot him. He was going to save, and you almost gave him that round. Don't shoot him.
But ultimately around for 2070. What I was going to say, though, is that it's been exactly as you were talking about, right? Like Melo just been avoided this whole map since he's had an op.
It's certainly been 2070 having either A, done their homework, or kind of just circumstantially finding themselves in the best spots for it. Dropping Angelo, the AWP, to play for and with now. Not going to be given much line of sight in his own, as Melo will now have another chance at life on his, and Reddy's dropped the man to leave this one to Game Hunters to get at least that fifth, respectively. Utility still decent enough to where they can claim control of the bottom side of B steps, even following that smoke if they would so please, but you know, again, given that man advantage, they have a liberty now to where one side of the map or the other, they can play more of a push or pull game.
Feels like Game Hunters are very starved of information right now. They don't have mid control. And so with that, a triple B setup is going to get aggro. Push down the ramp, see if they can find any information. Now doubled up in Donut. PRT, PPR there. The crossover unseen. Oh, I think this is heard. Yeah, now certainly heard by Little Zeno. Melo's rotation clear. This is some stunning timing again.
He's managed to get into this spot more often than maybe he should. As I said, you have the liberty with the man advantage to play for a lot of these spots, but I don't know how in the 5 versus 4 they're not anticipating that to at least be a possibility. They leave that one so far agape to where PRT finding his one still leaves a little bit of a mission for ABR to keep it in good standings before the planting. And Angelo's not going to be ready for this one, I don't imagine, if ABR were to drop down. Doesn't. Takes his time and leaves now this A main player with a moment to where he could readjust, but he had a nade in his hand. He was looking to siphon off position at A main, and now Lilzinho, who opened it up, has to close it out. Clotheslines too, and leaves ABR, and he has that molly in your right, but the timer now ticked to where it's at. He'd rather use his weapon. He goes in for the fight, and it might have done him right. He can now just play the HP game to where ABR has to be quaking in his boots to where one bullet will do it, and Lilzinho with yet another clutch on this T side leaves them double up to their opponent at 18 kills and 9 deaths. He's a monster.
I mean, 2 1v3s, and it ends in the exact same way. That's actually incredible. Mirror images of the round where he snuck in here, got the backstab, and a double entry into A. Does it again. Instead of from main, he's in CT, and he's still 1v3s. I mean, how much more can you ask from one guy in a single round? He does it all.
Bro's got that it factor right now, to be honest with you. What can he say? Somebody had to, and he'll step up. I mean, great to see. This map might be his. Right now, it's the B side that has a nice little avenue in towards the A site, to where I think giving up your life there for Melo is actually a good thing. I think going for that frag, even though the chances of you being refragged or even maybe losing out on it with the low ammo in his gun was worth their while, because it stalls out 2070 for all that much longer for them to get into better places in post-plant.
On Game Hunters, great post-plant already. Oof. Angelo, though, brilliant little shot. Gonna have to try and break it. Oh, wait, you saw him! You saw him! Oh my goodness, Angelo trying to cover his teammates back. Gonna tap under the bomb. There's no kit there for Angelo. And the full swing coming. Slashes has the advantage, and now the round is over. Round is done. Slash is just hunting for $300 extra and an extra frag on top of the Ones that he already has. Angelo will fall to the bomb instead. Game Hunters break through, and a nice recovery started as they pick up a 5th round by the pistol.
Not out of this one just yet. Those pistol rounds, always a feel-good. That can turn around a mental. It's a kind of thing where I think recently, at least, I've been trying to employ that mentality in my own in matches, watching them as well as in playing them. Is that when that pistol round turns, and it's a good pistol round, it's got to be a clean slate. It's a new game at that rate.
Especially with how fast. I was talking about this, I think, on EU the other day. It might have been tea time. But just how fast things turn around.
Oh, yeah.
Like you can be down and then right back in it so fast.
And, like, forget that you were even where you were. Holy crud.
Yeah, that's incredible. Trying to... A little waterfall effect. They're still doing damage. They're still getting stuff done. This one's not so perfect, but as the smoke fades, it's favoring Mello, who had $1,200 extra to his tally. And Game Hunters will grab another round, but, I mean, big value out of 2070 for what they invested.
I do agree. That's typical. You do say some agreeable things. So far today, I've agreed with you more than I've disagreed with you, and that's a rarity. Usually I like to do it for fun.
I know. I was wondering when that was going to come in. We still got a lot of time, though. You can turn that around, I believe.
Got another map at least, so.
And a whole nother BO3.
Oh, that's true. I've heard about this.
Done around. Ooh. Fantastic flash. I don't know where it came from precisely, but ABR was fully blind. Be ready, and Angelo does a phenomenal job. The double up from long, first and second, is just very effective. Swing off of one of those contact and make life miserable for the T's approaching from ramp.
It's hard to say when those kinds of fast plays up towards shelf for the CT side are going to be shut out by virtue of some shots random through that smoke, or maybe just a missed and off-timed flash, even in some instances towards the bottom side of mid that just catches them off a guard when they're trying to slip through. But the ones the CTs have prepared is just that little bit better. So not to fret on that front. No CT to run through this time around. Knowing that they've got that economy advantage, it's Angelo who can really make a statement over Mello in this half and show that he has what it takes to be able to find his. But here comes Lozinho, who is a mastermind on the sprays on the AK-47 this time around, and Adverse isn't able to put together even more than one with the A1S, and Slash is still on that rampage from his. Now gets a weapon, and he's not the player that you would have wanted to give one.
No, definitely not. Still is a complicated situation for Game Hunters. You know, they've got some armor to work with, but, well, I can see a world where this gets uncomplicated fast. Slashes had won that duel, but baited into Angelo. And AWP sings. Beautiful song. Smoke to approach towards B, though. Oh my goodness, PRT almost goes down despite that fact.
Nice from the Swarmies to stop them from getting any further in towards other weaponry or, God forbid, a bomb plant, though. And although he hasn't had the most amount of impact this game, there's still time enough for them to close it out and get them at least that one demanding turnaround in that regard, seeing as this Ancient has looked so good. A preemptive spray from Lozinho, seeing the shadow advantage made known. It's just such an easy pickup round for them. It's a gimme.
Yeah. I mean, Lozinho gets to add a couple of more. He's up to 24, and Angelo helping out by getting a couple of cleanups there. I mean, he actually got 3, to be fair. 1 to the nade, 1 to the molly, and 1 to the pistol.
You're good at counting.
I try, you know. 2nd grade was kind to me.
You learned how to count in 2nd grade.
I was waiting. You would notice.
Oh my. Blind at the bottom side of mid is 1T, but so too was Roz for a moment, but a second flash chain, and that's much better for them as it's actually, I think it was a T flash looking to be in support of them, but it actually comes to hinder, and Roz in the middle of no man's land will also be dealt a dirty hand, but honestly, finding 2 kills there was probably more than I would have expected seeing as Lilzinho had found one of his own. That's a 2-2 even keel where they've got an HP advantage, knowledge of where they were a moment prior, and Slashes having been the one to find all 3 of those kills. Now they've got decisions.
Yeah, and if they go B here, if they go B through ramp, Reddy has, won the round. That being said, Mello going to route back through spawn. Looking to play denial. This is great work from Mello just to help clear this out, but Reddy never stopping, never standing still. Now Mello has to do it solo.
Good. That very snappy frag makes it all the more simple for him in the smoke to cover. The off the worst weapon. Oh no, he missed the smoke. He must have underhanded it onto the wrong spot, but I guess the swing will do him one better than that. Off the off, and Mello doesn't even have one, and now who's shooting who?
Yeah, a little bit of payback from the last time. It was Angelo when the bullets downrange into the body.
They're friends.
It might be, actually. Regardless, a funny head-to-head. It's gone both directions there. 2070 unable to close a round where they were able to win mid pretty handedly, but I think really that route by Mello is what just gives them the win, beyond the 1v1, which he obviously nails.
Nice from Roz in mid once more to get away with his life and a kill. This time not really needing to go knees deep with he and another member. This time he can safely eject towards A and defer to Lilzinho, who's ever reliable, but not really needing anybody like Lilzinho just yet. Following that clutch up, Game Hunters are left falling flat in round 19.
Already crazy for reswinging after he just got the second advantage of the round. 5-on-3 now. And Game Hunters really don't have a lot of options. They've lost all the map control that matters. And they also don't have any utility to do anything but this B play. They've got one smoke for short. Angelo locked in towards long. Reddy gets his, and Swarmy swings on contact. It's Mello's op, dead through smoke. 20-70-12.
Nice work across the board. As everybody seemed to be in the right place at the right time following that. Swarmy's even given a present and to tap that smoke. No reason not to, I guess. Do it for the love of the game. And they're playing with pistols. These Tech 9s, they can be potent. There was no world a B rush was going to work, in my opinion, but a pop could be all the more successful to them. And seeing as it's only a smoke ahead. A repop? Ooh, interesting.
They've got mollies too. They can molly the cubby and default.
I like it.
This is, if it goes B, I think this is very possible. That being said, it's looking like they're just going to take cave control first. They're going to use some of that utility to get into that position, but it's a high-low setup for 2070. Might be the best opposition to this type of maneuver.
Might be, and it's just the lockout and lockdown of this B site to where there might have been a world that the front of the cave assault funneled through one angle entirely, leaves it all the easier for them to just mow down. Pistols, no dice. That's 2070 taking it, despite Slash's best efforts, despite a little bit of a resurgence from players like Mello and ABR. It's the inability to get to that moment of truth in the most important gun rounds that leaves them actually leaving in towards Nuke, their map pick, a map down for the first time in a while.
Yeah, I also appreciate just a small detail in that last round, how I think it was Reddy or Swarmies, I can't remember whoever's on the lower side of that high-low, just eats the flash. Their teammates playing anti. It's such a small choke point. Just hold mouse 1. It's that simple. And it's part of the reason that's just an effective setup for that situation in particular. But I think that map comes down to 2 things, right? A huge, outlandish performance there from Lealzinho, but just the fact that, and it's Lealzinho who got him, but the fact that it was 2 1v3s as well. That's curtains on the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, Lealzinho was definitely a thorn in their side. I mean, I wouldn't even say that the most important moments in terms of the grandiose of the game were those clutches, even though they absolutely were. I think that it's just more so the consistency that he was able to find himself in angles that even if he goes 1 for 1, his team is just going to win out just based on the information alone. He's going to go through that one and waltz into your backlines 3 times over. Yeah, good luck on having any sort of a coherent CT side.
Yeah, difficulties abounding. And with that, we'll see if it can be the bounce back here for Game Hunters. Down a map, but certainly not out. Their map pick up next. Well, we roll on through that first map in this best of 3, and Game Hunters struggling, as expected, to a certain degree on Ancient, but what we didn't expect was to see that individual performance from Leozinho. Absolutely dominated over the course of that map, but now we head over to Nuke. This is where 2070's, positives and maps kind of go out the window.
I think both in Leozinho's case was it unexpected to see him go for a little bit of a pop-off, but in that same regard, credit to where credit is due, Slash is to have that same level of a pop-off with something I don't think we could have expected. So I'm going to kind of move on to Nuke, and I'm going to throw expectations of what Ancient had provided out the window in regards to individualism, because I don't think that's something we can really rely on for these teams, as we kind of noted on in the pre-show, right? So if that is going to be the case, then we look towards Nuke, and we look towards the CT side start of a team like 2070, who on their CT side were much more coherent than the Game Hunters were in general, not leaving those gaps that we were talking about for Leozinho to take advantage of, and being able to really rotate on a dime. They were able to play their A, B, and mid rotations very, very fast, not really relying on one player to go above and beyond in many instances, to where it'll be nice when Roz gets a double kill in mid, right? But not necessary in most instances.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty impressed. I think in the same boat with regard to like how effective they were in that vein. And I think moving on to Nuke, that's something that is going to be important, right? And I think that's probably why you bring it up when we're talking about a map like that. I also think gotta get away to get Mello more involved if he's gonna have the op so often. We talked about that as well, and I don't really think that comes down to like Mello having a bad game. Really, like I don't think he had a bad game. No. I know the stats don't say that as well, but like watching that game, he just wasn't involved. Like he tried to be, but he wasn't involved so very often on the CT side. So I'm looking for that to be a difference as well.
Yeah, Mello was fine. ABR was fine. Slashes was great to good. Probably leading great. PRT and Nox, I think that by virtue of just not really having a lot of opportunity, because they're usually dying in 1 versus like 2s effectively in the beginning of the round, if that makes any sense. Although there were 5 players still alive, it was they who had to hold down quite a number of these awkward spots, and sometimes being shot in the side of the head. Leozinho, thanks for that. But see now, left-handed view model. Ooh, it's been a while, I think, since I've at least noticed one. But let's see what it does them any good, because they're all leaning to the left sides of this map, leaving the outer extremity effectively entirely open. It's Ready, who's fast down. If anybody were to be, that name would be the one to make the most sense for something like this, and getting behind Clock as well. There's no spam, there's no mollies, there's no HEs. It's just going to be him versus the world once they go through, and Leozinho is alleviating some of that pressure, and so too is Swarmies.
I mean, that's massive. I mean, the Clock position that we thought was going to be so good, though, cleared out immediately. Swarmies fast onto the decon swing. Nox aware of that fact and goes for the jump instead and wins it out. So 2070, their advantage now falling. Slashes ensures that will stay in the same vein. 1v3. Oof. Nice shot. Roz will start it off, but how to close it out with so limited time?
Yeah, he's got a single door swing coming his way immediately following. The double doors is also there, and he's not actually been given any fights. It's just going to be a bait of sound. Oh my lord. The pistol looks so nice though from Roz, and given another chance at it, wouldn't have been the defuse, but definitely a really good go at it with everyone going down. I think 2070 have an opportunity to go for a reinvestment here if they'd like. It's very awkward a map like Nuke though to try and discuss what you want to do with that.
I think a lot of teams have been going for these force buys that I've seen here recently, and it feels like a little bit of a change. Prior to these last like 3 or 4 weeks, it was, I mean, like a 50-50, maybe even slightly more, especially on the CT side, just no investment. But I don't know what's changed. Maybe you have some like, ooh. Is that meant to go to the double door there?
What?
That nade?
Yeah.
Roz just threw?
It's just faster pathing.
Unfortunate. Balance is wrong. But yeah, I think more teams have been going for these aggressive force buys on a second round after a loss for the CT side.
I don't really know. I think it's just viable with the scout being so powerful in tagging situations. And it kind of relies on the scout, unfortunately, in my opinion. And seeing as it doesn't get anything other than just knowledge that they're playing over towards ramp, they kind of all have to forfeit this and just go for the same investment next round, in my opinion. I think they just play for exits literally for the rest of this.
I think you're right. I think it's a tag team of factors too. You know, with the FAMAS changes, it's not a factor this round. But you know, if you get kill,
that, yeah.
save armor, that's massive. Makes these a whole lot more viable as well. I think a little twofer though, in the reasoning.
Bomb has been planted.
Looks like they're not actually going to be giving this up. Still sticking around for a while. Okay, now they will. Looked like 2070 with 2 of the MP9s inside of double door and 5-7 towards decon. That they might have wanted to look into this a little bit more, but PRT, how many can you get? That's one already down. And ready. Quick to follow. That is going to make that next round a little bit less perfect for 2070 with regard to what they had purchased up.
Terrorists win.
Purity does pay for it with his life, though.
A less than wonderful experience to start this one off, but again, that scout can do some minimal damage, pepper some shots in, afford himself the AWP in that following round if he saves his body armor or gets a kill. Or, I mean, ideally both. They send out standard. Sound side control taken in stride with a gap for Mello to spot out anybody going aggressive deeper with the aforementioned sniper rifle not to be. They get a little bit of a break. Taking 3 rounds at this stage is going to be a nice and comfortable mental state for the remainder of the half, it must be. Seeing seconds now, though. The potency of the pistols can prove to do anything for them, because at a distance, this MP9 wishful thinking to be able to find a kill, and I'm surprised he even goes for that sort of an engagement.
Yeah, a bit crazy to fight like that, but Roz, double kill. I mean, back in yard again. And helped out, I guess, by ABR there. Regardless, Game Hunters should have this one settled. Maybe not. Gotta collect the bomb. All right, ready. Only gets the one. The walls were closing in. He was very aware of this. Did you see it? Did you see the molly? No, you didn't see it?
The molly, no?
It was standing straight up.
Oh, I thought you meant like an actual molly in the round.
No, it fell.
That's like the coolest thing in the world.
Straight up, yeah. He water bottle flipped it on accident as he died.
Water bottle flipping a Molotov is crazy. Crazy work. They're at the high school lunch table, bottle flipping Molotovs.
I hope not. That's wrong on so many levels.
Oh gosh.
Back to reality.
The big proving grounds though for 2070, given the fact that they've gone all in on this purchase in sacrifice of utility. In lieu of that, they need to find fights. They need to win them out. And Raw's playing to perfection, dodging anything to come his way in terms of a utility piece to give a man advantage over to 2070, to which ABR is itching to drop down on.
Yeah, he wants to, but he shouldn't. Not in Raw's visual though. Until he's got some backup, and backup's not going to be easy to find. I think it's ABR who's relatively close by, but they're going to route back. Everyone ready to play for yard, but there's ABR gone down.
By ABR, and the low slashes to where he's got another one to his left side. Hunkered down is Zilzinho, and does he know that he could have gone in this direction?
Nope.
Apparently. No, come on! I mean, yeah, win the round, but I wanted a knife kill, man. I feel like someday I've got to get that one. So many opportunity we miss it, but Reddy does not miss when they walk into his line of sight. Still at top hut for that long of a time.
Yeah, I mean, great work out of Roz, just getting his one and then not over-aggressing. Like, he's pushing forward there because he's got Lilzinho for support. 2070 put all their faith in the purchase with the bigger weapons as opposed to going down to MP9s or FAMASs to get extra util out, and it pays off in a big way. And it's not great. Game Hunters, they have not got money. Half the team is broke, which is made for a very funky round. We got half the team on actually just Glocks, and then half the team on AKs. And it's not a mistake. They all have about the same money left.
Make no mistake. Is he shooting through the
Yeah, he is.
ceiling right now?
It's actually kind of fun, too, because he's got a teammate there, too, in Roz.
Right.
So, you know, he hits the reload. You could bait him in to going for that, and bam, there's a teammate there.
Waiting so very patiently to make their next step. Our Game Hunters, and using that pistol as a bit of a distraction. Works out very, very well. A wide swing deep costs a lot of time for Mello to then get involved in the duel, but Angelo's around the bend and hears what's going on at the ramp and has already found one and is behind and now holds for the front as the jump across actually does dissuade his crosshair. It does get him tagged up considerably. It's a HE that you would have hoped dealt with somebody running him down. Not quite, though. Now they've got a sniper to work with, and not having body armor, that's a great weapon to have for the job. And at this range, PRT doesn't take any aim punch, despite he has armor, but only Slash doesn't, but they've got to save.
Yeah, I mean, not having the bomb is what is the nail in the coffin here, but, I mean,
Dang.
bro, they had 3 Glocks, they got 3 kills, and they got out with an op. Like, this is actually perfect. Normally, this is really bad news, right, for the T side because they don't get any loss bonus. But PRT's already got armor, so he can afford all the utility that he wants. And Slash is, you know, is maybe a little bit worse off, but like this is fantastic, all things considered.
Heck yeah.
Oh, I was loving it. He's like, thanks, dude. Stole that from Angelo's dead body for me.
This time sees that lead starting to dwindle to where, although that one did get dicey, we still have everything for the most part. 2070 could have asked for. Lack of head armor here and there, and still very light on utility, but not light on early advantages given over by Roz once more, and this ramp hold is about as good as it could have gotten from a stuck position alongside of the wall, hoping to maybe catch a double. It's still going to be a good place to be, though. It's PRT who is left with spacing between he and ABR to try and slot into this B-bomb site and see what's clean and clear, but Lilzinho has been a thorn and one that's certainly been poking at the Game Hunters. Will he continue to do so here?
He's got Roz for support as well, which makes this all the more difficult. Love this approach, though, from Game Hunters, just contacting out, and that's going to tee up Roz to get aggressive. Unknown is Lilzinho. How many he's going to get? 2? The bomb goes down, but he's going to get both of them instead. 1v3 for Mello, who's now spotted out, removed by Reddy on the secondary swing. Phenomenal from Lilzinho, holding on, not taking the first shot, but waiting for the double.
Patience is a virtue, my good Vincent.
He's downright virtuous.
Straight up virtuous with it.
I'm gonna put that into my lexicon.
What, virtuous or straight up virtuous with it?
Both.
Seems to be a technical timeout, a timeout of the technical variety.
That's what big tech would like you to think.
Big tech.
Yeah, big technical timeouts, that is. When I say that, you might be thinking of like Google, Microsoft. No.
That's too easy.
Those are the guys that they want you to worry about. It's the technical timeouts that get you.
I do love big tech, making sure everybody and everything is okay.
I really was wondering where that was going. You had me in suspense. While we're talking of things we love, I've been pretty in love with how. Wait, unless. What I was gonna say though is Roz, I think, has done a great job in Mini of being the right amount of aggressive. You know, not allowing for game hunters to get into stronger positions or cross towards secret, but also not giving his life away for free.
Sure.
I think that he's been very effective in doing that. I mean, it's part of the reason that game hunters rerouted towards ramp is that Roz was successful once again at the beginning of that round doing so. And you can see like who he's fighting there. I think it's ABR more often than not, and you know, ABR struggling, Roz succeeding.
Roz is definitely playing a very powerful game in his given spot. I think that he's been a pretty good middle ground player for them across this best of 3 series thus far. So continuing to do so early on these gun buys is going to be extraordinarily important, seeing how far down they had gone in the beginning stretch. Now elevated to a level with the rifle they can't really seem to have very many answers for, and audibly running away is Swarmies, and it's a bit of a crunch towards this B site actually from both the outer extremity as well as towards the ramp, as Roz will now actually be to the side of his kill, and so too will the other B site defender, and Swarmies to go down. This is falling apart.
I mean, honestly, gotta save probably.
What the heck? Pardon my language.
I think it comes down to game hunters getting some good timing, you know, first and foremost. But I mean, the save not even gonna really be possible. Angelo's gonna try, likely to get away, but that's devastating. What could have been a buy next round, I think it's pretty unlikely to be now. And I'd have to look at the money again, but I don't think it was particularly nice. And that missed shot, it's going to make life even more difficult to save the op. Yeah, that's not a word.
Whatever.
I'm pretty sure I know English.
Don't care, man. Not what you're paid for.
All good. I think it is quite literally. Actually. One of the few times that is the case, but quite literally, exactly what it is paid for.
Well, whether or not you're telling the truth is beyond me, but the truth will set you free, some will say. So the sooner you stop lying, the sooner we can get back into this game as equals.
Source, trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro. This is a unequivocally potentially map-destroying round to lose for 2070, frankly, in my opinion.
You can't do that. I'm sorry.
I think I can. I think I can very early, I will say, because this
unequivocally and potentially.
Oh. Well, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Unequivocally, potentially. Yeah, but like...
Go on. I apologize.
Definitely unequivocally. but potentially.
I hate you so much.
It's absolutely, but maybe, the ends.
You're the worst.
No, I actually do feel like that might be, in my opinion. I don't want to be absolutist. I guess that's why I say maybe. But I think this map might be over based on that. If we go to the end of this half and it's a 6-6, I think that's
game
already
hunters
game.
have it. Okay.
I think game hunters are kind of cooking right now to the point where it would take like the same kind of map losing round on their head.
Right, yeah. I mean, like maybe potentially a 1v3 or 2?
Like these USPs just like clocking them right now, but I don't foresee that being the case. It's locked on.
Yeah, good details as well. Top up Molly in order to get down into that position. Makes it even more impossible for 2070 to be anticipating the Heaven move. Yeah, I think that, not to beat a dead horse regarding that last round and what I was saying, but I don't disagree with you at all, and I think that 2070 not immediately looking to save those guns is what really was the nail in the coffin there.
Yeah.
And it made me move from, you know, maybe not being so much in that same ballpark, but then being in agreement now. Is that specifically? Because if they had guns, you know, it would be different. Neither of these guys have armor.
That'll happen.
What's on B that it's... Never mind. I'm just...
You alright, bro?
Yeah, I'm just stroking out a little bit.
Heard about this.
Yeah. Who told you? It was supposed to be a secret. Between
You and Cole Exner McKenna.
me, Cole, and all of our loyal viewers here at CCT South America.
All four.
Who could've... Hey. Johnny matters. He's number 5, okay?
Johnny 5?
No, Johnny
alive.
boy.
5, he's alive. This is a fast A play from Game Hunters that we've yet to really see, to be honest, and it's going to be working out at a great pace to where this player in through the squeaky door has gotten a great snack down of the first top of the HUD who had yet to react, and then in through the smoke, it's Somali pulled into his hands, but his teammate who has his back. Game Hunter's already looking for that 6, much faster than I had initially anticipated even.
Yeah, and I think that this was a great change of pace. Think about how constant Game Hunters have been slow and methodical, pressuring yard, then towards ramp, and then both at the same time. It was a later play towards A last round, but you really couldn't... I mean, it really wasn't like an early A hit in the same way because they had full yard control. They had a flank through Heaven. You know, that's not really the same version of what we saw this round. Game Hunters, though, pressing on an avenue that they have yet to actually work towards in this half, and just a powerful execution of that game plan. Not exactly the best way to escape, though, for Nuke. He's just trying to catch any stragglers, form of Angelou or Swarmies, in CT spawn, but doesn't find them, and he won't find anything as he hits the deck, but plenty on the money for the rebuy.
Play there of what we had seen earlier on from the patience, that same patience, actually seeing them perhaps boxed in a majority of these rounds, it feels. 2070 have fortunately kind of run out of different options for them if this round isn't to go their way, because it's going to be 7-4. That's going to be their full save, trying to get a buyback towards the ends of the half, and already at that point, you're in the doldrums, man. It's a turnaround now, or it's frankly nothing. I said that 6-6 is like my line. That's my bar. And,
yeah.
And we're about to capsize. We're about to have the plates falling off the sides of the barbell.
And surprisingly enough, I don't think you're being unreasonable, which is
typically not.
Yeah, you're usually very unreasonable. Oh, and this is just good conditioning again. Game Hunters throwing the same utility as if they're going for that fast A play again, but they just pump the brakes. Hoping to bait out a reaction. A reaction that's started to be made ready is aggressing forward into lobby, but only pokes his nose in temporarily. Will still stall out and go back to the CT side of the door.
Where at this point, when your outside control is not yet established, Game Hunters might just actually pull it back for a quick sec. With all this lobby that they have in terms of space, these smokes will soon fade, and it's either got to be that mini split in towards A, or they've got to dedicate a lot more of their utility that they don't frankly have. One smoke left for slashes, so yeah, he comes through this mini spot. Gun barrel seemed to have been spotted just a second late for ABR, but better late than never. And that point forward, the CTs just have their spots already set in stone to where Reddy finds his one that he was waiting for oh so long. And now he's got coverage just somewhat, but Swarmzy's going to have to be on point with his fire off, and Mello's caught in no man's land with an op. On a swivel, unable to find anything, and that will be 2070 at least given some breathing room. They loosen the Ascot. Tighten his disparity just that little bit.
Yeah, I think that this victory comes down to, I mean, first and foremost, 2070 winning their ones, right? But beyond that, Game Hunters have been so successful at getting yard control. And they kind of had it, like, they could have gotten someone down secret, but they don't have anyone there. And 2070, like, don't respect that fact at all. They didn't have anyone on B, and so that A play, I think Game Hunters anticipated it to be a whole lot less effective because they thought there would be less people.
I agree. Once more, Shocker. And Shocker 2-2 at the beginning of this round, to be honest with you, in the first 30 seconds, an even game. Very awkward. AWP alive for both teams as well, but not the AWPer. It's Mello, who has been dispatched of quickly with ABR on retrieval, and now to be putting it to the best use that he can. It's Angelo on the other side, who hasn't had the best run at it, and I haven't really actually dedicated or committed to any side or control. They could very well just lean on the fact that Nulks is on the outside. Maybe he can pull open another frag elsewhere. Does so well. Stairs, double cleared. Angelo gets his, but exposes himself, and so too does Reddy. They can double back if they'd like, and they can isolate, but it's going to have to be sooner rather than later. They pulled the fake.
Oh, got down though. Game Hunters under the B-bomb site now. Question of retaking. Look at all the utility, actually. Speaking of the retake, it doesn't matter if you're dead. Reddy needed to survive, but survive he won't. And now Red is Angelo coming from double door, but watched. ABR's up. Never mind. ABR off the line. PRT as he gets the numbers punched in. Back turned, but now available to turn around. Molotov, and he's out in the open with Angelo falling. Game Hunters break away another round. After the devastation that was the last, they find 7 with one more round to play in this half.
It's kind of painful scoreline to look at. 2070, if we go 8-4, I think you're just looking towards Anubis at some rate. It's just a very rare opportunity, I think, you'll be able to find this sort of a lead going into your offensive for Game Hunters, to where they can kind of play around with different ideas, even if they are to lose out on that pistol, right? So they just got a pretty nice room to practice out whatever they so please with that barrier given to where you don't often have. And now Swarmzy's is going to be 5-7ing at the bottom side of the steps, quickly followed in by Leozinho. They're snappy on their rotations, dropping down into this lower bomb site in anticipation of a play, but maybe a little bit overzealous into the peak from the vent. Mello puts down one of the 4 in the clutch with he and PRT not exactly shoulder to shoulder, pretty far from it, but soon maybe to regroup.
Yeah, it's the biggest gun that hits the deck. It's the AWP that falls. So that little bit of over-aggression might be a hefty price to pay. PRT got to get involved in this here soon. Raw's on the other side. MP9, not the best of weapons for the job. But still plenty on the clock to work with here. 2070 under pressure despite the advantages that they had. 4-on-2. And PRT going to the op. That's the lower HP of the two. There's 2 Molotovs here, and that is the biggest factor that I think gives Game Hunters a good chance.
Fully committed to this lower bomb site, and seemingly the right call to make. 2070 are definitely down. About as close to out as it can be, but still some signs of life in rounds that they otherwise probably shouldn't have been able to pull through with, even then almost letting it slip for seconds at the end stages. But a win is a win.
About as close to out as you could be when it's a 7-5 score.
Yeah.
I think you look at that score line and it's like, what are they talking about? But going onto the T side on one of your worst maps, where you don't even have a lot of reps, you know, that is the scary part.
I don't get scared easy.
I ain't feared of nothing.
No what, no how. This is a PRT masterclass we're gonna need right now. This ramp side if they go for that full pop. It's actually flashes towards A that scatter them, but RT still yet to frag. Instead has bowed into the lower bomb site, in through the window, and through the doorway comes Nox, who's actually put down with some pace, and they look to take it even further beyond that as Ready awaits the spacing of the rest of the double doors. They go for their swings, and there are so many Game Hunters players in there, and Troves at the other ends, and Angelo's yet to move, but here's the audible footsteps of an Ant CCT, and they'll pull back now knowing that their advantage is held by not just one but two, but the doors cannot be closed, maybe not in the lower side of the site, but for the round, it's 2070, they've got 6.
I love that round from 2070. Like, drawn up beautifully. I think that was so well drilled from them. From everything from the early flashes at A that helped to pull at least a little bit of rotations. They get the space at ramp, and the protocols as well, clearing double door. Like, just that next step of waiting a moment in order to collapse back and then set up in the post plant where they don't overstep, even flooding back through double. All of these were phenomenal decisions that tell me 2070 at least very prepped on that pistol.
Preparation has been kind of the name of this for a good amount of the game, it felt like, 2070, so I wonder if that is to be the case. I mean, talk about being prepared for whatever was to come their way outside. It's a war, and one where their weaponry and advantage is just too much to surmount. Some shred, some cred, some cash put into the bank. A tie game now to where a bonus is not really in their wheelhouse, Vincent. They're not looking to play for that anymore. They don't really have the room to be going for those sorts of luxuries. Instead, they've got to go up for the upgrades to the AK-47s and the rifles, where PRT's SMG is the least equipped for the server.
Funny enough, though, you know, upgrades abounding, sure, but 2070 actually still have a lot of cash after those upgrades. They're just fine. Ilsinho. Ahead of the smoke. That's an interesting decision, but he sticks around far too long. Gonna see if this is a resurgent ABR after the struggles that we highlighted in the first half for him. He's picked up the opener.
Crawling it down. Making their way wherever they can, and ABR having not spotted anyone under the garage cross. That Molotov is going to be pretty telling for 2070 now, though. This is going to feel a little choreographed, where I think Ready is almost a necessity to find something here, and he will be able to find at least one on the back trends as they look to run him through, but all of the information is theirs. Whole map's clear.
Now, rare that you can say that, to be honest with you. ABR about to be up on Horton to pull his crosshair away. He tracks Angelo, but a great trade. Allows the bomb to go down, but Swarmy's tragically low on HP. And an off angle, not enough to best him. Roz versus all three, and he's run down. Removed without much of an attempt in that round. 2070. They lose on the inbound, and it's similar on the outbound.
Yeah, they've got a bomb plant there, though. The clean round that they had on the second with the SMGs finding frags. I mean, they're definitely still in the running for a purchase here to fight out. And off of the wall. See the config is a free agent now?
I did not see that.
Tweeted for the first time in, I think, like, over 6 months or 7 months or something. Today, that he's back, kind of back, I guess. I don't know. He hasn't played on Face It in like a year or something, though. But
yeah, I'd say I'm back too.
I'm back. I'm kind of back.
I'm so back that Face It doesn't even know my name.
Lord.
So very back.
They've got SMG on Roz, which isn't the worst thing in the world when everybody else is well enough equipped, but when he's kind of out on his island to duel in mini solo, that's kind of less than ideal, but nice clear from Swarmies to be able to find them room and towards the site eventually, as Lil Xenio does as he does so well to find to slip through the gap, and maybe a gap in the smoke that he looks to find yet another as he's pincered this entirety of the A site with no heaven presence just yet. Late to be with ABR and PRT.
Yeah, but I don't know that that 2070 really like deserved this round though. To be fair,
You're mad.
Not mad, just confused, and it might not. I'm gonna say it might not be over. PRT's still fighting. ABR's not far, but they keep giving him fights. Honestly, they might should have gone for it. Can't now. The reason I'm confused though.
Mad, right?
No, confused. You misspoke. Is that as you highlighted, Roz is so alone there. Like it might have just been a mistiming on his part, where he thought that his team was ready to basically do the next move, right? The Swarmies hard clear, like that's phenomenal. All of that looks good into hut, and there was a door player too. So I think that it's just a mistiming, but like that's what's confusing here. 2070 just get bailed out by the fact that Lil Xenio has another one of these rounds where he's just unbeatable.
Now that your frustrations have calmed, we can move on with that knowledge and find ourselves at 8 even, where Game Hunters kind of brokey. Even that
Now I
one,
am mad.
2 rifles from... It's not alright. I'm gonna gaslight you into making you angry when you're not, and calm when you're angry.
I know.
Sounds fine.
This is psychological warfare.
I feel like people are more ready. Dude, I was gonna say it. I feel like people are more ready for that stupid position than they should be. What in God's name does Lil Xenio have the right to be able to peel his head off from the top of that smoke for?
Okay, counterpoint. Can I? Let me.
No.
All right, I'll do that. Okay, never mind. Counterpoint. What else is he going to look at there?
I don't know, but
like that is. There's 2 angles that he needs to clear. It's close red, and that.
you need to clear out your desk and take your things. Pack your bags. You're out.
All right, see you later.
Vincent. All right. Solo cast. Double the money. Double the pay. I'll take the staff job.
We got him, boys.
Do you know what that's a reference from? Would you recognize that reference?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
I'll take the staff job. Double the pay. It's Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't recognize it. Do you know the movie though? Of course.
Of course.
2070 may have just overcome one of their biggest obstacles. Yard control was unsuccessful until it wasn't, but that is a little bit early for Roz. Swinging into Mello from credit. One thing leads to another, leaving Game Hunters with an early advantage. You know, I learned yesterday, Tony, that in Europe they don't call that credit card. They don't call that anything, according to.
According to who?
I don't know who I was talking to.
Okay, yeah, good source.
It was probably Tea Time. Is who I was talking to.
Sorry, I was gonna say something. I made myself giggle.
Round that has failed to start on all levels for 2070, and credit to Game Hunters where they know how big of a problem that Yard has been, but they don't have to work very hard. You know, just post Mello into that location, move Mello around afterward, and place rifles back where he was. 2070 fall right for the trap.
Dropping the last of them. Game Hunters are slowly but surely whittling away at 2070, who have battled their way back. It's the back and forth, the push and pull, were double digits secured first by GH, I would have to assume, with there being an awkward split of cash.
Ooh.
They're actually going to go all in on it. I hope that the call is one made with some conviction.
Well, how could it be with 3 smokes and 1 flash? It feels like this is a little bit more desperate than 2070 need to be at this point in time. Just gonna try and overwhelm with numbers. BRT though lines up a double, and that really should be the end of the conversation. BRT gonna continue to get something done. He finally goes down, but after a triple kill. That's just devastating.
This is the all-in on green, kinda.
Yeah, except you didn't have to. Your hand wasn't forced.
Ready, cleaned. Angela the last to fall. Not even needing the AWP of Mellow in this map.
I hate that decision.
You're mad.
A little bit. Actually, this time, because 2070 has done so much good work in this half. I don't know why they're not more confident in their buy rounds. Like, what makes them so confident that the 3 smokes with, like, not even a good plan behind them, just, like, smoke a molly and run through the smoke at ramp, and that's the full buy? What?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just a danger zone now at 11 up against them that they otherwise potentially wouldn't have had to play. Could very well have just been that 10-10 next up with the buyback and 1 player lesser off than the rest, but, you know, decisions were made, and you just gotta kind of live with that now. It's too late for that Zeus, man.
Alright, now I'm being a hater, but we're buying a Zeus when we're going yard.
Oh,
yeah.
You're so mad. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm pissed.
Dude, call it off.
Well, it's the calls that 2070 have met my wrath with.
That seam off.
But from there, Game Hunters taking full advantage. Triple AKs as well on the CT side as they keep everyone alive last round. Lovely. See that? Oh, I remember the source, by the way. It was Pop.
Oh, okay. Pop. Good guy.
Yeah. It's a phenomenal shot, though, out of ABR. Again, Game Hunters recognizing what 2070 were finding so much success in early into this half.
Yeah, it's just nothing you could do there to Mellow where he just takes a pop shot. Speaking of pop reference. Now they're kind of devolving into having to make decisions they'd rather not. Around every turn. Shut down until Roz steps in. Already knew there was a player here in Slashes a second ago, but he slips into the same spot a second time around. Same success. Not a bullet of damage taken. And that should just be the end of days for potentially this entire map. That is a wicked turn of events on Nuke, I will say, for how this one got even this close for both teams, it feels like, in some instances.
Yeah, 100%. Like, 2070 looks so... To go from so poised to so flustered in just, like, 1 round.
Like you, right?
Yeah, exactly like that. It's a little bit of a surprise.
The green screen is red now.
I'm red.
And you're phasing out of it.
Now we're just making things up for fun.
Look at that. The lights are still on. You can see that's a cool little neat detail. What if you could, like, shoot it and the lights would go off on the overhead as, like, a little game mechanic?
Okay,
like, ruin the visibility.
as a game mechanic, that's actually cringe. Don't give them ideas.
I think that'd be rad.
As a funny little Easter egg, if you shot it and the light like went red, that would be funny.
No, lights off.
You've not been terrorized by other games making decisions like that.
I guess you're not wrong. I want to see destructible walls
Yeah, that's
in
the
CS.
death of Counter-Strike.
Oh, it's back.
Wait, that's the new. Wait, you're cooking? Hold on. Danger Zone 2, but destructible walls.
Okay, that could be cool. If it's not in the main game, yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm just a people pleaser. I found the way to get both.
Yeah, let's see how pleased 2070 can be with themselves in a buy like this. It's perfectly symmetrical, perhaps, with Galil, Deagle, Galil, Deagle, Galil, but
Alex.
everybody's going to need to put in their own little spice into this round if they want to win it. 30-second full run execute into B? You're crazy.
Maybe crazy, but maybe not. Melo's the only one who's here. He's gotten some support in the form of PRT, but if they can get a smoke into his line, there's 2 smokes available, or even just smoke him off, like, at all to get a bomb plant. This is not bad. Yeah. You're going to be able to... Oh, they don't plant behind Silo. They had full Silo control. And that's how it ends. A mistake, a misstep that ends in devastation as the both of us angry at how 2070 fall off a cliff in the last 4 rounds of this half. But Game Hunters, they were poised. They were ready to take advantage of that. And I think you got to give them credit for setting them up for that success. And then when 2070 failed, Game Hunters gave them no leeway.
Yeah, so we thought they were potentially ready to set that one up for some success, but 1-1, nevertheless, it's Anubis on the horizon as that third. And looking back on this, we could see that again, as I had kind of alluded to, that we couldn't really rely on the individualism that we'd come to see on Ancient in Nuke. It wasn't the same players really, but I guess you could kind of say they were still there, as relevant as you could have expected them to be. But in due time, you'll see that devolve into something entirely different if we look back on Anubis and Ancient as anything to set a reminder to what Anubis can be. The way that Ancient had ended, we thought that there might have been a world where 2070 had turned things onto their head in regards to what we had come to expect given their last clash. However, Nuke told us a different story. It's Anubis as a third and a decider we've been pushed to now, Vincent.
Yeah, and listen, I think Anubis, this is where things get like very interesting. We kind of like knew what to anticipate, at least on both map 1 and map 2. But now I think Game Hunters got to lean into what I was talking about at the beginning, and that's like the amount of reps that they've had here on Anubis, that against, you know, teams that are kind of on the upper echelon, like playing close against Uno Melee, Medallia Amigos, getting a couple of wins against them. Like, I think that's what these guys have to be able to lean on right now, because Anubis is a much more of a middle ground than either Nuke nor Ancient was meant to be.
Yeah, I can agree with that to a certain extent. I think when we look to the fact of the matter being the T side of Anubis being one of the more, you know, I guess prominent of the pool, right? One player in particular across both maps, I think we can say safely, has been above and beyond everyone in the server, frankly. Quite literally in a league of his own has been Lilzinho. That has been his bread and butter, trying to make use of the little spots of the map that have been left a gap for even a split second. His timings have been incredible. His shots have been just as good. And you talk about the fact that that's where they're going to look to start on the knife round. It could be all the more important of one that we're yet to be determined for that could very well give him that opportunity to continue his way onwards as such a dominant factor for them.
I think that's a good point that you bring up, right? The consistency that Lilzinho has found. But I also think that, you know, it's been relatively similar consistency that Slashes on the other side has been able to put together. And I think that, you know, that's the other side of that equation that we're going to look towards on Game Hunters. Also, I know this is like a point that's been beaten to death, but like in your mind, is this a who gets T-side start first has a significant advantage?
I think it's more so of if Lilzinho gets T-side advantage, but he doesn't. That's what I was kind of more so leaning into. But seeing as that isn't going to be the case, clearly, it's going to be the Game Hunters who get their attack. It's going to be they who now have to rely on that said consistency from Slashes, as well as a seemingly revitalized PRT who had put together a very, very good nuke in comparison to what we had seen from a very absent, Ancient, and in mid. 2070 started off hot, but are instantly refragged back into where Rawls has two guns. He was typically a monster with them. Is now looking to get that same start of it in between the smoke. They know that one more had resided, and ABR all on his shoulders, a 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, 2070 going to be off to the races.
I can't count. I didn't go to second grade.
Yeah. See, you thought I was being silly. I waited.
I said so you were good at it.
I waited so that I could get really good. Fantastic work though out of 2070. You know, they have the mid setup from the very get-go. Game Hunters kind of roll right into it and lose out from the rip, but it makes it even more difficult when the smoke is available to go down on E-Box, and trying to break your way through a smoke into dualies is just honestly a task that I would rather not do ever.
SMG in mid alone. 2-2 split otherwise, I think. No, actually, he has been regrouped with by Angelo. That's probably for the best, seeing as the safe site is soon to be under search and seizure, but Rawls can both fire off some shots and reposition pretty comfortably there, and I like to see how he does it. Very, very well maintained, not even taking a bullet for his efforts, given there wasn't very much opportunity for them to go wide enough to find him. Find swarmies, but not really the biggest of issues for them as they start to build up this cash flow. They'll have, not really a bonus round, to be honest with you. Still one that they very well need in order to stay even keel with the Game Hunters who were elevated to the AKs.
Yeah, funny enough, right? We had talked about all the force buying and whatnot that does go on. T side though, without a bomb plant, no force buy. Just get the guns out fast. Swarmies is fast. He's taking full canal control, and it's perfect because Game Hunters, they're ready for this B attack. They're just going to exec on B. No information otherwise. On the flash is beautiful. Ready, so blind. He doesn't have a chance at BRT. How about that? Nuke, absolutely not just a flash in the pan. He's got the double entry. Make it 3 for PRT.
Makes it for fun, a shot in through that smoke there, and That's just the round already just completely cooked. 2070 have no way back, no avenue of attack, and Angelo is so deep in spawn to where he's hoping that someone had accelerated to try and find him early into this perspective save, but no, it's not going to be happening. They're just going to be happy with what they have, and they're going to walk away with it cleanly. All 5 alive would be a big victory, and there's no world for any sort of a last-second jump down their throat for a ninja. Angelo's just going to be sitting on his hands and hoping that he can keep the M4. And as I said, this wasn't a bonus round to what very well could have been given a couple of other circumstances, but now they might be relying on the just recently discounted FAMAS in investment, perhaps.
Dude. Both of these are such, like, accident is not the right word. Because there's intention, right? But such perfect timing.
Nobody using the FAMAS in this kind of a round, really?
It is a little surprising. Even more so that Leozinho is, like, up, but glass cannon?
Seems kind of matchmaking-ish to me.
Actually, yes, you might do this in a silly game that we would play together.
And it would work. Watch.
And that's what you say to me every time.
But watch.
And I say, okay, Tony. And then cross my fingers and start praying.
Okay, but watch.
Keep doubling down, it'll happen eventually.
Oh, Leozinho's coming to mid. ABR is going to step out, and Leozinho's going to go pop, and then he's going to go pop again when he peeks in towards A main, and then he's going to go pop when the second mid player comes in late lurk, and then he's going to go pop on the retake. Here comes. I feel it in my bones. Never mind. They're going all in on A, so it seems. The Game Hunter's just outside of it, but a replenish smoke might stall them out. Okay.
It is like the opposite of what you just said. You were the curse, and they're under fire, under pressure, and it's absolutely removed everybody on the site. 2070 has unfortunately had the displeasure of being in all the right places and losing every single fight. I don't think they want to let Reddy out of here. He's freaking dead, yo.
Terrorists win.
That is, I mean, just a devastating round when 2070 have purchased like they did.
Well, seeing only a Desert Eagle invested on, the odds at the top of your screen for this game even still at an even spot now, soon to be not so the case, as these weapons have full range of rain to go wherever they so please, and ABR, I mean, he's going to have a bit of a field day if he goes hunting on his own and is lonesome in mid already, soon to come into contact with Roz, unless he heads down the entire time to where, nope, that isn't going to be a safe space for him. It's the beginning of the end for these pistols, really.
Seemingly should be the case. They could still push him to be here and maybe not full end. It's same team, guys. Gonna give an AK over. Not a lot of bullets in that thing, but only need a couple if you're gonna hit headshots. Lilzinho helps to finish off the tail. Swarmies with the win. And what were you saying, Tony, about like the round being over?
That's 2 rounds in a row. But reversed. I said that this round was theirs, and then it wasn't. And then I say that this round is over, and then it's not. ABR is going to win this clutch. Let's
And he
see, 'cause
won't.
that would be the inverse of that happening again. All right. Well,
Your powers have been
drained, I
outmatched,
guess. I've used them all.
overstated.
I can't seem to use my powers for any good.
Well, that really is a matter of perspective, isn't it?
True. See that apparently Challenger League and Advanced League for 50 and 52 respectively can now directly invite teams based on their performances from previous seasons.
I did not.
If they so choose.
I think that's maybe a W.
I think that's so silly. I think that's an L. I think that's.
Well, I really want to talk about it, but we can't. It's not the time.
It's like me saying, "Oh wait, this team of players who don't play in this division can play." Because I said so. Where was Fisher College's invite then?
Oh, there it is. And he's mad. And he's tilted. 2070. Not to tilt off the planet if they can win eco rounds and can't get a damn thing started on gun rounds.
This guy can't get kills not through smoke. He can, he
he's,
absolutely can. And
he's
done it
6 and 3 doing it, so all good. I'll take it. And there's one. How about that for you, Tony? Haters and walk away. Politely, of course. Well, while we're saving, just to not continue that discussion, but definitely do. My thought process was, you know, teams like Godsent who are in advanced, you know, or MIBR. You know, that doesn't have to happen. That was why I said good question mark.
Oh, okay, wait, I actually misread that part and I forgot to go back over it. Challenger League may invite the top 4 teams from Advanced Season 52 to 53. It's Advanced that can directly invite teams based on their previous seasons.
I see. So you're telling lies on the internet again. All good, dude.
I misspoke. Told the truth.
Is that what we're calling it? Interesting.
Told the truth.
BRT farming up kills both through smokes, in smokes, and out of smokes. And it's just another buy that I really don't love. I don't think they have the money, so understandable a little bit. They're all in again.
They have this series slowly slipping just a bit right now, 2070, to a point where I had said that I was in their camp for a good minute there.
Well, I mean, another B stack that, in the same fashion, might just work out. That is, if they were to go B. Game Hunters, they've learned their lesson.
Rods is going to have to do something mean with this pistol, man.
It is the right pistol. He got spotted. That's enough for this one to be called curtains on. 4-man save incoming. Has to be.
Swarmies could go for a little something, I guess, but probably not for the wise. Just keep the armor, man. Maybe even give your pistol over to Roz and buy yourself something nice and go for another
agree.
buyback.
Keep the armaments. Get it? Armor, man? Oh, good.
Would you like to explain to the audience what's just happened?
No, you can.
Yeah, I just pressed the cricket sound effect in Discord.
You fine folks couldn't hear that.
I wish you could have, though. That would make for a funny little broadcast aspect if you and I had interactive sound effect buttons we could use. What a wacky and wild and zany cast that would be.
What do you mean? That's been done before. Back in like 2014.
Yeah, you were alive back then, probably.
Believe it or not, I was.
Oh.
Wow, almost. I do like that 2070 on these rounds where I haven't been the biggest of fans of how they've purchased, but when they have some better weapons, they do like place them together. They stack efficiently. It helped him win one of those rounds.
Why are we reloading when jiggling? Sorry.
A lot of people do that.
You probably shouldn't, though.
True. Game Hunters have done a good job early into this round, though, of really taking stock of the situation. They know what the purchase is like, and they also know 2070's tendency. They've seen it a couple of times. And so with that, they look to press along a couple of different extremities, find out what's going on. Second man here in E-Box, and they both fall. The knocks on the double. That nade would have been on the money.
Nulx and PRT have really made a meal of this series after a abysmal Ancient individually for the both of them. They've gone to the next level and then some. And everybody else is kind of just finding themselves meeting them there for Game Hunters at this stage, to where the T side is expectedly so to be a little bit farther beyond, but this is how you do it. This is what makes it.
I'm going to be a little unfair here, but a genuine question. I don't feel like Nulx even had that good a game on Nuke. It's just been Anubis.
I think he was fine.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would have put into like everyone else though.
No, yeah, definitely.
Ahead of
I'm
him.
just saying that like he got his kills and stuff, as opposed to just like non-existent. He was like doing his job.
All right.
Where
well, stop.
unfortunately they could have won Ancient if that were the case.
All right. That was a genuine question. That
Kind of made me sandbag, bro.
Yeah. That's why I was like, okay, yeah, my bad. Actually, not the intention at all.
The PRT, if we're gonna be 100%, that guy is online.
No doubt on that.
Was that intentional?
What, whiffing the nade? Yeah,
I don't know
probably.
if that was a whiff. I think it was meant to like peek wide.
Okay.
What the hell are you nading?
I think he was just ambitiously trying to get that nade deep.
I'm gonna say for bro's sake, yeah, that was intentional.
Okay. I will
He can
I will
play it
take
off
that.
like that now.
I'll take that and run with it. 2070 though, I think they've slowed down to a crawl. Game Hunters getting back into the mix and now standing tall. Time and time again. It's been troublesome for 2070 to get this buyback, but now that they finally do and they got all the utility, most of the bells and whistles, I'm excited to see what they can do. Because, I mean, the 3 of the last 5 rounds have been, 2070 trying to get set up with like some sort of stack.
Rawls hit with a flash, Nox hit with a nade, and a flash behind it, and support from Angelo, who's on the scene now, able to find his one, but not able to back out and away. Another in the same place, but just successfully as so are the trades. Effective for both the two teams, but now maybe time to plant will get a little bit awkward for Game Hunters should their utility subside, as they still have to retrieve the C4.
Game Hunters, the fact that they got so much success getting into here and now struggling to break their way out, but maybe that'll be enough. Mello hits his, and ABR with his second of the round. Continue that success for Game Hunters. And in gun rounds as well. 2070. I think they're going to be bailed out by the fact that they win the pistol, but it's 3 rounds. I was talking with Pop, I think, 3 rounds is actually kind of the like minimum. Not for me. Like, I think 3 rounds, you can absolutely work a T side with 3 rounds on your CT on Anubis.
Yeah.
I think that's very, very doable. How's Pro alive?
Will. Sheer will.
I'll accept that.
Mello awaits the smoke to fade. Another one's been sent deeper beyond that in an attempt to try and skew them and scatter them, but it's actually sent them forwards, and that is going to be the mow down at B main that may just send them in through.
They're gonna push on, continue fighting forward, but
Nice spray.
yeah, PRT continuing on the upswing that we've been talking about throughout. Looks the same. Couple of kills for the both of them. Support from Slashes along the way. Yeah, 2070 just struggling in all aspects of this map right now. They've not been able to like maintain control, and in relatively even situations, I don't think that 2070 have really won any of those. Like any of those turning point type of rounds, 2070 have been on the worst side.
Yeah, this is gonna be just a bullying at B, man. They're just gonna waltz in. Not even their utility deployed yet. They're really relying on only their flashes in that moment and their pure aim. Raw in mechanics. And really showing it to be is PRT once again the one to multi, and this is just another save for the last of the half. This is over as quickly as it begins, and when a statement round like that is put in on a full investment against 2070, that is going to be getting into your minds a little bit.
And PRT's been available every time when yeah, sure, very reliant on those flashes and everything else, but 2070 also often playing really far forward on the B site. So far forward that, you know, if one thing goes wrong or you know, flash hits, they don't have any availability to fall away. I think that, you know, that as well is making Game Hunter's perspective of, you know, let's just hit those flashes, get PRT into position to take some duels. It's making it so much more effective because 2070 are opting in. How many times have they played pizza, as an example?
Better question. What's your favorite topping to go on a pizza?
Pepperoni.
Okay. Do you have an underrated one?
Underrated? Olives.
Ah, nice. I get mushrooms, onions, and olives every now and then when I have the opportunity to, and it isn't an arm and a leg.
That's the problem. It is often an arm and a leg. They do be charging. Game Hunters all charged up, ready to roll through this T side. They've done so for the most part. Early map, the only exception to that rule.
Back up.
What
from
is
the
that?
Smoke. Back up from the molly. What is what?
What is that, Molly?
I guess I missed it, unless it's just the one for house. That's all I saw. But both of those pieces of utility are successful enough in forcing 2070 away, but it actually bolsters the B site defense as a response.
Well, ABR feeling lucky to have dodged that nade, only for Mello to catch it in its full wrath. 18 HP for he, but 2-on-4 entryway into B. Ready, prepared to take ABR down, and now it's the low HP. Spotted is Mello. And the walls start to close in around him. Had vision on the flank a moment ago, but as he turns away, Roz seals the deal. And with that, it's a little bit of a resurgence. Final round of the half, they'll pick up the fourth.
You say that 3 was your bottom limit line. 4 is pretty good.
I agree with that
But
fully.
losing a pistol round is just kind of cooking it a little bit.
I think 4. I think the opposite. I think
4 is my line.
4 allows you to lose a pistol. Not that you want to. Don't get me wrong. It's just so it just can be so snowbally that it's difficult regardless.
Yeah.
What is your opinion of tacticals into the pistol round? I feel like it's a people are very one way or the other on that. They either think it's really good or dumb.
I mean, I don't think that they're necessarily good or bad. I think that they're fine.
All right, consider.
I think it just matters on what you call, I guess. Are you changing the pistol round you already have? Are you making sure everybody knows what you're doing? I don't know what it, well, I guess it really all matters the material. Because, like, you're not resetting momentum, but talking about momentum, they're just leaving no stone left unturned and mid flying it down with all their numbers, with one left over towards a main, yet to be discovered, but unnecessary. Even be used, so it seems.
Flashes 1v3. Ready might be low, but trying to play out the smoke fade. It's going to be as it evaporates that he blocks to go in. Great off angle from Slashes. It's not like the traditional off angle that's elevated there, you know, a little bit more to the left, and so he gets vision. A couple of shots before finalizing. 2070, pistol round win. From what I'm understanding, in your mind, they're right back in.
Yeah.
Also, funny thing, I think your time as a coach is exactly what, like, shaped that opinion. Like, so what is the coach saying? What's the in-game leader saying?
I mean, probably as a coach, you'd probably just be saying things along the lines of, like, reset, lock it down, T-side is ours, we know what we're doing, play our game better than they played theirs, blah, 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 blah. I mean, me personally, like, my broadcaster brain already kind of said it, but I'd be saying, like, Lil Zeno, dude, remember how you were cooking them on that last game, on the game before that? Let's keep that moving.
Got baited in. ABR's pistol. And understandably, Stormbys is thinking, yeah, actually, let me not. Funny enough, he repositioned into a far worse spot for himself, though. That's just an angle where they have the possibility of, like, jumping and double swinging high-low. So a little bit more difficult. AK collected. They're going to try to take as many rifles as they can. Try and remove them. Lil Zeno. It's the lurks that he's been so effective with on the T side, and it's his lurk that confirms the round for 2070.
This is ABR's hold of mid without much vision and utility, a spry, a wreck, an array, and the B-lurk. Very well done by Reddy, who just clips the first kill and damage in the next, but Lil Zeno given room to maneuver. They can just slip and slide back into it.
For the save. I mean, Mello doesn't even have armor. His glass cannon this round. So it's likely a set victory here for 2070, and it will be. That lurk smoke that 2070 throw to get out B, I feel like there was a time not very long ago where that was like everyone's first step on Anubis. And it's sort of fallen out of favor a little bit, but I'm really surprised how caught off guard the game hunters were of it.
Yeah. I tend to find that little moment where the B-lurk, whether it be from E-box or through that smoke, finds its kill, that there is another player ready to snap like that. And I'm glad to see Lil Zeno in that moment actually ready to do exactly that. Bro was on the scene. He was ready to cook it. So let's see what they've got now.
They've got Mello's op at the very least, and they also have, you know, him with armor this time around. some good economic management of the situation, I think, in addition to that. But it looks like we're not live. Maybe? I don't know. Here are the ticks. Yeah. Everybody gonna send it back. And so whenever the problem, tech pause incoming, and around reset. I think a clear difference for me in Game Hunters and 2070's approach, I've been really critical of 2070 and their econ and how they manage it. I think the opposite has been true for Game Hunters. I've been impressed with how they've been able to get a lot of relatively strong purchases out, even considering difficult positions in the economy. And this is another round where they're ensuring they have a lot to work with. They get the 3 guns saved, and so it's pistols and armor as well for slashes and nukes. But ultimately, don't have to do anything but this tech pause extending, and with that, I think that 2070, unfortunately for them, probably having a little bit of time to just cool off a bit, which is not ideal. Back in business. Mello was interested in going towards B previously. He's going to continue to do that. Nothing seen. Just a bunch of utility thrown before that round was reset, so no big deal. Big issue on either side of that. It is towards E-Box that Mello swings, and big win when you have just so few weapons to lean back on for those to take the center stage in such an impactful fashion as Mello. They're not going to stop. I mean, run it back here in the same fashion seems a little bit of an odd move for 2070. They got away with that one round, but they go back again and try the precise same play, contact through E-Box, and just creep out of the smoke. Slash is incredible with the P250, does even more damage downrange, but Mello falls, so the big green gone. PRT arriving though through E-Box. He's cut him down just to the one. A singular for 2070 to fight this back, and it could be Game Hunters to extend this lead. PRT plays hard to get. He will confirm the victory. With Game Hunters taking another round, they use those 3 saved rifles to convert.
Kind of cooking right now. In more ways than one. In some instances. CT side with a bit of a surprise. Slashes with nothing. Hello? Slashes? Actually playing with a pistol this round? That's problematic. I don't know how I feel about this. If it comes back to bite them, I'm going to be upset. As the offense is its mark, APR could have gone down. Eventually, Slashes finds something to utilize as he runs it back to spawn for a FAMAS.
Yeah, just an oversight. Rectified now. I just think the calling there for 2070 as well, super questionable. Like, run the same lurk smoke back where you're lurking out and trying to contact through E-Box after Mello already got to kill E-Box. I mean, Game Hunters are just literally watching for that move exactly because you did it and won 2 rounds ago. So I think correctly 2070 having to change up.
PRT, the smoke had faded, looked to find at least his one, and he will be, but no ability to respond. And, oh no, Army's a bit boneheaded. Leaves them with no other options but to pop into the B site.
Tech9's giving him an avenue. Actually grabbed the gun off of it, too. Plenty of time to slide into good post-plant positioning. They can get E-box control. They can even, get Angelo's op into here if they really wanted to. But Mello holds the line. Ra's not going to overstep either. That one kill, it changes the round. The Tech9 out to B as a reaction to what might have been a little bit questionable from Swarmies. Ultimately, pushes 2070 into the right decision.
Will blow. 2070 will get another chance. Try and close this, as it's that much closer for them, and Game Hunters are just peppering in rounds here and there. They've kept themselves in good enough financial standing to have as bad as a good of buy, if not actually better in some ways, potentially, or at least Slashes gets a start out of spawn without having to run back.
All those saves. I was saying good economic management on the Game Hunter side has been a very nice thing to watch, especially in comparison to 2070's mismanagement that we've been highlighting.
Yeah. Still with this FAMAS making it work, Slashes out through B main, is snagged away with a little bit of a kill back, though, is ready and over the top side, only needs to spot the head, and Nock's lucky to be able to get out of dodge, but the life of his teammate is the one that really affords that opportunity to him in the first place.
On ABR, just catches ready. He spotted the smoke coming from E-box side and not prepared for ABR's swing. 2070, this round starting to fall flat before it really even gets started. Early B fights, less successful. But hold on a second. Game Hunters, is it just this one lurk smoke that's pulled them? Well, okay, the second lurk smoke joins the smoke off Temple side. So it's a little bit more understandable, but Game Hunters have fully vacated B, and so that's allowed Leozinho to just walk in for free. Oh, he didn't see him.
Sight is half the battle. Leozinho, oh no. I was going to say unluckily he isn't going to be given a very good opportunity to do so, but how does he whip the kill? PRT with no gun in hand eventually gets his finger onto the trigger in time. Collects onto the first and a pre-fire onto the next. How has he managed this? What is this guy made of on Anubis? It's all Angelo, and I think he's just got to bail.
Bailey will. Send it away. On that rotation to A, it was one lurk smoke out at A, and then the Temple smoke right afterward. The first one, I had questions. The second, I can understand the Game Hunter's reaction, but either way, credit where credit is due. I don't remember who was over at Street, but whoever's there, the fact that they don't die is also very valuable. But a huge turning point when PRT just reads into Leozinho. He hits a double as well.
Claiming names. PRT is not done doing that, tell you what. But here to this one, probably the earliest forfeiture of mid-control we've seen from Game Hunters with nobody, and even in terms of numbers, to play for it. I wonder what the reactionary move is. It looks like the group at B looks like they want to do something. Maybe a walkout back towards E-box?
They flashed it in. And they're throwing utility as such to try and clear back that direction. Meantime, Mello is a big clear. That's the E-box vision acquired. Nobody seen. Mello over towards A, has PRT in tow. A split surely to be coming soon.
right time to strike once A main control is there. Maybe they can work with that much, but a back and a shoulder seam from Swarmies. It's an easy enough shot, but Mellow under the turn looks about as close. They've actually just doubled back. Caught them in the old 1-2. Very speedy about their maneuvers on a map like Anubis that allows for it. Maybe able to stop this bomb play. It looked like he had the right read. He's able to find at least a kill there, though. Better than nothing.
Ooh.
And avoiding that nade.
Yeah, he's so lucky to be alive. That nade was hunting him down. Speaking of nades, got just a couple of flashes and one HE. Angelo, vision removed, but then acquired. Mello hits the one, but there's still Roz to deal with. Ready inside of E-Box is good for his, and now Mello stuck between two different T's in two separate locations. 2070, leave that one slow, let mid-control simmer, and they make the right reroute at the very last moment.
Yeah, more spice to this match as the rounds go by. It could have been entirely different if Slashes had actually managed to make the full read onto the planter. It was actually behind the wall, though, I think, yeah.
It was, yeah.
Thought he was on the corner for a second there. Couldn't quite tell with the smoke up in face, but... Attack timeout. Money's starting to be in a curious spot to where the more that 2070 string together, and if Game Hunters do still keep on this pattern of kind of finding one here and there, that's honestly a formula that they can work with. Like, if they can just sneak out one, lose one, sneak out one, lose one, that's just them having more and more put into their pockets as they continue onward, seeing what 2070 have already accumulated, right? So it can only work for so long, though. I mean, buy here, lose, another lose, then it's going to have to just be a win after win. But they've gotten something to work with here. They're trying to cook up a little bit of a round with Singular A4, MP9, and seemingly scattered, but intentionally invested upon utility amidst 3 smokes and 2 flashbangs.
And this is the crucial difference that I've been talking about all map is the way Game Hunters approach a lot of these like rounds where they don't have a lot, but they still get a little something. There is just a lot more intention behind it. Regardless, 2070 should, in theory, have a lot of big advantages in this round with the heavy weapons advantage they have. More than that, Game Hunters trying to reroute, try to get at that little bit of an early warning sign on where they need to be going. But it seems like back to B is the thought process. 3-man re-clear of E-Box, though, could be good.
Back, rather shoulder to shoulder, backs against the walls on either side of E-Box. Yeah, we're going to have to hold for P250 to find a quick take, though, and he and Slashes can both re-engage at the same time. It's slow to the drag, but still able to find the kills, and the 1-for-1 to where ABR catches one, pants down, and a re-engagement could very well be everything that the doctor had ordered. How have they managed to get this round? What is going on? It's a C and a saw, a teeter and a totter, and everybody getting their moment to strike. They thought that their backs were, or rather Reed thought their backs were up against the walls, but instead they fight off of it and look good while doing it. What a way to make these weapons work in a turn of events to where no utility put up into the front lines and visible eyes of the Game Hunters players makes it all the easier for them to be able to pick these players apart one after another.
I mean, that might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back for 2070. Their money bad. Like, straight up bad right now. And they can't really effectively make an argument to like force buy here, even though they have like Ready and Swarmies on minimum loss. I just think they have to, actually not so similar to Nuke, where I think that they made a decision to buy when they didn't have to. They might be forced to buy here.
They might. Mello stares at the disconjointed body and soul of Nox. They're not one any longer. He's trying to put him back in, but we've got a little bit of a minute here before we jump back into the game as we await his arrival, as we're going to throw it to a quick break.
Let's quick turnaround.
Yeah, very little time. Short little Breakington.
I think that 2070 might have very little time left here in this one. And that's because I really haven't been impressed with what they've done with limited limited utility. And they don't have that limited of utility right now, but it's these kind of buys that I think they've looked like the most questionable.
Well, I mean, now would be the time to prove you wrong. Now would be the time to turn that narrative on its head. It's not in a pop, but in a pinch. It's coming from two different prongs. And they've dealt with the first in ABR to where Mello misses a shot and things start to get a little bit dicey, but he will hit his. He'll give PRT room to dance around this pillar, which he does so well, and it takes two to tango, and this A site is theirs as he and Mello look to put the pin on the round, as it were. And what a great hold to do it with, as everybody gets theirs when needed, except for ABR, but he has teammates that he can rely on as we hit 12. Map. And series point.
Yeah, and I'm gonna walk it back a little bit. Actually, it's those types of rounds that I've least liked 2070's, like just general game plans on. Yeah. I think that was one of the best that they've had. Unfortunately, run into that double kill from PRT, even the missed shot from Mello. They can't take advantage. They can't move in to actually take him down and cover the distance with. Even though I think a good vision, execution, couldn't quite get there, and now it's up against the entirety of this series. 2070 fly.
And, dude, what an awkward way for that to actually work out, as a double from ABR is a makeup for the last round, and it'll even go for the third. The no-head armor onto one of those players is certainly going to be a big buff for him, but from that point inwards, it's the AWP that really relies on PRT, or maybe not, to be as reliable as ever with whatever weapon you put into his hands as this game has gone on and the series has precluded. It'll be concluded with these two names, the ones that have really stepped up to the bat and hit a home run to where Slashes, he was doing all that he could previously, but ever since then, it really has been the PRT show.
I mean, he kept him in it on Ancient despite some difficulties. But yeah, PRT, an incredible performance over the course of both Anubis and Nuke. And, big moments out of Mello there at the end as well. I think we were talking about on Ancient, and often it felt like this on Nuke as well, but where maybe he struggled to have an impact. That was not the case. Big moments with the AWP on the CT side over the course of Anubis. And I think that as sad as it is, right, 2070... they do a lot of good things, but there's some decisions at key moments that I think really, really hurt them. And that is both in their economy and in their game planning. Like their calling, I think, in general, is the biggest issue that I'm seeing.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a gap there, I would say, as well, and that's one that can be bridged. We've seen some very clear improvements from them, at least from the last time that they had found themselves, toe to toe, and that's something to look back on with some positive feedback, because this is the elimination game, and that's really all you can look back on it on as a silver lining, is that the last time they had met didn't go your way very well at all. This one, at the very least, could have very well have been a 2-0 for you. That's something that can be said, I think, and you can look towards the future of CCT and try to push yourself that one level beyond, in a very new roster, even still, it must be said, for them in integration for these two guys in Angelo and Reddy. And speaking on those two guys just very briefly, I think Angelo looked serviceable. He looked like he was just a step away from the level that they would need him to be, to where Reddy, I think, pretty consistently in roles that are a little bit middling in some instances as well, looked like he was about as good as a player as they could have in the places that he was. When Lil Xenia was cooking up individually, he was playing his roles well enough to where Angelo needs to be able to go right at eye level with somebody like Mello to say that they were going to have a chance for me. I don't think that's a determining factor, but I think it's definitely a pretty big one.
Yeah, I actually walk away pretty positive on Angelo, considering I didn't have an opinion going in. I think that he showed some flashes of what could be, but definitely still needs some work on that. Unfortunately, 2070 going to need to work on a couple of things, and it's not going to be in this Swiss stage that they get the opportunity to do so. 1 and 3, they're confirmed in elimination now as Game Hunters. Gonna have to do it 3 and 2. It's been the same situation as last CCT for them, where they are up against a tightrope that they've got to walk in order to play into the playoffs. With that being said, we're gonna have a pretty quick turnaround here, so we're gonna toss it over to a break. Uno Mille and Shinden are coming up in a little bit.
The day is not yet over and done. We've got not one but two best of threes still yet to be seen, as we just finished our first in Game Hunters 2070. This one, in my opinion, is going to be game of the day. Uno Mile versus Shinden. Vincent, what do you have in terms of thoughts, feelings, and opinions on this matchup in particular?
Well, I'm in agreement with you. This is absolutely the like most exciting, closest on paper game of the day. Especially because, you know, listen, it's sad news when we have to relegate those out of the Swiss stage, but it's good news as we look to crown a victor here and one that will move up into playoffs. That's the other difference of this matchup versus the last one. I think that Uno Mile as a squad, like I think that their upside, like their upswing, the heights that they can get to is maybe a little bit underwhelming, but I think that they are a very consistent roster that consistently been putting together these playoff bursts, and I don't know that that's going to change here tonight.
Yeah, consistent being in playoffs is the absolute name of this team for me, actually, is that they've been a very, very big staple, you know, bottom-level playoff team, unfortunately. The round of 16 is where they find themselves more often than not, but they kind of plateau there. That's where they hit their ceiling, so to speak. You look back to Series 6, which is the last time that I had personally remembered actually casting them, or at least seeing them, whether it be one or the other, where they had a little bit of a different composition, where it was not Leo Monster, but instead it was Soralzin. They couldn't even compo together a map there against Bestia, who are, by all means, still a very strong team. You look into the last series, which had ended very, very recently, and they had gone up against Legacy, and again, another Titan team, right? One that you can't really be expecting them to pull away from, but still no map. Maybe this is the difference. Maybe this is the start if they can get their 3-1 in through, where they can have a little bit of that confidence now, having actually practiced it out and gotten officials under their belts with Leo Monster consecutively.
Yeah, and also I think that Swiss stage in the last CCT tournament, they were like in and out. They had a lot of subs for BNC, if I'm remembering correctly. Might have even had a sub for him in the Legacy game. So yeah, just finding, we were talking about consistency and something that's like good and positive, right? That Uno Mile have been able to find as a whole, like at this level, but you know, consistency in terms of the roster and everything like that as an addition that I think is important. But let's talk about them in the context of this best of three, though, a little bit, because we talked about Uno Mile, kind of where we see them as a whole, but where do you see Shinden as a unit? Because I think that's a whole lot more complicated of a question. The Argentine squad, like they have some good pieces to them, but I just feel like I don't have a good understanding of what their ceiling actually is, or really where the floor even is at that point.
Yeah. I have a couple of opinions on these guys. I think starting off with talking about who they were. Who they were was a team featuring Relentless and not Nacho, who really didn't have much of a say or a stay in the Argentinian scene as far as competition goes between those kinds of teams. There was a very clear pecking order in where they were actually found in that, in my opinion. They lose Relentless, they gain Nacho, who's not by any means, I would say, like a blown out of the water superstar, but as far as the team goes, he's definitely one of their more consistent base level shooters. I think he can definitely hit the shots that he needs to, as well as fill the gaps that he needs to just as well. He's not going to take over games for you. Although they could use a player like that, it's primarily been a Biz as a rifler and Ivs as that really, really reliant on AWP. But now with Nacho and more than, I think 2 weeks, what they had last in Series 7 of practice, now looking towards over a month with Nacho in their system, there is room for them to be that playoff level contender that Uno Mile is, but just on the other side of the water.
I'm actually super glad that you set Nacho up in that manner, because often you're my measuring stick of like when I have a take on a player, I will go to you and I'm like, but what do you think, Tony? And I'm like exactly the same thought process there for Nacho. I definitely not like the star player, but super reliable piece of this team. And I got introduced to this team. I hadn't got the privilege to cast them until this CCT, and I was absolutely impressed with what IVZ was able to do on the AWP. I mean, he looked like, here's the tough thing. There's a lot of these oppers in South America where they're like, okay. And I put think Mello in our last series as an example, where, they aren't like horrible, but also they aren't going to take over games. IVZ seems like a guy that is going to be the takeover games type of
Yeah, he
Opper.
kinda has to be, yeah.
Once he gets going, it's so hard to stop him, and he's got this flair about him that I just don't see very often. He's got this confidence that only a young player can play with, and I've been very excited to see him once again. That's not to take anything away from Abiz, because I think you're right in he is the other piece to this puzzle, but the explosiveness that IVZ was able to put forth in the previous game that I watched from him gives me faith that Shinden don't just have to rely on, you know, good team cohesion and like every individual showing up. They have somebody like IVZ to bail them out or, you know, take over if necessary.
Yeah, for sure. And when you say that rather when we say that Nacho has been kind of just like a baseline player for them, I think maybe a little bit deceptively so. I think he's actually continued to grow and get better with this team compared to the other Argentinian mixes he was playing with unorged, without an organization. And talking about his improvement is also going to be very important when we kind of talk about how they need to lean on Ibs more often than not, but where Nacho can definitely be a player that helps out. He's become more actually impactful in rounds and in games and in maps, at least individually in a best-of-3 series, where he can kind of be like a top 1, top 2 fragging player, and I hope that is something that we get to see more of. But with that, we do have a veto to speak of, unless have we seen the roster yet from Uno Mille, actually?
We haven't.
Well, I mean, I guess we can go back to that and talk about it a little bit. Yeah, and we just waffled about those guys. I just realized that was a long Shinden discussion. But I think honest and truthfully, there isn't really much to be said about this Uno Mille team, seeing as this core of Vikings KR has been around for so long. Kind of just slotting BNC into the role that they had lost, and then Leo Monster into the fragging power that they had lost as well. It's pretty much just the same pieces, or rather the same core with a few different pieces. It's less shiny than it once was, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, man, it is really a degree type of day. I have the same read. I do. I think that, you know, BNC can be a real light for this team. I think Leo Monster has been good, has looked good in previous teams, and now into this team also looks good. I think ZMB's calling is pretty decent. What I think is a little bit of a frustration for me is how consistently meh Remix is as an Opper. I like, he has some highlight moments, you know, it's not meant to dog the guy, but it is just a situation where when we talk about like a guy that can take over a game, I feel like Remix is very rarely that. And as an Opper, I think that is a hard thing to exist in, a hard space to exist in. And so it's often BNC and Leo Monster kind of leading the charge. I think the system for Uno Mille is actually very good, and they rely on that, and that's part of the reason why it's not that big of a problem that Remix is less than like that superstar like potential level. But at the same time, I think that's part of the reason they kind of hit that ceiling and have trouble moving forward. We are going to move forward, though, moving on into this veto, Tony. And I think, you know, there's very clear permabans here, which really makes these picks what I thought was going to be obvious, a little less obvious that Shin didn't go into Nuke, though.
I actually didn't really have very many expectations at all other than the bans going into this. I think the picks were kind of up in the air for me, so seeing Nuke and Anubis, I mean, we're already familiar with how these maps are to be played out. We're already a little bit warmed up on our callouts on that one, just as well as the last best-of-3 preceding had gotten both of those maps played out, with Dust 2 being the outlier of a third if we do want to go down deep and dirty into that, as that will be a pretty banger decider in my opinion if we do hit that point. But I think if we're looking at Nuke, I'm going to be looking at Uno Mille more often than not, and really the only difference maker potential being Ivs. So I really would want to see whether or not, I'm going to say IVZ, I guess. Ivs sounds kind of stupid, but
I have no idea. I was going with
sorry
IVZ
to bro
before.
if that's it, but
Hey, let us know. I mean, unironically, we only know if you let us know. So, if we're getting it wrong, please correct us. We do want to be right on that stuff. It's important. Public service announcement. But yeah, here's what's interesting, right? Uno Mille, as long as they've been around, like even before they were this iteration of the squad, they've been a Nuke. So, I think that I just have a lot of faith in their squad on this map. Remix. Gonna get into the mix with a opening duel, pressured, but Nacho and Roy together still can't find victories. Wait, Roy, wait.
Pink, Bop, ZMB spots out both players as he goes undetected in such a sneaky little spot. Goes uncleared, And unfortunately, not a single Brazilian player will fall.
Not one at all. I don't think Unomile had any troubles in this round, mostly because they could just rely on Remix to, when he's poised with essentially a 1-on-2 there in lockers, he's won both of those fights. He can comfortably get back down to the B bomb site and overlooked at least a couple of those positions, Dark being one of them.
Very convicted call towards the ramp, and where Unomile are more than fine actually giving that space up. It's interesting you'll see a smoke drop there. Not very often, if honestly ever you will. But it does the trick. It does the job that he wanted to. If they go through that, he's going to have full range of vision on them, and if they don't, leaves Unomile with time to make their next move.
Time that, to be honest, they're not exactly taking advantage of.
I think it's okay. If somebody can fast rotate down lower, can they? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe Leo Monster's there? Oh yeah, there he is. Leo Monster was indeed right next to him, but yeah, unfortunately the smokes are a bit problematic there. Cut Leo Monster from providing the support that Realsin so desperately needed.
Oh, good lord.
It's over.
Yeah, I'd just go for the save. You got 2 automatic rifles still on full armor. Pull out of there. It's a shame that the player center site isn't able to get even a 1. Not even a bullet in, actually, as a matter of fact. He wants to play patient, but I don't know. Dude, in my opinion, if you're sitting back silo there, right, and you know that they're coming ramp in some capacity, whether or not the utility has been popped out or you're not, you need to swing. You need to swing. You need to find kills. You need to take the advantage of your distance. You need to actually make your body worth the while, because if you just stand there statue mode and they get up on you, your 1 kill doesn't really matter when nobody else can think back into the site. Maybe Leo Monster can activate there if he swings out for a duel. Maybe he feels more confident fighting through the side of the smoke.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that oftentimes it's easy to get into the mindset of I'm buying time, right? I'm the time taker, right? As opposed to the space creator, because in reality, Shinden just have free space to dominate and close the distance, as you were highlighting.
Giving you a cool little caster call you can use another time, but I'm going to say it out loud here because it may be forgot.
All right.
You could say he's looking to buy time, but he forgot his wallet.
Oh, okay. I'm following.
Left his wallet at home.
Or alternatively,
Ran out of cash.
he's lost his watch.
Looking to buy time, but he lost his watch.
Well, there's a lot of fun ways you could go with that one.
It's an interesting one I haven't actually heard spun on before, but spun on outside is one of the 2 rifles that were saved. Goodbye B and C.
Yeah, and I think that Unomile, with the loss there, they got to stack towards the lower bomb site. But Shinden, I was going to say, they could reroute here, and if they do, it would be a pretty good decision. Anubis is in a very impressive, important spot, and wait a second. The bomb could go down. The bomb could go down. Uh-oh. That reroute opportunity I was talking about, a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more difficult. Oh, if Nacho doesn't stay alive. Crucial double from Nacho to reroute back up to the A bomb site where Remix is in the vent and now removed from both it and the round. Shinden will get there in the end, a little bit more scary than they had thought.
And remember, you and I don't fear anything. So
No fear.
so we can only assume
What fear would
what that fear must be like, yeah.
Yeah, we got no clue first. I do wonder, maybe you have some insight here. BNC was cut from bounty hunters with like when Showtime, when that change came through. And it was both of those changes I was kind of like questioning at the time, and still to this day. I think Showtime a little less so, but like what went wrong? Because that bounty hunters team looked pretty darn good with the 5 that they had, and they've come out and shown that they've got a vision, and they look good with the new roster as well. But I do find it interesting And I wonder what happened that facilitated that cut, because BNC has looked good.
I think I'm trying to brain out who would be the replacement for who in these instances, because I think Turtle would have been the replacement for BNC more effectively, if I'm not mistaken, and Zoc for Showtime. So if that's true, then I think that would have just made the most sense. You know what I mean? Like if that was if they benched him knowing Turtle was the one they were getting, I think that's kind of a no-brainer, and it's kind of just like, uh-oh, unlucky, there was a very clear upgrade. But Showtime is obviously a question of calling. It had to be
Right.
the fact that he was the person they was calling who is now not in the roster, and the player who was already in the roster has now assumed those responsibilities. So
Yeah, with Kaiser taking over.
so I could be wrong in the role for role, but that is my mindset, is that Zoc is an entry fragger, so that would potentially be Showtime's spot as the in-game leader at that point, right? And then more supportively, with some room to cook, ENC for Turtle.
All right.
I don't know 100%, but that's my theory.
Well,
My working
it's just a theory, a game theory, one could say maybe.
I almost made that joke earlier in the cast.
You saved it for me. Thank you. What a kind fellow.
Yeah, it's probably it. Saved the embarrassment for you and me, is what I did, and you just had to bring it back. Off the up, though, that was one of the conversations we were having in the pre-show, is what the expectations of these two different snipers are, and Remix being one of the, I guess, lesser star heavy. Nuke is a map I think he actually does have some pretty decent opping on a good day.
You're absolutely right that this is one of his better maps, and I do think it's also beyond just like that head-to-head, a style difference. Like truly I feel like it's got a bad connotation these days, but like a system opper versus a star opper.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that as a negative.
Looks like he won't get his chance outside of just a rangy one shot onto Nacho, which won't hit its mark. Shinden on this T side, very quickly making good work of each and every opportunity given to them, where honestly in the first, like, I think it's rare that you'll see a T side on Nuke demand as much respect in the first, like, 30 seconds of the round like they have been.
Yeah, I think leaving behind the rounds that, you know, were lesser purchases for Uno Melee, that gun round especially, I think showed it more than anything with how effective Shinden are at getting yard control, and how much Uno Melee just kind of let them have it. Drop into mini, and again, how fast getting into garage. This round very different in the defense is working with so fewer real weapons, but this is going to have to be, I think, the primary target for Uno Melee's first adjustment on CT side. Is some way to answer Shinden's yard control, whether that's taking space elsewhere or fighting for it.
Okay. Well, there's another immediate bomb up somehow into a position to where Uno Melee have no response for. No positioning, no ground, no footing to plant themselves on to try and force back. And this is utter domination right now. I mean, I wonder what this next gun round shows. I wonder if we're going to see Shinden, you know, get a little bit too big for their britches, or if we're going to see them kind of use this momentum positively, because I think this will probably spell utter annihilation here on Nuke if Uno Melee can't show that little bit of grit.
I think it's the perfect time for a risky move, right? Like, you have conditioned outside the entire map up until this point. You can wait for Uno Melee to take the next step, which they will. Look at this, forward position for Remix as he tries to swing out wide. Gonna get a visual double nade. What? Oh my goodness, and he lives. How does he live? Finally removed. Uno Melee. They should not have even gotten a 1-for-1 trade out of that. Remix does a phenomenal job to actually get a kill.
Very, very good indeed. BK1 consistently finding his single kill on the outer extremity at the very minimum. Bet I'll kill one. That's what his name stands for. The I is obviously not a... What's it called? Silence. The monster has actually gone and slipped the net up towards Squeaky Door, trying to catch them with their pants down, but you're going to have to wake up pretty early to catch IVZ. He takes a dink, but he'll still be at least satisfactory with that much. But no gun in hand, his teammate will drop, and not easy on the wider swing than that to adjust. When one bullet is all that it would have taken, it reels in the man to net them around for the first time in a long time.
That's a hard-fought round at that. BK1, as you highlight, has been so good overall working around these smokes, but Remix isolated there. Great work for Leo Monster to get his one. And then reels in, asked to do a whole lot with very little, and they overlook him. There's that pace change that I was saying could have potentially been a good move in the last round. Shinden putting a lot of their pressure towards A early into this one with the top hut molly, Excite molly, and a lot of spam towards door, but that's not the first attempt that they're going to actually lean into. The second iteration and the second try, out and down onto the site goes ZMB, but he gets his before falling. Great flashbangs, but they're stalled out, and Remix drops onto the site. Now he can provide that support.
Support is good, but ooh, ensuring BK1 doesn't have a chance at going for anything more as he's exposed. The damage had already been done. And Melee with the all-important transition into consecutive round wins, and not just a flash in the pan. Do we have any more left in the tank? It's the IVZ off that has been, you know, kind of done away with here, to where hasn't really been needed all that much. I think he could get away with just as much with the AK-47 right now. I think that actually might benefit them in their spacing, personally. See if that theory comes to be proven true. They had to blow the smoke from, I believe, the CT side, actually, it looked like, based on the trajectory and the color of the lines. That wouldn't make sense, really, for Shinden to be the ones to blow it. And they've gone down.
They've gone below instead.
Aha.
There's still a lot of resistance set up here for Uno Melee. We got CMB on the close angle and got Leo Monster to hopefully play off of his contact. A great clear. Wonderful clear for BK1, and Roy with the bodies stacked up next to each other, able to elevate themselves and move forward. IVZ with the finishing blow on what should be this round, unless what?
Dude, what?
Shoot him! Is anyone's eyes open?
I literally, I have no idea what to say. I had no comment on that scenario.
Actually, everyone's eyes were closed. Listen, the player at double, fair enough. I could have been a 4-3 moment. But how did Roy not see him for so long?
How did the CT not react to all of the T-side chaos around him? No chase, gave way to all that space. Like what?
Oh my
Everyone
goodness.
actively asleep.
Yeah.
How to actively asleep? That is the phrase I'm using.
It should be a non-starter, you know? How could you be actively asleep? But yeah. Yep, that's what happened.
And we're napping. And we're napping.
Any nappers in the chat?
That's gonna be me after this best of 3. I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah.
Fat little Tony nap.
Silly as that round looked at the end, though, everything up leading into that point was great for Shinden. They get down lower. They have themselves set up, and a great moment there between BK1 and Roy.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal. I really appreciate how they, understand what could have happened there and read into Unomiele's rotations incredibly strongly.
It was really, honestly, unbelievable how those clears went. They had the perfect read, crosshair to the right moment, and uh-oh. Careful, Biz. He needs to be the man. And that's a blown away CT inside of Mini. This one was bound to be a bit of an offset round from the start, but losing IBZ of all players, also within distance of being able to pick up the sniper rifle, with Remix being, if anyone, the one to do it, that's a little awkward, but I actually don't think they let him get away with that for the round, to be honest. No, but they lose player after player, and now I think they're forced to let him get away with it, actually. And I didn't notice that kill had transpired, where now Reelson gets an AK-2? Big wins. I mean, winning out onto the half, though, more importantly than anything else, are Shinden.
Yeah, I think that Unomiele, like, this win is really just a purative one. It's not got any real substance to it.
Inconsequential, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, it may not be, right? Like, the scoreline... Yes. Well, let me explain. You
can't. You got me. Pause.
You got me.
Okay. All right. I'm glad that you know what I was going for.
Okay.
Anyway.
You did indeed get me. I admit. But what I mean by that is that. What are we? They had no armor. What are we doing? All right. I don't even want to make the point anymore. I don't even want to make the point. The point is moot. What I was gonna say is that.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
That it might get them an extra round, and at least that's something. They got nothing though. They've got nothing.
Can't believe we built the entire thing up
for it all to come down in tatters.
Ooh, well, I mean, they get the up anyway, and they got a full. Yeah, they had a full buy regardless. All good. Just no AK, really, and that's a nice adjustment from Remix, not only for the first, but literally clipping the hip of another behind.
That might save them a little bit, but reactions to that presence over towards ramp is going to mean that if Biz continued walking forward, he might have been in a good spot, but BK1 caught as well by Remix, and that reposition is perfect to find BK1, who we've been talking about in Yard as such a consistent factor. Down there once again is Nacho, left a man walking wounded.
Oh my god, what absolute masterful sprays! Biz, how has he managed to find not only the first, but the swing back through outside? Goodbye and hello to an open A site, open enough for Nacho to get in with a molly and keep them now with relative options for a post plant, to which he actually turns back for a kill first. What has happened?
How is it possible that Remix needs an ace for this to be a win? Unreal.
It's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tilted on his behalf. Wonderful Molotov that might actually take Nacho dead. Oh, they're forced out into the open. Nacho, he doesn't know that they're both there, and it's not fast enough on the flick for Remix to ace clutch that one. Shindid, they fight through a 2-on-4 to win that one.
Dude. Man. Yeah, that's just... Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a non-starter sometimes for your boys around you when that happens, when everything crumbles around you and you're the focal point, the centerpiece. Getting your hot and ready start to a CT side nuke finally kicked off, and it just shatters between you. Thankfully, though, in a very fast turnaround, they're all the way through lobby. They're all the way up, now peering back around to the outside to where everybody else from the T side may have already gone past and bypassed all of this. But oh my Nacho, oh my god, him and Biz, man. They unite on this new T side. What absolute accuracy these two put on display here, and maybe even the potential for a third on the outside of the window. It's Nacho who spotted the shoulder of a fourth and will absolutely take it if given the opportunity.
Nacho is unyielding, unstoppable. And he could be on for another one there too. Nearly has the flick, but IVZ sidesteps him. CMB still looking, but he cannot mess the Tech 9. Nacho unreasonable that he's picked up 4 there. Another round that Uno Mille have such a strong start in where they have everything. The map control is theirs. They can go anywhere. And yet Shinden win. Thanks to Nacho.
Proactivity is insane there from Shinden. It also needs to be said, not giving any vision over to their opponents, knowing that they had flooded the lobby moments before. Not only wrapping down into the lower bomb site, but also wrapping around upper and having at least a line of sight onto anybody to try and cross through over to the secret steps or play off of the heaven mark. Very well done from Shinden from top to bottom, from start to finish. And speaking of the finish, it's looking like they're trying to get us right back on trap. That 15-minute gap that we had left from the last BO3 into this isn't looking all that long now.
EK1 tests it again. Adjustment, Roy. Oh my gosh, everybody is blind. And somehow IVZ had arrived fast enough to provide the support for BK1. Roy, the only one to go down in that measure. Planting, but at what cost?
So awkward, so sporadic chaos on Nuke, where it doesn't seem like Uno Mille are on the same page at any point in this half, and it feels. Oh, that's a $5 million fine in Valorant.
No. It's only like a $20 fine in Valorant. It's a $5 million fine in Overwatch. Someone got banned for that. Did you know?
Did you know?
No, I do know. Were you aware?
Did you know?
Someone got banned for like 3 games in like season 2.
Yeah, they're gonna have a hard time banning me every game.
Yeah,
That's what I'd be doing.
I don't think they will. They just say, Tony, you're banned forever. Bye.
Ow. Okay.
It's pretty easy, actually.
I mean, Uno Mille have no option but to literally force until the end of this game. Like,
Yeah.
Just like simply put.
Yeah, I was really critical of a lot of the 2070 buying decisions here. Yeah, Uno Mille, they're stuck into this one. There's
The
no
decision's
options.
taken out of their hands.
Precisely.
Ooh. Double up at the ramp could be huge for the SMG, but it could be even bigger if they're managing to find damage and output everywhere else in the map to where Shinden can't move anywhere without there being a gun trained on their position.
I think this is, what Reels in brings, to be honest with you, is a lot of his like awareness in the mid round. Does a great job of that. Might still be winnable. BK1's just gotten a lot of very important information. Dinked up is BNC, and they've prepared to go there. They can reroute, but it's into the waiting arms of Roy if they go ramp side. And that smoke makes it even more uncomfortable. They're going to wait it out, and as it starts to fade, do they anticipate the closeness of Roy?
Oh, wait, BK1's there too. They're both holding on, and if they can find BK1 first, that might be a better way of clearing him, knowing he was here before. But yeah, it's such a hard clear. You have to swing right first, and then when your left is exposed, it's Roy who takes advantage. It's he and BK1 who claw back what could very well have been the force buy to Brute, force their way into a comeback territory, but nope, not quite. No dice.
Shinden seemingly cannot lose 2v4s, 2v3s. Like, they are somehow buffed infinitely in these types of rounds. This is the 3rd one of this map, and it's only been 14 rounds. That is absurd.
Trying to play inside of this incendiary. Remix gets second of cook time.
Okay,
A
Tony.
sear, if you will. What?
All right. This time, I can't be crazy. We're buying a CZ for the ramp rush instead of a tech.
I guess he must not have it equipped.
That's even more criminal.
Perhaps.
Go ahead, defend that.
I don't like
Please.
the CZ, but everybody else tells me I'm crazy for not liking it, so.
Yeah, everyone else is wrong.
And Well, I mean, provably there, it didn't really do them much good. So at the last of the half, we'll see what they can get done with some rifles, as they've had them before in scatter, without as much body armor to boot and without an AK as far as I remember back. The Lil's scout. Already one of these weapons having been dispatched of in the first 25. Any more successful without any smokes left other than a singular for Remix, as he'd rather post, and he's not going to be able to do much of a damn near thing. He's on his lonesome now, and the bomb has been let loose.
I mean, a brutal spray there, too, from ZMB. Nacho left mostly fine after 20 bullets.
Get out of my way!
Uno Melee. Fortunately, taking space back towards ramp side at least. The bomb can be recollected from Remix. And
Nacho with the hard rotate.
problem is that as much as Uno Melee have ramp space, they don't have much of anything else.
You got Leo Monster. They lost Leo Monster. He looked like he was actually good for the second one. For a second there.
Remix is going A.
And Nacho's still stuck to his guns about that, so he could be the running man, the front man to shut it down before it has a chance. Back to B.
They don't have time to be walking this out. They have 15 seconds left on the clock, and they've still got someone to deal with here in the form of BK1.
Gun barrel!
Oh, no. Barrel spotted. And so, I tell a lie, they do indeed have the time.
Okay.
Can't deny the bomb plant, and Roy steps out to his own demise. 1v2 for Nacho. And he's dead and gone.
That's an interesting way to let that one slide if you're shinned in, but all good. Surely they don't let a 12-3 lead slip, or else probably disband.
Seems a little
Nope.
extreme.
12-3 CT side nuke, you should probably disband if you handle that. Your team has deeper rooted issues if you can't. That's mental right there.
Oh, that's the gauntlet. We've laid it down. This one should be a lot easier of a round. Uno Melee really haven't had any of these. Easy rounds, that is. Some way. Everyone's blind, and so Leo Monster survives his engagement. I'm denied. Never mind. It gets down. Regardless, this will be a quick close.
Dinked up at the last step. Remix gets away with his life with a shot of his own back, and they can invest with the tactical timeout. I think they've got to be pretty conservative about who gets what and where it's put, though. So, a good conversation to have, given that this round, right, this is going to be your first quote-unquote full buy. You've got one more off if you lose, to where you'll get probably a better buy than you ever had before to follow. But they're actually going to go in on a dropped over AWP, it looks like. Unless IVZ could have afforded that on his own. I don't think he could have with armor. I think he dropped over the A4 to somebody else. I think it was Nacho, probably, seeing as he has no utility.
Yep.
But there is a clear pathway that they're trying to take right now in order to batten down the hatches, to where they're not taking all too many risks, but they're just using the rounds that they have. It's the best of their ability while they have the buffer. A sooner finish than later is ideal, but they're not just throwing it to the wayside.
Yeah, no panic stations just yet for Shinden. That's what we're seeing.
They've already kind of dumped the majority of this utility, so I wonder what the next move is once they have to, you know, maybe drop another smoke towards door, or molly off, or a ramp push, or something of that nature. Then things get problematic.
That's got to be Crux on IVZ, or maybe Roy just hitting the shots. I think VNC gets team flashed right there, which is a little bit frustrating. IVZ drops into the site. That's an aggressive move, and he's punished for it. BK1, those slides through the smoke, and he's going to get his and more. That's the closer for BK1 to put the finishing touches on a fantastic map of Counter-Strike from him. A team effort, though, for Shinden, as they dominate Uno Melee on Nuke.
That was really good. I want to say that this was an absolute team over team game, like from, you know, literally every stretch of the imagination, it felt like. And I'll say that a not so silent killer, but definitely probably the most quiet of them all in terms of us having to say his name consistently in these big moments was Roy. And I want to give him the biggest kudos probably, because we said BK1, we said Abiz, we said Nacho, we said IVZ, and we said Roy every now and then, but him being like near top of the board, just 1 kill away, it's pretty impressive that that is the case, that he isn't going to be in these necessarily like superstar moments that we have from these other guys, getting these double kills in moments or clutch pullbacks in the 2vx's, but certainly in a lot of instances in the mid to early round, putting in his kill and then going quiet for the rest of it, and that's fine. That's more than fine.
Well, and he was a crucial part of those 2vx moments. 2 out of 3 of them, he was a part.
Oh, he was 2 out of 3. I thought he was only in 1.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely was a big fashion. I think it was him and Nacho in the one right before the MP9 one that you're probably thinking
That
of
was
on
the one,
TT
yeah.
side. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big moment that he was able to take, and even beyond those big moments as well. I think shout out to Nacho in that way. I think it's similarly so. It works out just because we had talked about him a lot in the pregame, but in those same types of moments, you know, thinking about the lower move where he is. There were 3 on 4, and he's getting 4 kills in order to help them close the round. Yeah, every time that, you know, Shinden were down, they were able to fight back. That's where the individual shined, and as a whole, I mean, they seem prepared for anything and everything that was thrown at them.
And I guess the only question left with that is, will they be prepared enough for Anubis? I mean, that was a map where I think you were kind of chalking it up to that being a pretty decent Uno Melee map with Shinden having a decent chance across all 3, I think you had said. Was that how you had phrased it, right? And now you look into this one to where Anubis has to be the start, because the T side from Shinden was literally unrelenting. It didn't seem like there was an end in sight. Last BO3, it was primarily one guy from the side of 2070, right? That was us talking more so about, was it Lil Zinho? And this is a full team of that kind of effort right now. So if we see more in that over and over again going into a map like Anubis, it's going to be a hard ask. So we'll see whether or not these guys have full steam ahead, or if they're shoveled all their coal in a little too quickly in just about 10 minutes time. this is the Shinden that we had come, or at least hoped to expect, following the time that they've spent together now with Nacho. And over the previous couple of weeks, they've improved little by little, and that is about as big as a statement on a map like Nuke that it could possibly have gotten.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about a map that I thought going into that, didn't think it was a bad pick, but I thought there was other potential picks available to Shinden, and I'm like, okay, well, let's see what they've got. They showed up, and they showed off what they had, and what they had was a really cohesive game plan that worked very effectively, and then even when things went wrong, they had the individuals to bail them out every single time, it seemed.
Yeah, it felt like they had all those clutch moments in their back pocket. It felt like they had all the 1-versus-1 individual head-to-heads in their back pocket just as well, and they have 2 back pockets, so they can fit them. Now, let's see if they have their hands in their pockets for this second map, as they're going to need to be absolutely active, and they're going to need to have their hands on their keyboards and their mice 100% of the time, because if we see a resurgence from Una Mile on this CT side, that could be an awkward start for them. But Shinden, as mentioned towards the end of the last map, they get their choice, and they get to go onto the attack here on map 2 of Anubis.
Yeah, and it's a head-to-head we've seen before here, Shinden and Uno Mile on Nuke. It was Uno Mile 13-5 just a couple of weeks ago in the previous CCT. So, I won't say that my thoughts are like high on Shinden, despite the fact that they get to start the T side, despite the fact that they dominated Nuke. This is Uno Mile's domain.
They're flooding off the bridge. Leo Monster ready with the dual Berettas is going to be able to line them, as they're going to drop right onto the same spot. He'll find the pair, and everyone else seemed to activated right at the moment to follow. And ZMB, he was a player that I will say I was pretty impressed with the last time around I had gotten to cast him. He's been a little bit quiet over on the last Nuke, but already on Anubis, he's started it off with a little bit of a bang.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of quiet, right? BNC very quiet on that first mount, so look to him as a resurgent factor if Una Mile want to take that. But I think that I would go out on a limb and say that the most important pistol round that you can win is the CT side of Anubis. I think that is like the biggest value of a pistol round in the entire game. Like 1 round value, you want to win a single round, win that one.
You would think that, yeah. That is a very Vincent thought to have, yeah.
Yeah, I did have it. I guess you do have me on that. I can't
can't
come back.
Yeah. It's very Vincent of you.
Alright, we're moving on. he's stuck.
I'm not. I'm just obsessed. They are 1 flash into B play right now. That's their call. This is genius, some would say. This is a call that I would make.
This is a call you would make.
And it's over.
Very Tony.
CMB already is 1 kill away from meeting himself on the last map in the first 2 rounds of Anubis.
And we're being mean. And we're being a mean.
I'm stating the facts.
Yeah. Facts are mean sometimes, and you know it, and I know it.
Don't care.
And you don't care. Me neither. Me neither. Shinden, though, they do care. They do care that they zoomed through that that eco round, and they zoomed in to the gun rounds. They did look pretty decent here, Shinden. At 1 point against Pain, and then they lost. I mean, I got to cast that game. It was bad. They had so many opportunities, and they never were able to close. So I'm maybe a little bit thrown off by that as well.
Take my keys, my wallet.
That hit me all at once. I was so confused for a second.
Yeah, but you get it now?
I do.
Very good. There's just a nade after nade in mid right now, an absolute war zone. Boom, pow, pow, boom, boom. And ZMB's just sitting here like, I'm going to smoke B main now. Getting kind of scared as to what's going on around about me. And mid not yet having been compromised, soon to be potentially.
There's so many players here. BNC makes himself known. Remix gets the quick trade. Might get another one too, but finally bested by Roy. Those duels and trades very effective in the favor of Shinden. 3-on-2 now, and they scale towards A in the process. Roy holding back the mid rotation in the meantime. Gonna make Una Mile's life pretty tough.
Oh, Back spotted at the player at the camera, and now they'll both actually find the kills required to actually isolate the player center site, and that is a round turned very quickly on their snapback once the smokes had faded. They just weren't ready for the possibility of a player sliding through beach, let alone two.
Yeah, and maybe they should have known that was going to be a possibility when you had so much information with Roy holding mid lurk as well. I think that Shinden, they look surprised, but probably shouldn't have been all that surprised.
I agree.
All things considered.
Oh, we're doing a green again.
Darn it.
We're on our agreeing arc.
So odd. Are we normally at each other's throats?
Shut up.
There we go. That's more the usual.
We're back. We're so back.
We are back.
I mean, speaking of being back, they're back into a bye, Shinden, thanks to the bomb plant, right? And they had gotten 3 kills, so it feels like it's worth their while. CMB yet to die.
What happens when you don't lose a gunfight?
Bomb's still back towards B, though, so I mean, it kind of looks like they want to just put their pressure on the points and then pull it on back. And that looks, well, yeah, maybe a B split is going around the bend. This mid presence from Nacho could be everything later on.
It can't be anything else but the B split. I mean, the utility they have doesn't allow anything else. Yeah, uh-oh, bad news. And it continues. Abiz can eat the nade. He's got support, but it's only in the form of Nacho, who's just dropped onto him. Double kill from Nacho, though. He might be able to bring this back, as he did so many times on Nuke. IVZ, but not with his trusty big green, just with the AK-47 instead. Long flank coming, too.
No kit.
They're like timing themselves out.
No, that's got to be the save. Remix is not getting anywhere near this bomb site, even if there was a kill from Reelsin, but okay.
Now they can go.
Kind of defeats the purpose of your teammate jiggling that. But now he can play for his 1 versus 1, and there's no smoke. There's actually one picked up. Oh, no tap. Oh, no stick. He didn't have the kit. So, yeah, he was just going to go for that kill. He can get out of the way with the op saved, at least. I mean, that's something. But a round win, not in the way that I was anticipating for it to come through, and also not as late as I had anticipated it to come through. But, you know, they'll take it where they can get it. It's a little bit chaotic, and it's cryptic as to where the last of Nacho is even at this point into the round, but all the more the activation's importance for him.
I mean, another 2v4 brought to bear here for Shinden. That's a common factor as we slide between maps 1 and 2, though. Seemingly, Shinden never out of a round. Nacho and IVZ clutching it up to make that one happen. And I mean, I say Nacho and IVZ. Nacho really the only one who had the impact there. Mix get another op, or rather that one was that one recollected, pardon me. Toss back over.
Oh. Chance now for Reelsin to maybe pop off a deagle shot, I was going to say, but he just get burnt out. Close spot. But speaking of being close, holy moly, Abiz is right up close and personal to Remix, and Reelsin pressure. Deagle! Good for a pair around this pillar, and surely not any more than that. It would have been a masterclass of the hold if it wasn't already, to be honest with you. But, I mean, we've seen these 2v3s converted before, and IVZ is not all that healthy, but they still have yet to invest into a kit.
That's crazy. Also, I think they did have one at the end. I think Reelsin had one. He picked it up.
The Deagle player? That's so crazy.
Or no, sorry. Who had saved the op from that?
Remix. Okay, well, Reelsin saved the op.
Yeah, so he ran over a kit in E-Box at the end.
Oh, so the Deagle player had the kit. The A anchor had the kit. Yeah.
Right.
I guess that makes sense. The bomb would be down there. So.
Yeah. Point being that there was a kit available.
There was a kit.
Assuming it was
wait a minute, you're telling me there was a kit in the round that he tapped the bomb and then killed the guy?
Yeah, in E-Box.
Oh, man.
And now that kit is on a site on his body.
So sad. Shinden are probably smiling ear to ear, though.
Loving it. all the way back, and maybe not all the way, but soon to be all the way back. I say that based on the fact that Uno Melee are going to really struggle to have anything other than these saved guns. It's USP, a little bit of an upgrade here for Reelson, but otherwise a round that they're going to have to lean on Leo Monster and ZMB, though that has been a pretty good strategy thus far this map.
Leo Monster hoping that this elevation will net him something soon enough, but no one to come. Missed flashed even, actually. But, I mean, he's not really successfully sold a fake or anything. They're still here in numbers and in troves. This A1S, once again, dishing out the damage of ZMB.
Bomb drop. Great moment there for BK1. He's not out of the woods yet, though. BNC is still testing the waters over there, trying to root out. IVZ gets spotted. Oh, and that's a win. Now IVZ isolated. A 1v2. It's going to have to be settled up for. Bomb not easily collected. They're just going to step back, step away, make it difficult for IVZ to piece up these duels. One. He gets an opportunity. Honestly, he's got to go for the bomb plant now.
Above all else, yeah. I mean, they're not going to be able to fight him while he goes for it. That's a silver lining that he's got going for him if he wants to go for a post-plant. Now, he's giving them room to go for that tap. And no.
They hear it.
They're going to. They're going to beat him there. This is sad.
The bomb plant for you.
Oh, he doesn't want to go through, though. He waits. Are they just going to run it? They're both going to run it. They're both going to run it. Oh, he doesn't have his pistol pulled. He actually realistically could have won that with a body shot to Reelson and an op pulled, or maybe even a headshot to BNC to start. There was a world, but excitement now toned down as we go back into the reality of things. There were 4 secured off the back of a singular rifle, or well, they had to, but it was that one that had done the most work. The damage inflicted later upon it, though, was the A4. Both guns getting their use of it.
It's been ZMB all the way through. Uno Melee have been able to rely on ZMB to hit everything that's been put in front of him. Anytime he's actually had an attempt or a possibility to impact the round, it's been massive. It's forced Shinden onto an eco themselves. Got very little, couple of upgrades in as much as 1 Deagle, 1 Tech 9. No utility, nothing to facilitate an entryway into either of these bomb sites.
Getting kind of silly with it. Popping off a couple of shots inside at the hip. The clock's actually making it work. They can get this bomb plant. Yeah, there's no way they're jumping atop him. Very big in economics they found themselves previously in strife of. For now, I guess even scared of Uno Melee, where they retrieve both of these weapons. They flash for a fighted camera, and BK1 will go for it eventually. The continuation, but surely not another! What is that? He needed to get every single player in that succession and in that order, and amongst all the odds pinned against him, BK1 for 3.
They had Glocks, Tony! They had Glocks. Actual pots and pans. They had nothing. And yet still the one recovery mission, the rifle into BK1's hands, and he's the man to wield it. 1v3 clutch. And Shinden, take a moment to calm it down, because things are certainly hyped up there. Uno Melee thought they'd done a miracle by winning with 2 guns saved. Shinden showed them what true miracles look like when you have Glocks in your hands.
Good gosh. All right. I need a breather too. That one was.
I don't think you're gonna get it.
That one was a lot of good fun, but not so fun as IVZ finding himself on the short end of a stick of a remix op that's been invested upon. They've gone knees deep. He's rotated.
It's just so hard to flash that angle, generally speaking, and you got so many players here. ZMB and Leo Monster on the scene. Remix unaffected in so many of those moments. He gets 3 before taken down, and it's ZMB's double to close it out. Uno Mile, I mean, they struggle. They lose the round to Glocks, but with 2 rifles, they come away successful twice over.
A 1v3 and for what, man?
BK1 needs a shirt. I 1v3'd them, and this is all I got.
That's so sad. DMB is actually taking up the luxury of the AWP for now.
Your bullet?
Where bullet go? Running it in, they might do it again, Vincent. Have they done it again? It might not be Glocks, but it's damn near close, and the site has already gotten them weapons to utilize and a resmoke available. This is not good.
Okay, correction, it's really not that close. They have pistols and armor, so not quite the same. And it makes it even worse, though, for Uno Mile on this retake, because, you know, they don't have to just deal with unarmored opposition. They've given Nacho not to work with. They wait out this smoke.
1D.
I mean, do they wait too long? It is the 1D. How about another one? Not quite. 1D.
Astray. They can grab all these weapons and run it out.
If you hit the 7th bullet on your deagle, is that,
1D.
do we count that as a 1D?
I do, for me, yeah.
But if you're like,
No, yeah.
I'm giving you the job, you are the stats definer at HLTV. Are we counting that as a 1D on the stats page?
On Why Not's HLTV, yes.
Anyone else's?
No.
Okay.
That's your 7th bullet from a deagle. Are you kidding me? You have to hit the first bullet.
Otherwise you're washed?
Exactly.
Okay. Well,
Another round.
Uno Mile, why not? I mean, these have been so effective for Uno Mile.
Mixed bag buys, yeah. And they might have just done it again off the rip. There's an AK. We're getting out of there. You don't get a gun, though. Sorry, pal.
Yeah.
Too slow.
You're just fresh out of luck there, BNC. Sorry, buddy. But, I mean, really proactive, too. Uno Mile come back. As soon as they clear a main, you go back to look towards mid-control. This is where Shinden, not recently, but very often at the beginning of this map, had pressured a lot. So I think this is a really intelligent move for Uno Mile, and they're about to have a bit of a cutoff here. Up as well around the corner. Great work for BK1 to retaliate. Uno Mile still advantaged after that one.
Take a good advantage when offered, which has been a consistency, I think, for them throughout this map. There goes the lone smoke. The low BK1 playing still at a rifle to where IVZ has his sniper. Trade out the bomb, and they'll do it audibly so. There's a player on both sides of this wall, but Remix with a collateral. Another one added to the tally, his second in the series, and he'll finish it with a third, a hat trick to boot it. If the double wasn't already enough.
I mean, that is, again, absurd. The fashion in which these rounds are coming flying thick and fast. But when Uno Mile is still finding rounds, again, we talked about the threat of the T side and what it means to win on the CT. Often, it's just a survival tactic. They're doing more. They thrive in these chaotic moments. In these less than stellar buys. To the mid prong, try this again. Remix knows that he's under threat from pistols flying at him. Unfortunately for him, going to be able to overwhelm. There might be more to be had here. Up is well into IVZ's hands. I want to get him posted on an angle soon, but instead he'll plant the bomb. He gets elevated, but this is being read into. BNC has the vision and the frag.
That's some reamers, though, from Nacho, who still gets to play in a tucked spot. BNB drops a nade, expecting him to come late, but he was already on the slide. An unanticipatory peek out, and he gets the 1v2 a little easier than maybe they would have preferred it to be if you were Unomile to let another slip and slide. Although, the ends of it all, still very much so. A beautiful CT half to finish on, even at just 6, if that's what it takes.
So we go back to this. Unomile, I mean, to be fair, half their rounds are on buys like this. That one starts off a little bit worse for wear, but BNC falls where Reelson stands tall. Double kill out of the FAMAS. He wants to fight more. Isn't going to take that inclination, though. Instead, fall back. Still so much presence here. Lurk smoke and everything.
I love this boost. I was using this when the map first came out with the AWP. Saved gun. I was like, peek me, I dare you. Smoke heaven, I dare you. As you can see over
They
it.
didn't.
Times. And they didn't. Actually, never. B-site is looking pretty easy for the taking if they can just deal with a singular pistol, I was going to say. But they actually go for the bomb plant before it's known to be clear and clean and ready to go. They've got nothing to play for their post plant other than a singular spot, and Nacho once again left with his own devices to him. I don't really like how this one has evolved, unfortunately. The AWP misses the mark, so too does the first FAMAS onto the swing. A tap out, now all 3 to hold, and Nacho feels pressured, and that pressure will cause him to go for the full committal to where Reelson is more than ready enough for a multi.
Well, moving from the last map where Shinden felt like they had every single moment where there was a clutch required, a step up needed, anything, and they had it, to the opposite true, and Unomile taking the cake in that respect on this map thus far. Clutch, no problem. Half by, what issue? No consistency found for Shinden's T side. Another devastating middling buy with FAMAS's aplenty. Gives Unomile their 7. 4 rounds where they had 3 or less rifles that they win.
Pop off a shot like that. Unomile are looking hot and ready for this next peak and pull, but they actually haven't gone all that further deep into mid following the kill, and it allows the dualies to peer back in and out with a teammate in boot and in tow. They've both found their success stories, and we're just popping shots off on a shoulder swing. Everybody from Shinden looking alive. Well, except for Nacho. He's looking kind of dead.
Yeah.
Help me! This is what I would be saying in this spot. 1 bullet. Oh!
Help arrives just in time, and IVC looking to put another one down range. On target that time as well. Triple kill out of IVZ. It starts off on the refrag from mid and continues as Unomile flounder, even off the back of the opening pick. Look at this. Leo bop, only for he and the rest of the team to fall apart very shortly thereafter. Shouldn't be much that Unomile can do in this type of round. whatever that future holds, it's pistols aplenty involved.
Trying their damnedest with what they've got. Melee are going to have to pull the rabbit out of the hat in the same way that the Magic had appeared for Shinden in the last half. But they're not as gelled across the board as Shinden were when that would have been the case. They're quite significantly scattered on this default, as you say, to try and get a pick here or there. But they've actually traded places in mid right now. There are two players that have walked right by one another, and it's Remix who's gotten the bomb over towards the A site for free.
Oh, and he's going to get a bomb plant out of it. That's a huge win.
Absolutely massive.
I mean, free bomb plant. Shinden are going to be wondering, how the hell did they get past us? Like actually, you look at this perspective, and this would start an argument.
1v4.
The two of us would argue about how this happened in real life.
Probably, yeah. This would be, like, unironically, it would be me in mid, and then I would be the one to walk past the smoke. I was like, I've been mid the whole time.
Me and A, and you're like, he had to have been rugs. He had to have been rugs, Vincent. You didn't check it. I'm like, no, Tony, I checked it. I watched.
Oh, I didn't see. I didn't see the players you pushed through actually clear rugs. So
exactly.
Could very well have been you too, dude.
Exactly. That's the point.
Maybe I shouldn't be walking through smokes, and you should be clearing your angles.
What if I didn't though? For funny.
You think you wanted it to be the case? I do that. I actually do that sometimes when we're playing, where I'm like, if that is happening, and you hear me say it like audibly sometimes. I'm like, if he is doing this, he deserves it.
He's just a winner.
If this thing is happening that I don't want to happen, then he deserves it. And if he kills me, or if he passes me up, or whatever the case may be, then you know what, bro?
More accurately,
congratulations. If
he kills you, my teammate, all good. He deserved it.
If he kills you, though, and you do the thing, then you're getting reamed. That's a cool flashbang I should use more often.
Oh, yeah. I'm a big fan of it. It's especially nice to
That's
when you're
how
on
you line
the
up the
extremity
nade.
alone. Yeah, I told you it was a lineup, Hozo.
Actually pretty
You
good.
told me I was stupid and that wasn't where
well,
it
you
was.
shouldn't be throwing it off spawn from that spot because it takes longer to set up.
I want an apology written.
Yeah, never mind.
Big damage on that nade, by the way. But it's not going to be so big for Shinden. And they lose out on one of their B players. That being said, BK1 is like in domain. They know that there's no one at B.
So sad. It was the perfect play, man. He shoots at his feet. And it's just an absolute massacre elsewhere across this board, where BK1 is left wondering, where did everybody go? Come back. Respawn.
Well, they will. Just, a little later. Urine's back. Just realized Remix is on a glass cannon here. I didn't recognize that. But it won't be a problem. Doesn't trouble him. He can escape with the rest of Uno Melee, and critically, all 5 going to stay alive here too. That really helps to correct the record where Shinden, their pistol round win, and the follow-up rounds allowed them to do some building of their own. Uno Melee start that same process on their T side. Ooh, and Shinden can't buy. I mean, they can, and they might, but money is certainly not great.
Who are you to talk about their finances, Vincent?
Well,
You think it's a little
if you,
personal? You think it's a little private?
well, if you had watched the collegiate broadcast, you would know that I'm actually a student of finance, and I have a degree in finance, so I'm pretty well qualified.
To be giving away people's personals, yeah, probably you'd make a great accountant.
Well, you know, they put it on stream. I'm just commenting on it. It's a little different.
I've heard about this.
You would know if you were a lawyer like me.
A lawyer. Lawyer. That's a easy little opening. No hitches. No strings attached.
Oh, spotted out.
Oh.
Not the greatest
Oh!
of spray. Roy comes in, and oh, he's out as well. Escape made. Oh boy. Shinden.
You got guns.
Yeah, big guns at that.
That smoke's actually pretty big too. I want to see if he's... Oh, 5-7 can catch the cross of the op. He can't, but they can, at the very least, get themselves a man advantage under the retake. No armor, not really that big of a deal, because if Remix misses a shot, he's dead man walking.
Problem is trying to make him miss.
No.
Or maybe not. Not so difficult, actually. ZMB, hero of this map, though. 17-8. He's going to need 20 if this round is to change.
A main clear. Camera clear. Come on, guys.
Yeah. Gotta know where he's located by this point. There's a kit. Roy has a kit. Wait, hold on. There's no way he expects him to have a kit. He's lost this round just by dint of that alone.
Nice shots, though.
He does hit the shots, but
No! Yeah. The E-key betrayal almost came through.
Oh,
I hate that.
That's not a bug I run into too. I haven't had that bug at all.
Been having it for literally a decade now, so...
Yeah, well, in Go, not in 2 though.
Never ceases, Winston. Or never changes.
One could say it's inevitable, just like Shinden on eco
This
rounds.
is just 8 and HE in retort from the E-Steps area. From the Bozo spot.
You're so angry. You're actually so angry.
Nice positioning.
I think he actually was in your spot.
Nope.
I think you might have been.
I think you're gonna have to go back in the demo to prove me wrong.
I think you're tilted. Oh, he's tilted.
Okay. Miss smoke. Oh, it hit. Mark can be on the money in more ways than one.
It's just devastated that he couldn't be on the money in victory in that last round, but seemingly going to be a different story here. BNC catches onto one of these B players, and Roy now alone. He's got a lot of work to do. Oh my goodness, he's caught the timing, but it's not the spray! Not the spray he was looking for. ZMB still gets his, and with BNC on the other extremity on B, IVZ will be left solo.
Just save. This is worth saving. Your teammates have above 2,000 on a pair.
You're right, but you don't know IVZ.
Oh yeah.
Unironically, IVZ blew my mind in the Anubis game against Pain Academy. He had, like, I want to say 3 almost 1v4s with the op. And, like, I mean, genuinely, it looked like Kenny S was in the server. So when he goes in, I watch, I wait, bated breath. But he's out. So I can breathe easy as can Uno and Melee with their hard-fought lead returned to them.
But for how long of a time, given the ability to reinvest now offered over, MP9 for IVZ can absolutely be tossed.
Ro's got utility instead. He'll let PK1 wield the hand cannon instead.
this is the chance for this 5-7 to actually pop off onto first at A main, but Remix lucky, really, to echolocate where that player was going. Pop the shot in.
Immediate reclear, though, for Abiz, so Shinden aren't really in that bad a spot because of it. Roy is locked in here against ZMB's mid lurk. Incredible. Now, unfortunately, PK1 is going to be in a bit of trouble. He's leveled into E-Box. Oh my goodness, through the smoke. And he nearly tracks down another one. They don't know about PK1's position just yet, and its reinforcements arriving from E-Box side as well. Unknown and now cleared. BNC only gets his one, and it is a massive round. Turn about face as Shinden find their way into a tie game again.
That's certainly one way to do it. Denial of the bomb plant above all else, Vincent. That is the biggest of all victories there, as keeping their numbers up would have been one thing, even if they had dropped more of them. I think that's just so very large, and in charge they find this double-digit score line if it's Unomile who take a round off to get themselves all of their fixings once more. They don't.
No. And I don't blame them here. Unomile, this has been such a successful adjustment for them so many times. Oh, uh-oh. They're not stopping, and Abiz realizes that at the last moment. This AK arms up.
Don't need that much room.
Step forward and body spotted, but the op teed up surely for IVZ to successfully hit the shot. Unfortunately, the miss. He hits the hard one though, and follows it up with a double. Almost 3 as he takes the pistol out. It's Nacho to finish off that food. Shinden, they do close it out. Moving forward.
I'm glad that Abiz is feeling himself a little bit now, but he's certainly giving me a little bit of a scare when he finds a pair and then goes even further beyond for that much, with his teammate not having the vision needed to actually help him. Full commit into that. But, you know, all's well that ends well as the story wraps up neatly and tight into a bow as another round goes bomb plantless. It's another round that Unomile need to take in consideration of what to do next, because their loss bonus has really not buffed up all that much. So, losing out here, they'll have just about their full charter. But 11 for Shinden on CT. I mean, they can afford to let a few slip from that point.
I'm going to say it now. It was I think 7 map points and match points that Shinden had against Pain Academy earlier this Swiss stage. Go back and double check that in a moment, but it did eventually close. We're gonna get a couple of freebies on the first face. He gets another opportunity. Goes back with the pistol. That might have been a little bit greedy. We're very fortunate that IVZ doesn't have to repurchase all of that utility.
Yeah, and see, this is what I was talking about. Very quickly, you'll see it come through. The conversation was only like 30 seconds ago, 40 seconds ago, and oh, a little bit of a match medic, no worries. I'll talk about the buy the next time that they pull it out, actually, because I think we're going to have a minute here before we can probably get everybody back in. This seems to be more of an extended issue, I feel like. But,
oh, yeah.
Maybe we can take a quick second to talk about the fact that they had a Galil. A little bit of utility missing here and there. Nothing crazy, but, you know, Unomile just kind of putting all their eggs into one basket into this 21st round. That's the series, if they lose. Like, that's it, you know? And even then, if they win their rounds, they're going to have to do them relatively cleanly on top of that.
This is the example. This is the thing. All on green. what is happening?
I think we're doing the respawn shuffle.
No, I want a different spawn. Give me the other spawn.
It's all tactical.
All part of the plan. Yeah, it was this map, by the way, that Shinden had something along the lines of 7, 8 map points they could have closed. Got to 12 first. And ironically enough, it was 12-9 as well. Funny if that were to come to pass, but and they ultimately lost the map. Still won the series, lost the map. Can't be too far off in their minds. Wise decision, I think, for IVZ to fall back. Go back to camera instead of the forward house positioning. Unomile already on a worryingly small amount of utility. Enough, but there's no time to, like, reroute, really.
Now, hearing the op ring true, IVZ in the moment to do it, to be honest with you, because there was nobody in sight for Unomile to be able to fire back or try and take space elsewhere. They were all on rediscovery back towards A. And speaking of rediscovery, what's going on over at mid? IVZ to set up the rest for that, and once they have that information bound, they can play for this A site, and one more pick from the sniper in fall away might just be it all. He wanted to jump through that, you could tell. His teammates have gotten close, but not close enough to deny even a singular shot. It's simultaneous. ZMB and Reelson fire a shot through, and I think this might actually even be call for a save, but no, they've got money. I may as well go for it, but it's going to be a hard ask.
Yeah, well, with a double up towards boat, maybe it isn't that difficult with BK1 and Roy. They both win their ones. Now, Remix isolated on the site. ZMB gonna have to try and find impact. Remix cleared, absolutely. Now ZMB alone. Time ticking. Now spotted. Gotta get there, and a wide swing will end it. There's Shinden for 12. And that retake is fast enough. They'll get there with a very separated host plant for Unomile.
Dude, I am very, very impressed with how this has gone down in turnaround and about face following what was a little bit of a lackluster first half from Shinden. I built up the storyline that I was expecting to see a better side on T than on defensive, but, you know, glad to be proven wrong. They've shown that their versatility stretches further beyond that.
It's almost fitting, though. It's one of these less than stellar purchases. It's a lot better with the bomb plant and the loss bonus for Unomile than they had experienced on the CT side, but so much of that CT side success was bought with really bad money all the way through, and OPK1.
Dude, he just saw a conga line.
He did. 4 guys seen. They're gonna stick with it.
Oh, I thought that one of those might have been a clip to the head. The AK so very potent as they get themselves into a bit further of a line than even we had come to anticipate from Roy. Swinging farther beyond as his teammates have fallen one after another to get a kill and dish damage onto BNC, who's doubled. But still, it's IVZ who started to heat up little by little as this half has gone by, and a burnout to center of the site. It's Abiz who's made the read, and a flash over high. It's turned, and BNC doing it actually almost accidentally, and Reelson clips the first in and through, and there should be no way back for the Opper, who now is not going to be able to invest in one. He's going to need somebody else to drop it over, but will they even have such a liberty? Because there are 2 players in the doldrums.
Oh, man, I feel like Shinden just misplayed that a little
Got
bit. They got so much...
Right?
You would imagine. But they have not called it yet. Also, though, they had so much information, they really don't rotate off the back of it. They don't move. Shinden still just 3 towards B, and then, you know, they get damage done, and they all in? When they have all of that info, plenty of space to work with. You know, the trades go one better, it's probably a whole different story, but no timeout. Flyback is here. This is Shinden. Once again on Anubis. Tasked with closing.
Remix is ready for a peek, and they just walk right into it. That's not good. To say the least, unfortunately.
Smoke might complicate things. I don't know that Uno Mille really want to commit to this, but I think they're just going to wait it out, and that's going to work beautifully because Shinden are looking to clear back through main over a day. And Leo Monster's prepped for it, waiting and watching.
Slow and steady hold seems to be the right move for a time, but Nacho taking advantage of that much.
What a crazy move is being made right now. BK1 steps back because the B hit's coming, and so this Temple man is never going to be spotted. That is absurd for ZMB. He's all the way through Temple, so he knows that they can't be going that direction. BK1 gets on the back of the site, but there's a smoke in the way. I don't think ZMB has any clue of that fact.
No clue, but it doesn't really seem to matter when everything else is just perfectly, utterly demolished on the way through from BNC and Realzen even, who's honestly been such a reliable player for this roster. I really like Realzen. I think he goes unsung sometimes. I feel like every roster he's been on for like the last like year, maybe 2, I feel like he's just been kind of floating around the region, but he's always like one of their best, like regularly, and he's showing it now. This is the final hurdle, and now you take a timeout? Like, now we're timing out?
$1,900 on 3 players.
Maybe we win the round we're supposed to win for the game next time?
A little late, and maybe too late, at least for regulation. Pistols and armor are all of it the majority of Shinden can allocate. Not gonna lie though, it would be fitting if Shinden closed this in this fashion, but so unlikely.
We're absolutely looking towards an overtime affair at this rate. And one where I hope that they can...
It's a perfect nade, though. It's a double nade.
They've got a third. They have a fourth. But it's not... One of them is here, isn't it?
3 players here?
I don't know. It's going to have to be a fast run from the rest of the crew, though.
I think they're going to pop through that smoke. They absolutely will. TT's arrived.
Rotate off B! You're on a pistol round! Gamble stack! What are we doing? Do something anyway. What is the point of all the damage that you've confirmed that you've had them and with all of the gunfire you hear and 3 pieces of utility sent at one time? I mean, yeah, sure, great. Now they're not committing to A, but you better leave.
I mean, Shinden are on the move, but it's just this A side that's so mobile. They clear towards mid. And if they take this fight, they're going to meet a AK scene. Surely they don't want to lean into that fight. Surely they just walk away from it. Ebok still in control here for Shinden. All of Canal is in question, though.
26 seconds left, and we're still split 2-1-2. There's just no conviction to any of this. It's so frustrating because they had a real world where they could have, but now they're going to have to rely on so much more than that HE damage. They're going to need to rely on their shooters, and they're hitting them. All right, if the shooters are shooting, then there's nothing that can be said because there's 8 seconds, and it's only Leo Munster, and he'll be found. It's all 5 between Roy and Nacho on the B side, and what a maddening game. What a silly way to end out on this because I just don't frankly understand how it was managed to be fumbled by Uno Mille at the final and last step. It was a finish by a nose for the Argentinians.
You can't be timed out like that. Sure, like that cannot be how it closes, but it does indeed close that way. A 2-0 for Shinden after the last meeting. Uno Mille best them in dominant fashion. It's they in dominant fashion on their map of Nuke, and then follow that up with a resurgent performance. CT side performances in both cases for the entirety of that map number 2 of Anubis, which is crazy considering as Shinden get a locked-in playoffs berth as well. This is something that they've been searching for. 2-3 Swiss stage, both in Series 6 and Series 7. They finally get into playoffs.
This is a very big step for them, to be honest with you. 3-1, you know, not even like 3-2. Like at the bare minimum, scraping by your teeth. No, I mean, this is a pretty decent and subservient W to pull over the eyes of your opponents. Now with one map a gap, you've got a little bit extra prep time, a little bit extra practice time to look and review. And that's a big victory for them to say that they have that much. But that's not the end of our day, Vincent. I mean, I don't want to sweep this one over just yet, but I just want to remind people that we do have one more best of 3 in Players versus Bounty Hunters Female, also an elimination match. But with that being said, there is one more lifeline for Uno Mille to look towards the better sides of things, because this would be the first time in a while they haven't hit playoffs on their mark.
Yeah, it will be. I do think that, you know, with the teams that are left into this, they do have a pretty good opportunity.
Sure.
Like, we don't know what the draw is going to look like just yet. Still a team to be eliminated today, but, you know, amongst that crew is Players, Yawara, Pain Academy, Bounty Hunters, FE as well. Like, so I think that there's definitely going to be some opportunities in there, regardless of who kind of walks forward. That being said, I think got to give another congratulations though to Shinden. I mean, what a like step up for them as a team from this year. They've been fighting and just very close, but not quite across the line to make playoffs, and now they do. That's lovely to see. I mean, that is something that, you know, a team like this is often fighting it like the entire season for and doesn't make it there. That happens often, and Shinden making sure that that's not the case.
Yeah, I actually frankly want to see them do some damage with that opportunity as well, given their better seeding. It could be a fun time. It could be something to look forwards to for them to maybe grow even further beyond that, and CCTs to follow and really break through the ceiling that has been set for them as an Argentinian team in comparison to many of the others, as there's been, you know, a good number of those mixes of different South American countries, but primarily majority Argentinian, it feels like, have been battling their way up towards that upper echelon of these CCT rungs, and it's been pretty impressive, and it's been pretty fun to watch as well, so I'm all here for it.
Yeah, Argentinian Counter-Strike popping off, man. Over the last, 2 years especially, there's been, 3 breakout teams that have been at that level and trying to break through to the next. Regardless, we are going to be looking to break into this next best of 3, but it won't be our 2 smiley faces. We'll get 2 other casters to be pumping it in here, and they will find what is to happen in that last BO3 of the day. But for now, thank you so much for watching. We'll be back in just a little while for that final matchup.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for being right here with us. And we are getting more than ready, of course, always as excited to see what is going to happen on the next battlefield in which everything is going to develop. Because, Roy, we are still looking for our champion of champions. In this case, we are going to have, two teams, bounty hunters, females versus players, which are going to give everything they've got because we just want to go to the next phase of the tournament, which is going to be in just a couple days.
Oh, yeah, but they're going to have to go for an even record first because both of these squads, if I'm not mistaken, are currently at 1 win and 2 losses. So that means after this match, somebody's going to be eliminated. Unfortunately, such is the nature of competition, but it is what it is. So let's go ahead and, reminisce on some of the things that we have already seen. Game Hunters defeating 2070 and Unomili falling to Shinden earlier in the day, but promised still one last bout, one last encounter for us to close out the day. It is going to be, like you mentioned, players and bounty hunters FE. So, plenty of promise and a lot of stakes on the line.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most important games that they are going to play on this tournament. There is a very big chance, and we all know that we know how it feels when you have a 50-50 of either going to the next phase or just being completely eliminated. That is definitely not a good thing. A lot of weight on their shoulders. So both teams and the 10 players that we're going to see today are going to get everything they've got. There is no chance for mistakes right now. Because if they get eliminated, well, they're just going to have to wait for the next one. But of course, let's just see how the standings are at this moment. We can see right here from the games that we actually had yesterday on the matches high. We had Flamingo going through, which was Tropa do VSM. We got Elevate with a 3-0 as well. Shinden with a 3-on-1. And the eliminated ones are none other than 2070, Nitro, and Velox. With Nitro and Velox actually going 0 and 3. So that is definitely a little bit of underperforming, if I may call it that. I mean, I was really expecting a lot more from Nitro through the tournament, but it just didn't really happen. However, as you can see, we still have a lot of Counter-Strike to be played because we still need to see who is going to go through the next phase of the tournament right here. But today, we're just going to focus on the last match, which is going to go for players versus Bounty Hunters FE.
Oh, yeah, that is absolutely right. And so, talking about the rosters right here, I think that kind of the Banana's name was not able to fit completely. We might just see Banana instead, but instead we are seeing kind of which, I guess it also works, but kind of the Banana 11 Dynasty. Vi and Brandinha are going to be representing this Bounty Hunters roster. Actually, as a bit of an interesting fact, Brandinha being the newest addition to the roster, the rest of the players have been sticking it out for quite a while. I do believe that they belonged to Peak before as an organization before they joined the Bounty Hunters. So the chemistry definitely is going to be there. Let's see if they can turn this alongside Brandinha now into a W, and a much needed one at that.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Brandinha, speaking about her own skill and rating, I mean, she's really pretty much balanced along her team, and the only one in this case is 11, just going a little bit better than the rest of her team as well. But the girls are doing a wonderful job, so we are definitely expecting to see a show. We really also want to see a lot more Counter-Strike, so let's just hope that they can give us exactly what we're waiting for, and that they can actually come out on top, because it is always really nice to see the girls doing amazing on a Counter-Strike scene. But of course, on the other side, we have to talk about the roster for the players, which in this case is going to be none other than XNS, Volterra, Speedy, Huggy, and Myth Putini. Now, I want to put the spotlight, of course, on Myth Putini, because this guy is definitely packing a punch. But Volterra, I mean, I do expect him to provide us with also a really nice display of skill, because this guy, I've seen him before, and I know what he's capable of. He is not that consistent, but whenever he actually starts putting in some effort, I mean, you can definitely see this guy pop off.
Let's see if they can then reach that said consistency. And as we were talking about chemistry in the previous roster, also Myth Patini and Spini have had some time together. They've been sticking it out for quite a while in this player's roster. But let's see again. how they perform this time around. You talked about the consistency. Let's see if that is also a T that they managed to cross this time around. But to talk about that, we are going to have to talk about our vetoes. And so it seems like our teams are not really going to take a liking to the first map on the rotation right there, which is going to be Nuke. Bit of an unfortunate situation. I quite like seeing Nuke. Inferno not going to be a part of it as well, but we're going to get to start on Mirage. And for Mirage, it is not exactly a super strong map, statistically speaking, here for the player side, but perhaps they're feeling a bit more comfy today. And Dust 2 gonna be the answer coming in from the Bounty Hunters side. And finally, Ancient, in case we do need that Decider map. Happy with what we have. A bit of a standard start. We've seen a lot of Dust 2 as of recently, and we've seen some teams such as Elevate, for example, do great things and show us great coordination. Let's see if that is also a bit of the case of for these two squads, or if it's more of what we usually talk about when we see Dust 2, which is maybe they are still trying to pick things up and adjust, so you default to Dust 2 as to, not to try to overcomplicate things.
Yep, exactly. It's pretty much a comfort pick for whoever actually goes for it. And we all know that we have probably more than 5,000 hours on that map alone. So it's definitely one of those maps in which if you don't really have like that much synchronization with your team, because you have a new addition, which is the case, for example, for the Bounty Hunters. So you might actually just go for something a little bit safer, in which you already know how to play, and your individual skills actually gonna help you out. Sometimes because of that, just like you mentioned, and like we did yesterday. It's kind of a red flag in a certain sense, but also it can definitely help you out because, well, that might just be your cup of tea. Of course, right now, Roy, we do have a word that the game is live, so how about we actually jump right into the action? Because first of all, we are gonna have Mirage, one of my favorite maps of all time. For some reason, I don't really know exactly why, but it's one of the of the ones I just really enjoy playing in. But well, now as we can see right here, the Bounty Hunters, the girls are going to start on the CT side, so they're going to have a little bit of an advantage regarding the map rotations. But the players are moving forward throughout mid, and they are just about to stand against the enemy. First shot's coming in, but Brandina actually, nice. Just one taps right at the end, takes down Spinny already. And just like that, first blood has been spilled, and the players down one.
First aggressive attempt works out marvelously there for Bounty Hunters. And you just gotta love not only the first decision to go forwards, but also hit the retreat immediately, but still being able to clean up that shot. However, still not done through, as the pressure is gonna be coming in from the ramp side. The smoke gonna make things a bit more hectic. However, they should have position relatively enough. 11. Gotta shoot one down. XNS, though, finds a retaliation, and Myth Bettini alongside XNS set up the crossfire. The Bounty Hunters are forced to retreat back. Now, kind of scrambling for position here, coming in from Ticket, but continues to hit the shots. Oh, that is a massive double by Volterra, though.
I'm pretty sure that the players should be able to get this bomb planted. It's a 1v2 situation, and of course, Cara de Bananas moving forward. She is actually going to spot one of the players, wants to go for that kill, gets that shot with a headshot, and his team was actually not right there to help out at the perfect moment. No, that was just a fake, and XS is actually eating the bait completely. Now I'm pretty sure that Mrs. Banana Face should be able to stick on it. Here they go.
Oh, no
wow.
way. No way. Oh.
What a show.
Will you call a fake out and a half, bro?
And the kill.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. What a way to start the round, dude.
Bro.
What a way to start the round.
That was when we thought players were going to have it secured. They have numbers advantage. They have the bomb down, but kind of the Banana was having none of that. He was like, all right. This is it. I'm clutching up. You can do anything about it. And indeed, they could not. They just could not find her, bro. That was a clean play, if I do say so myself.
Oh, and then look at that shot coming in from Speedy, actually shutting down Cara de Banana. Just a little bit of vengeance for what happened on the previous round. You can tell that this guy was having none of that again. Of course, another kill comes in. Volterra taken down by And now the third player goes down. This time it's going to be 11, but not before she actually retaliates and gets 1 kill for herself. So now we have a 4v2 in which bounty hunters only have 2 players alive with MP9s. So it's definitely going to be a hard one. Myth Platini already with the M4 from the enemy. MP9 dealing damage. Dynasty takes down XNS, but Volterra actually answers with one of his own. And now Brandina from the side, coming from Market, taking that kill. Oh! Good hook from the other side, just takes her down. This case with the, was that with the Tech 9? I think so.
I mean, that flank was clean, and you have to commend for how tragic things went for players in that first round. And as impressive as it might have been, they just answer immediately. They get numbers, and mind you, there was still a very solid chance here that bounty hunters were able to get something to go in their favor. The health was just not there, and of course, I mean, once we did see Dynasty just be all by her lonesome, it was a much tougher position to be dealing with. Players, though, not too shabby for themselves. Seems like bounty hunters are gonna be sporting Deagles this time around. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, the players were actually able to just overcome the enemy, although they had the disadvantage on the score and, of course, economy as well. But just pretty good kills at the beginning of the game just allow the terrorist force to actually grab all the weapons at the M4s, and Myth Platini doing wonders with the M4 as well. Now, we already have first blood on this one, and although we might have thought that the second one was going to go for the bounty hunters as usual, whenever you win the first round, it does not go that way, and now it's the players with the economical advantage. So bounty hunters are going to go down one by one. As we can see, they don't really have anything to fight with. Pushing back. Spy is taking point. Couple shots falling in. Ooh. The MP9 from so far away actually gets that kill. And now we can see Spini going all around, catching the enemy off guard, in this case Brandina, and it's all down to 11, with pretty much nothing though, trying to just survive for the round.
Yeah, tough spot to find themselves in, and you've got to commend the way in which players are able to just take control of the map. So aggression may be their cup of tea here from what we are seeing. And that is going to give them, you know, a nice opportunity to start taking off these early portions of the map, though I wouldn't be quite counting out bounty hunters just yet. We've seen some impressive stuff out of them, and we have yet to see them at full power. And it's going to take them just a slight bit longer to get there, though.
We're not really going to have firepower once again for the bounty hunters. They are just going to have to go with the eco. Of course, the players now with the AK-47s as well. They should be able to deal a lot of damage. Got the smoke and myth and the flash around the apartments. Just as we can see, Dynasty moving forward actually takes a kill against Hog, while he is not quite able to get one. Deals a lot of damage. Got to 5 HP and 32, but still. That is a numerical advantage. The grenade, yep, that's gonna do the job. Volterra goes down. I'm sorry, Volterra takes down Brandina and 11. Also on the other side, we got Cara the Banana also losing her life, and Dynasty as well. Volterra with the final kill gets the 4K, and also the round for their team. Just going exactly as expected. But it is an eco round after all.
Yeah.
But at least we did see a kill going in for the bounty hunter, so that's something.
And that's rapid fire in their hands as well. Prime rifles galore for the side of bounty hunters FB. Leave it in Dina gonna be sporting that from us. Let's see how she puts that one to use. As you know, when there's eco rounds as a TT, you really are not holding that much hope for the squad. But finally getting themselves some good weaponry. A couple of pieces of veto. Mirandrilla ready for action. XNS though, gotta be shutting her down immediately. Cara de Banana positions as, here's the call out right there. Tons of damage onto her. Still managing to survive Volterra. Gotta pop the flash to see he can catch anybody trying to be too overly aggressive. Banana kind of in a tough position right here. Spinny, though, comes out of the gate swinging. Gonna catch himself a nice double. Make that almost 3 as by do shuts him down. Plenty hurt. So is Volterra. Let's not forget about it. Smoke is gonna greatly help the T-Force cause right here as they are able to get this one on the move. And it is gonna be a super tough approach considering the side of the map in which players have set themselves up.
Oh, they pretty much just hurt her already. Yep, and Volterra takes a chance, goes out, takes the kill. Beautiful shot. Just like that, the round goes for the players. It was a really close one in a certain sense, but Speedy coming all the way from underpass, just getting those 2 kills, is more than enough to actually allow them to get the advantage. Even better for them. And almost getting the 3rd one as well, just sealing the deal right there, but not quite able to. Now we got the 1-on-4 and the score. So the advantage still growing up for the players, and once again we see the bounty hunters having no money at all. So they are gonna have to eco once again. So we all know how this is gonna translate to. Another round probably for the players. Just getting all the setup over here before they jump forward. But watch out, because Huggy is actually gonna find one first. That's gonna be Brandina running straight up into him. Speedy gets another kill just from under Palace.
Okay.
And Dynasty with the cheeky shot from 5-7.
Nice!
11, a little bit of the same.
So close. Wow. So close, 11. I mean, did manage to catch herself at the very least with frag. Oh, that is a nice clean shot. Taking a page out of 11 herself by. Also gotta get in on the action. However, again, the tail of the numbers has been one that has not bode well for bounty hunters so far. And yeah, she's about to get gone down with that AK. XNS having the coverage for his boy. And they pretty much knew exactly where the approach was going to be coming from. You saw the HE previous to that, and knowing that there was only a pistol that they were facing, even though it was a deagle, of course, you can do a lot with that. And to her credit, did manage to get a little bit something extra out of a round for herself with that weapon, but still a bit of a simpler task, perhaps, right there for players. Back at it, but now we do have a very, very important distinction to make. Banana finally going to be playing with that AWP for herself. A bit aggressive from 11, and that is going to get punished.
Yeah, she goes down first. That's going to be first blood. The Banana answers with a shot from the AWP, but of course, more kills come in, and just like that, 3 players are already out of the equation for the CTs. So the Bounty Hunters, once again, on a tough spot, while the Banana is actually on the A side. And we got Dynasty. Just gonna call her a banana, though, because it's a little bit too long.
Me as well. Yeah, I was about to say.
But if anyone doesn't really know exactly what it means banana face. Yep, so that's a really funny name.
It is.
Well, now we have the 2 versus 2, though. So this is still looking pretty doable for the Bounty Hunters. All they need is a little bit of luck. And, ooh, a couple mistakes done by the enemy.
Yo.
That's exactly what I meant. Dynasty takes that one right through the tinfoil right there.
Oh, that is big, but he misses. At a distance, Banana only gonna get tagged up. Gotta get to live to tell the tale, but immediately repositioning. Gotta see the one that is nearest by. Need money for his squad already, but Oogie has to make more out of this. They're gonna have to survive. Looking plenty healthy, though. Full smokes still to the side of Bounty Hunters.
Here they go.
See how they put this to use. How they sweep through the side. Time is of the essence, and we only have a single kit. By the way,
no.
That is Banana right there, trying to commit, and try to come down through the smoke. No way.
I cannot
in the line
believe.
of fire for his squad, though. Dynasty, look at that. She just manages to buy Banana so much time, and Oogie unable to shoot through the smoke. Unfortunately, twice already that has happened towards players and bounty hunters with 2 successful retakes. It is how they get their rounds so far, but oh brother, this could get, a bit more dangerous here for players after a couple of rounds like that transpire. Of course, first we're gonna have to see bounty hunters still continue in this trend of catching up.
Oh man, I know the girls don't really have the advantage regarding the whole game like in general, but just the 2 rounds that they got are pretty much in the same matter. So they get that ninja defuse on the smoke. Just like that, they actually rack up 2 rounds for themselves. They just need to be a little bit more consistent with the kills, and I'm pretty sure that they're gonna be doing wonders as well, eventually. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. I mean, I know that things could just definitely be better. I mean, it can always be better, right? But it's still an interesting game regardless. So now we have a little bit of movement coming from Connector. And look at that kill coming in from XNS. Beautiful against Banana Face. The Banana. Ooh. Huggy gets another kill. That's going to be Brandina down. Another one for himself. Also 11. Another stripe for the Tiger. Another bomb's gonna get planted. Timer cut short down to 30 seconds. Chicken against the CTs. We only need 2 of them alive. But I think we are gonna have a bit of a fight over here. Vi gonna take point, takes down XNS. Dynasty on the other side takes one down as well. We got the 1v1, dude.
It is well in her hand. This has been a constant here. And you're gonna hear that immediately turning around. But no, not again, brother. How does this keep happening?
Oh, wow.
It just happened again. When I said that I expected the same trend to be going on for bounty hunters, it was just not like this. I did not mean in exactly the same fashion. Oh my goodness. I mean, extra stealth in their for their stats. I mean, Dynasty, second time around, he gets to participate in a situation like that, but this time she runs away with the defuse again, brother. Oh my god. Players, I mean, they have to be beating themselves up a little bit about that, but still, it's not like they find themselves in the worst possible of spots. Now, a bit tougher, though, as Banana does manage to claim a shot, and I don't think XNS is gonna challenge quite yet, but could he do that? His fate could be just the same as his teammates.
We have a bit of a fight breaking out on Connector, as 11 claims her kill against Huggy. Ooh, a double over here.
Wow.
Dynasty coming from the side, also helping his teammate, and carry the Banana at the end, just taking down XNS as he was pushing forward with the AWP. Just like that, and no casualties taken. Bounty Hunters get really close now on getting the tie on the score.
Ooh, that was a tragic round right there for players, but very well played from Bounty Hunters. Let's not forget, I mean, they managed to make it out completely clean, unscathed out of that position. Well, clean shots by the AWP herself. Let's see, Banana, he decides to do much of the same. Well, they're gonna be the only one playing with rapid fire right here. You know, they decide to use it. Of course, a couple of deagles still in their pockets, and that is more than enough sometimes. 11 finding about that just enough, but I do you one better. The Banana says. She hits that up shot perfectly. So, oh, Speedy he saw a pixel, and he just takes care of Bai. Numbers advantage right now for players, but more importantly, Myth Patini gotta get himself AK from that effort.
Good shot coming in from Dynasty, taking down one player. So that puts things pretty even regarding numbers. We got the 3v3. But watch out, because Banana might get another one right here, and yes, she does. Myth Patini is out of the equation. There goes the AK-47. Now we got 40 seconds left. And the T's still need to get that bomb planted. Watch out though, Spinny. There is a player just around the corner. He makes the move. But Dynasty is
there,
waiting.
though.
Yep.
Nice,
go.
good patience.
Yeah, right in the back of the neck. Now at least Volterra knows exactly where the enemy is located, and he has a Galil, so could have a better chance. CT's waiting for their teammates, and just like that, they start
Holy
pushing
timing.
forward. First kill coming in. A lot of damage. He's gonna get that one easy.
Wow. So far, Bounty Hunters FE have played the scraps very, very well. They've definitely made use of all the information that is at their disposal. And to their credit, 4 players, they did make it quite close. I mean, the power that a couple of Deagles do bring to the table, but it was just not meant to be. And Dynasty and Banana definitely trying to show us that this squad came here to win. 2-2 record for sure. Gonna be looking a bit better for their chances to make it out. Of course, both of these teams are trying to get there. Though, it was a bit of a dominant start for players at one point, but now it's pretty much gone back to square number one. Let's not forget, though, that Bounty Hunters FE are running out of CT rounds for themselves, so that could come into play as well. We have yet to see them on the aggression. Beautifully done, though, by 11. Navigating the situation, gonna get to call out XNS. And this 1 and 3, he's first gonna try to rendezvous for the bomb. Go back around. He's gonna have pretty much every avenue of approach covered. A bit more heavily guarded, but we've seen what Dynasty can do for herself, and Banana not gonna let him come across. That is a deadly zone when you are facing an AWP like that, and XNS just found out about that. So it is a lead for Bounty Hunters FE. Let's see if they can take it even further, but possibility for this being an even ordeal is also right there.
Well, this is kind of a city-sided map, one way or another, so maybe that's really helping them out, but still, they are performing really well against the players at this moment. They were actually able to get back on track and back on the scoreboard until they got the advantage. Now, let's see, as we jump into the last round of the first half, who is going to come into the next one with advantage, or is it actually just going to be a tie? We can see right here the players take down the first one, so X and S claiming the first blood is gonna make the flash happen, and look at all that utility coming in forward by both teams. Molly's as well, of course. Got the Banana right here with the AWP. Oh, smoke dissipation just perfectly landing that shot against Hoogie. He is out as well. But the T's are pretty much already in. They just need to get that bomb planted. Smokes are about to dissipate. Now we have a bit of a duel, which Vi ends up winning. Bomb is planted now. Myth Potini taking down Vi, retaliating. And now the last 3 CT players are moving forward from CT. They are going for the bomb, but that's a fake. Be careful though.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, Speedy takes that one. And Dynasty answers with one of his own. Their own, I'm sorry.
Oh,
look at that, Speedy.
Speedy from Connector, beautifully done. I mean, just the patience and a little bit of help from Mitini. We were talking about these two guys and how they definitely had some of that chemistry already worked out, and you can tell in that last a bit of a tense situation, in spite of them not having the numbers, they do get a position good enough for them to go for the plant, and they develop from then on. It ends up being a 1-2 punch, even with the sacrifice of XNS. Speedy makes sure that his team has an even chance right here. Though,
Well,
like I said,
it's an interesting game.
yeah, like I said, it's time to see the Bounty Hunters and how they play on the aggression here, as we were talking about how this tends to be a CT-sided map.
Yeah, I actually noticed that at the beginning of the game, for example, the Bounty Hunters were really aggressive at the beginning. And I believe that's why they were making mistakes. So the moment that they actually just start pushing back, like they don't really, they stopped doing that and they played defensively instead. They actually started racking up the rounds. So it's very possible that they do feel confident on the attacking side. So we might have a little bit of more of that as we have 3 players alive for both teams on the pistol round. We jumped into the second half of the game on a tie in the score, 6-6. The enemy has been spotted. Mid Putini, those shots are not landing. Bomb was planted.
Wow.
Timer set down for 30 seconds. This time, ticket against the CTs. 2 of them moving towards connector. Look at that. XNS catching one of them off guard.
Their job is to really buy themselves enough time. But Indiña with a massive kill. However, Volterancer is back and... no, brother. Those numbers definitely did not work out how they were expecting them to. And that play by XNS, it definitely made the round for the side of players. And incredibly well done. They're going to get to take off, and the CT, that is exactly what you like to see. A couple of fours to boot, and a couple of masses as well. For the boys in blue right now. Whereas, I mean, Bounty Hunters, they did get a plant going, so they have a chance to try and force something out of it. And so they will.
Yeah, I mean, if the first one actually worked out, probably on the next one, but right now they need to focus. Because they have just a little bit of weapons. Only 11 with the AK-47. Be careful. Look at that. Spinny coming in clutch. Taking 2 kills. Going down in the hands of Dynasty. But 11 also takes another kill. Myth Patini is out of the equation once again. So we have a 3v3. 1 minute and 25 seconds still. So that was a lot of action. At pretty much just the beginning of the round.
Banana has been posted pretty much for quite a while now. So they're going to have some presence from Palace. Molly going to enable them. Good reactions out of Dynasty yet again. Seeing when it's time for things to get scrappy, he definitely reacts incredibly quick, so... Players still finding out about that, though the health is not quite there. Tough spot. Boogie looking to cause all sorts of trouble coming in from the ramp side. That, let's see if... Oh, they're not expecting that. Patience shows it immediately. Oh, one too many shots missed, but still managing to get that one. Banana was pretty much the anchor at that point. But the rest of Bounty Hunters, they do manage to make it to the other side.
A messy kill, but a kill nonetheless.
Winning combo. Yeah. No, absolutely.
You can actually see Dynasty right now just top fragging at the moment, so she's doing a pretty good job for her team. Now that the bomb is planted, the CTs begin the movement. 11 gets the first kill for herself. Now it's all down to XNS, which needs to be fast, because the timer is running short. So he just decides to actually pull out instead.
Okay.
Not quite caught on the rotation, so he gets out of there alive. But I believe that maybe, yep, Dynasty is gonna go down. Not quite able to get out of there on time. But still, with only the Galil in hands, she doesn't really loses that much. She's gonna be able to afford the AK-47 for the round number 15, in which we have to tie once again, 7-7.
7 apiece it is. Man, oh man. I mean, what can players do with a couple of deagles to their name? You've seen that MP9 work for him before. If this is one of those times, or if they're gonna get shut down here by the Bounty Hunters. As of right now, unbeknownst to them, they have a free pathway towards A. Seems like they're taking a careful approach this time around, not trying to get too overzealous. I'm going to be trying to clear out mid alongside Banana, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed. There she is. A couple of smokes later. Things are going to get a bit murkier here for the side of players. So, not quite. Not going to be as easy for them to determine. Trying to flush that one out. Martini narrowly manages to climb the stairs to make it out.
Uh-oh.
But this is a tough position here. Banana. He expects to push from both ends, and the patience actually coming in from Volterra ends up paying off even more dividends. Reaction out of buy. Oh, that's a trade. Is Speedy ready for the trigger as well? 2-on-2, Dynasty getting tagged up, but the reactions again from Dynasty just so pristine. Last player is Speedy. We've seen him come from connector time and time again. Will he get to make it out? Ooh, Bendinha. Gotta get to
Nice.
get a bit of pressure. Last 20 or so seconds here of the round, and Brandinha will prevail. Speedy almost manages to clutch it out for his squad. That was looking to be something special, but denied yet again.
Oh man, how do you end up whiffing that so hard in the end? Doesn't really know. I mean, the problem is he knew exactly where the enemy was located, so he could have actually just put himself in a different position, reload, and then just, I don't know, have a better shot. Guess he just wanted those style points, and it just goes down the drain in the end. But well, just like that, actually, Bounty Hunters, they get on the advantage. The players are not having a good time, as they are also hurt in the economy. Not gonna be able to afford anything at all. Probably just an MP9 or something, but they are better off just saving that money and having a better shot on the next one. Well, round number 16, and it's interesting how we still don't really have like a clear winner at this point.
Very close ordeal, indeed.
And I don't really like all the mistakes that the players are doing right now. Like, Bounty Hunters just really knows exactly how to capitalize on them. They take their chances and it works out.
We've seen a couple of instances in which they're kind of forced out. Oh, Vi gonna find Speedy. Is gonna start the movement right here. Good coverage with the Molly, making sure that they have all of their bases covered. Vi gonna get more action. Did she get to see anybody else though? You'll definitely hear them. Still expecting somebody to come out of the market. XNS decides to take his chances, but not gonna find any success at that. Mitpatini though. Let's see if he's gonna welcome the challenge or not. I just gotta retreat. Wise move, why risk it when you can just play the distance game? And the bomb taken already. This one, I mean, it was on the wraps for quite a while already. But why not play it safe if you have the chance? I mean, we've already seen that bounty hunters are not scared whatsoever of taking the risks when they have to in those close quarters, tense situations. They tend to prevail even, so if you're not going to force them to go that way, then why actually should they feel any pressure whatsoever? No, fairly standard stuff to close that round out. Bounty Hunters about to reach double digits, and players, if they don't get this round, this could be territory in which they have to start getting a bit worried about taking their first L.
Just have to be a bit patient here. We have an enemy already pushing forward, and Oogie is gonna take care of that. 11 is out of the equation right here, so she's not gonna be able to participate pretty much at all. Now, the enemy knows exactly where they are located. Dropping the utility, just making sure that they can actually hold him off for a couple more seconds. Mitpatini is gonna get a kill. I'm pretty sure. No! They played him so well, oh my god, and he actually misses the shot. Like, after seeing the other player on the other side, he doesn't really know exactly where to aim. Gets a bit too confused, hesitates a little bit as well, and just goes down. Really well played by the Bounty Hunters, and look at that.
Banana.
Yep, takes an amazing double as well. It's really hard for the players also, but Oogie has a chance, to be honest. Although, based on his performance, I mean, he would have to get to 5K.
Thing is
Right.
that
Nah, there's
Sorry
no
to-
time.
sorry to interrupt you, but I just think that AK is going to be much more valuable than perhaps an attempt at making this one happen. Just
Yeah.
given how players have been taking a bit of a beating in their wallets. Kind of see, again, getting caught by the blast has happened to her a couple of times already, but I mean, for them. So we've seen exactly how the bounty hunters are able to do this, and it is with good teamwork. As we did manage to see how they dealt with Mythpatini in such a tough spot. We were expecting him to claim a frag at the very least. That doesn't really happen. Now Brandinha will be trying to lead the charge. Ooh, early shots though. Nicely, and not trying to pressure a little bit more forwards, as she might have ended up finding the dust. Instead, it's a numerical advantage here for the side players, but still tons of work left to be done here by bounty hunters if they want to get this bomb on the move.
Plenty of time for the Tourist Force to do something by claiming that kill against Uki on Myth. Still surviving with only 3 HP and still being useful for the team. Of course, the Tourist Force begins the rotation going into B side. And Potini. Boom. One shot with the scout.
Scout?
That's the kill. Probably a second one.
Yes?
Yes, he does.
No,
That's all he takes. That's all he can take. Spinny, on the other hand, takes down Brandina, and we're down once again to a 1v1. But this time, I mean, Spinny, it's only got a deagle. It's all it takes, but we saw him actually missing one duel just like this. So, let's see what happens. He just needs to wait for the bomb plant. There it is.
Let's see. Is Beanie take a book out of what we saw earlier? The answer is
Oh.
right in front of us. And half of that was given by Banana herself. She's like, no, we're not going to get ninja'd. There is just no chance. And a bit tougher, of course, when you're only with a deagle in hand. But like I said, players kind of fighting to stay alive right here, and bounty hunters looking to, at the very least, guarantee themselves the overtime position. But let's see if now empowered by those M4s, players can make something happen. As things have not been boding well for them so far. And at every single avenue possible, bounty hunters has just been capitalizing on their light mistakes and making them pay heavily for it.
Just as we wait for the calm before the storm. Oh, shots are missing, actually. Couple opportunities for kills. Already been there, but not as free as one would like. Waste of a molly, to be honest, right there. But now we are gonna have the rotation from the T's out of the B side. So they want to go all the way around. Well, we have one player, in this case 11, actually waiting on underpass. And with 40 seconds on the clock, here they go, bounty hunters. They need to make a move. Where's the utility? Watch out. We got Mythpatini with an AWP. There it is, the flash.
Good
That
timing.
is not gonna stop him. Takes that shot, gets that kill.
I mean, we've seen this man put in work with the scout. And from a distance, Speedy not gonna let his boy Mythpatini down. Gotta catch himself a double. Answer
Nice.
from Oogie as well. No connector control for bounty hunters, and it all goes south in the blink of an eye. Players finally putting up a stand that they were having a bit of a rough time, which allows bounty hunters to really develop a chance, get themselves in that end game as soon as possible. Though that will not quite be the case just yet, as players are going to have a chance to close the gap by quite a bit, as we only have pistols in the hands bounty hunters, and that makes things all tougher for them.
Here we go, another round, another opportunity for the players to get back in the game, because bounty hunters right now, they're so close to getting the 12th point, but look at that. Just like that, they get totally annihilated. It was kind of expected. It was an eco round, pretty much just forced a little bit for the girls, but at least the players do exactly what they should have. Because we have so many instances of those things going wrong, like all those eco rounds going the other way around. So it's really nice that these guys do not make that mistake in such a critical moment of their match. Now, bounty hunters are going to be able to afford. We got the AK-47s for 11 and Radina, but also Vi Dynasty with the Galeos, and of course Cara the Banana with the AWP. It's huge. Nice kill already coming in. And look at that amazing double coming from Dynasty. She was blinded and still able to get that one. So now the T's are going to get that bomb planted. And from 1 minute and 30 seconds, the damage is going to be cut down short. And taking once again of the CTs. Now there's a couple of huge kills, but numerical advantage is still for this guys.
Oh, it's a tough molly to deal with if you are XNS. This man is becoming a hero, though. Vi gonna get taken out. All left to 11. And she actually clutch up for the squad bomb about to go off, and so she only has one angle to cover for, and the XNS cannot walk through the bullets. The bounty hunters prevail, and so one round is all that it takes for this
really close.
squad to claim their first W.
Yeah, that was really close for the players to actually do something, thanks to XNS, a beautiful double, but still, I mean, the bounty hunters always maintained the numerical advantage, and they were all split up, just perfectly placed as well. So now, this is a critical moment, Roy. Here we go. Oogie claiming the first blood. That is going to be 11 out of the equation once again. He may not really be one of the top fraggers of her team, but still a very important piece of that. So
she already managed to clutch up last time around. Not gonna let everything go to her squad. And look at this, the collapse is imminent. It looks like already numerical advantage for the girls, and bounty hunters about to get this plant on the move. The fire narrowly not gonna get to do its thing. The banana gets to retreat safely. Dynasty gonna have her back. Plenty of pressure towards Ticket. Does Vi hit the flank or not? Not in time, but Banana was ready. Oh, that is massive XNS! No freaking way he just made that happen. All left to Brandinha. He does have the luxury of playing with the bomb, and she stays hidden for so long. She decides to shoot. Just narrowly, there's enough time for XNS, who has been going wild. That, by all accounts and mins, should have been around going towards the bounty hunters, but instead players stay alive, reaching double digits, and putting bounty hunters in a bit of a shakier spot, as this is looking like they're gonna have to fight tooth and nail for their chance to close this out in only 24. And players, I don't think they have any plans of letting that come to fruition.
XNS has been trying so hard to actually get those clutches in, and finally it just happened. Because he was always getting so close with those amazing kills right at the last moment. Look at that on the other side. What? They all just go down really quickly. That was a fast round.
In a jiffy.
Yeah, not a good thing, honestly, for the bounty hunters. In general, like, they're allowing players to actually get really, really close. So be careful for the overtime. They need to make sure they can get this. But now, they do at least have the utility and the firepower as well. No AKs for Dynasty in this case. And no AWP as well for Cara the Banana. Which is, that's gonna hurt. She's been doing amazingly.
Totally. I mean, such an crucial piece that she has been with that AWP, the success that bounty hunters have seen. We've seen her pick up the AK and, rip some faces off. Well, but I do have to agree, especially here on Mirage, and that may determine how bounty hunters also have to approach this. That is just gonna play it patient. He has one job: setting up his team for success. Nobody gonna make it out of ramp. Bomb in the hands of Dynasty. Does she lead the charge though? Because Speedy has that angle covered. We have seen just exactly what Speedy can do. And Miss Patini about to get himself a very nice kill onto 11. Fortunately, she's not going to be part of the rest of this effort. Speedy just hold down the fort. Very aggressive from Dynasty, and she's going to end up losing that duel. Not enough support. Oogie, I get tagged up. But Banana, she's going to end up getting traded out. And this, ladies and gents, is not over quite yet.
Well, we are jumping into an overtime, ladies and gents, although it really seemed like Bounty Hunters had it won at one moment in which they had such a huge advantage. Yeah, I mean, in the end, they were just not quite as consistent. And, well, as soon as XNS actually wakes up and he starts actually getting those kills, yeah, that's exactly when the players get back on track. And now we are going to have a bit more Counter-Strike to know exactly who can actually get out on top on this first match between these two teams.
I mean, it was all about players not really letting bounty hunters feel in any sort of comfort spot after that clutch from XNS. And a couple of rounds previous to that, they have also been working at chipping away at that lead that the bounty hunters had. But it all goes poof. At the very least, now they are no longer gonna have to worry about the money situation. Of course, you want to start as strong as possible. And a bit of momentum to the side of players could be all that they need, really. These boys, especially XNS, of course, have been playing their hearts out. And he's not even top fragging for his team, by the way. That honor belongs to Spinny. And it's not like he's the only one who has been trying to contribute to this effort. So let's see how players do now that they're going to be reinvigorated, perhaps, by clutching up this overtime.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the players were actually able to get back in the game and get into this overtime, but
it was looking joker.
Yep, I mean, miracles happen this game, especially in Counter-Strike. I mean, I'm one that believes in miracles.
You and me, bro.
In the end, I mean, it's a little bit more Counter-Strike that we're gonna have, so I'm pretty happy about it. So here they go, start moving forward. The T's seem to be taking a decision going into A side. Here comes all the utility available. As everybody's pretty much getting flashed. Vi takes the first blood. Carter the Banana, another one against Beanie. He's already out. Nice. And now the last three CTs are just making the move, so the bomb is gonna get easily planted. Retake situation on a 3v5. Not good for the players.
And Bounty Hunters immediately stack up the other side of Tick, knowing that the coverage, they trust Banana to have jungle, so they get wiped out here. Mizpatini, missed a crucial shot, not the second time around. However, this is a bit of a daunting task for Mizpatini actually complete. He's gonna try though, and you might as well at this point. However, 11 managed to hold down the fort. And Brindina, who had been surviving, but narrowly so, manages to tell the tale. Good effort and a good approach by Bounty Hunters, and perfect amount of pressure being applied. That is going to give them early advantages here in our first overtime, but will we get to extend that? I guess it's up to the players now to catch up and do what they already have before.
Another round, another shot, another chance. Tees are getting... Oh, look at that! How did that miss from Mythpotini? He doesn't get the shot in, and he gets down 16 HP from another AWP. My god, what a way...
Tragic.
Yeah. I mean, that's just gonna force him to play so very differently.
So reserved he's gonna have to be, yeah. 11 we've seen play through underpass a couple of times. Let's see if base up for her this time around. Wisely so, players decide to reallocate towards A. Oh, bit of a miss right there. Winning from Volterra. Bit of a rare sight.
Another
Coutinho
chance.
will get his chance at redemption though, and he gets it.
Alright, that was pretty good, and look at that coming from behind. XNS takes down 11 on underpass.
Very good.
Well, the players don't come out of there unscathed. I mean, Mythpotini and Spini really low in HP, so if I can make this happen, yes, she does. Takes the first one down. Missed shot from the AWP right there. So now Carly Banana is gonna take...
Frags.
Ooh! Yeah. Well, they are out. Already, Volterra retaliating, but look at that. 2 kills fall in once again. Just like that, XNS is the last player alive as the bomb is gonna get planted. He needs to make a move for it. It's a 1v2 with Vi really low on HP. And as he actually takes down Brendina, oh my god, the grenade not quite reaching, not quite there. She was all the way out on CT, just trying to wait a little bit. She knows she's low on HP. She knows that 1 bullet's all it takes. So plays with patient.
Oh, she's gonna challenge. Oh, and you have to, at that point, you have to make sure to pick. And again, XNS has been such a hero for the side of the players. It just cannot be understated. This man catches the potential flank by 11, then circles back around and gets himself a very clutch end to the round. Of course, perhaps a bit easier considering that Bai was pretty low in health. It was not exactly an even duel, so to speak. But I mean, with the 1-2 punch, they completely leave ramp open, and that allows a free entrance for XNS, so... I mean, just a way to cookie crumble sometimes, with great stuff out of players who have shown that they are not quite done.
Oh, aggressive entry coming in from Spini. Take it down, Dynasty. As she was just throwing the utility, so she's pretty much caught with her pants down. But now look at the T's. So split up. So he's trying to scout the area, getting some info. It actually plays against them. XNS gets that kill against 11. And puts things on a 3v5. Still 55 seconds, but right here, the fight is just about to break out.
Everything has been spotted, though. Beanie, still gonna wait for his chance to strike. Gonna pop that one out, immediately retreats, forcing them to walk through the fire. Moving with the support as well. And the banana now kind of forced to approach, but it's all she wrote right there. Players take over. 2 more to go for them, though. And the thing is, of course, that they were never going to get to finish things off on CT, and we've seen them take great advantage of their position, and in quite a bit of an aggressive manner, if I do say so myself. I mean, we've seen great calls from players such as Spini and XNS that have worked out wonders for them. I wonder if now that they're going to be on T, this, was just to get themselves in the right mentality to dictate the pace of how this one is going to go.
Smoke dissipation with the HE, but nobody pops out. So no kills fall in immediately at the start of the round. Now As we swap sides. Ooh, some damage coming in. 11 is down to 62 HP. Oh, what a ballsy play over here from 11. Actually takes down Volterra, but she's also gonna go down because Oogie was right there to answer. Watch out with the fire. Look at that, Miputini. Almost going down, but taken by as well. Speedy, the flank, takes down Dynasty just like that. It seems that Bounty Hunters, they're not gonna get this one. Cut of the Banana still in the defense on the A side, but the enemy is pushing towards B. Gonna smoke out Market. And the bomb is just about to get planted any second now. Well, the last two girls don't really have not really much to do there.
Yeah, I mean, you would be tossing away your life at that point, really. Just,
Well, it's an
Giving-
overtime, I mean. You have to...
I mean, you kind of have to try, but it's not like I blame them for judging the situation in the way that they did. You know, bit odd, of course, like you mentioned, to see such a thing go down like this in OT. But let's see what Bounty Hunters find for themselves, because players are about to get their map pick, and this is something that we haven't even touched upon. Mirage was the pick of players, but for a solid minute back there, it was looking like Bounty Hunters, FE, were the ones that were gonna get to close things out, but now players are just one round away. What a turnaround this has been, as they were looking to be down in the dumps, but not anymore.
But the important thing here is that even if they actually end up winning, they went into an overtime on their own pick. This is what players actually chose to play in. So once we jump into enemy territory, which is going to be Dust 2, just by looking at the way the girls have been playing around, I do believe that they might have something special. Oh, something special for us in that map, so don't really think that the players are gonna have a good time on that one, unless every single one of them actually wakes up. And right here, I mean, Roy, I think this is gonna be game. Brandina's last player alive, and XNS is gonna be the one claiming that kill. There we have it, ladies and gents. Roy, we have the winner of the first match.
It was a bit of a tense situation for themselves, but players do manage to clutch up, and so the first portion of the match is through, but it's not over quite yet. We still have, at the very least, to see Dust 2, and now we're jumping into Bounty Hunters territory. Let's see if that is going to enable them to feel a bit more comfy. It's not like they were looking, you know, like fish out of water on Mirage for any stretch of the word, really. They just couldn't capitalize at the very end, and I think that players were definitely bringing some extra momentum from not only being able to force that OT, but also in the fashion in which they were able to clutch up a couple of those rounds. I think that it's a bit of a morale boost for themselves. But, you know, now it's time for Bounty Hunters to hit the reset button and treat this map like it's the only one that has happened. You know, the past doesn't really matter. But for players, they are going to be feeling quite well about themselves, I do have to say. However, we'll get to see the potential conclusion of this elimination match. Let's not forget about that in just a few minutes. First, we'll give the both teams a bit of time, you know, to gather their thoughts, to get themselves ready for this next encounter. And so we'll be back with the action in a few minutes. And look who it is again. We are back at it, but the action is not quite over. We are getting ready to call the shots for our second map. It's going to be Dust 2. And now the bounty hunters are going to have to find an answer. They were so close. Honestly, for a second, I could have assured that they were gonna get that W, but players, they just found something within themselves, and XNS particularly, he was not gonna let his squad go down without putting up a fight, and so players do claim their own pick, but we're gonna be jumping now into, like I mentioned, this side of the bounty hunters, and seems like our game should be alive, so let's go ahead and take a look at it.
Alright, as we jump right into the action, well, Roy, this is gonna be even more interesting because we talked about how Dust 2 is kind of a red flag and all that, and that maybe that when one team actually picks it, that they don't really know exactly. I mean, they don't usually go with many strategies and they just try to rely on their individual skill. But the thing is that after seeing the first game and after seeing how Bounty Hunters was so close to actually winning that, I can definitely tell that they do know exactly how to play, and they do have pretty good individual skill, and also that just as well as they did on Mirage, they should be able to perform right here on Dust 2, maybe even better. So now also knowing that, for example, the players, I mean, they had such a rough time against the bounty hunters, I'm pretty sure that the girls are gonna feel a lot more confident now. And look at that, they actually start making the move right now on the T side, getting that bomb planted without a single casualty falling in already. Now Brandin is down to 6 HP, and there it is, that's First Blood Dynasty, getting that kill against Mid Putini. XNS answers with the duelist. Voltera and Hoogie both get a kill for themselves as well. Now XNS takes another one with the duelist, and now it's all down to Cara the Banana that needs to defend with the P250, but from so far away, that's not gonna be easy. However, she actually gets that jump now, and another kill for herself, and they begin to chase aggressively. There it is, the kill that this guys needed to get that first round. The players are gonna start off with the advantage.
Incredible stuff out of players. You can definitely feel the extra confidence. I think that they might have been privy to, you know, a bit of a different start just a few minutes ago, but now they just are looking like a much better squad. And sometimes it is that confidence factor. Banana, though, not about to let us down. She still goes down swinging, unfortunately not able to fully withstand the last approach. And, I mean, the fact that she manages to get all that, just peep to 50 from distance, still very, very commendable, but at the end of the day, I think that we're gonna run into some complications. Voltera with a quite an aggressive position. He's not gonna let anybody come through the tunnels. Finally, Dynasty put in an end to the madness, but I mean, both Nick Bettini and Voltera were already dealing so much damage, and the cleanup is at the ready, of course. If they were expecting, it's not like I think that they were expecting to catch players off guard with their map decision, but it seems like players themselves had a very, very good grasp of how to develop the early portions of this here Dust 2, and well, that's do prove that this is one of the maps in which they are gonna be feeling more confident, even though it is not like they are statistically dominant or anything like that, but still, you can tell that they are gonna be having a fun time over here, especially when they're facing only pistols, and bounty hunters, they didn't even get a chance to do much more damage.
Well, not really much they can actually fight with, but they just got completely annihilated by only 2 players. Oogie being the first line of defense, dealing a lot of damage, getting those kills. Now the players got 3 rounds on their advantage. Kinda like what was the previous game as well. If we can remember, it actually went the exact same way. It was a big advantage for the players at the beginning. Bounty Hunters not having a good time, but then they started off getting those ninja diffuses. And just like that, they were able to rack up rounds and get back in the game. Now, of course, nothing is written in stone. Look at that shot coming from Banana. Myth Putini is out of the equation already. Tons of damage also dealt with the HE and a couple shots to 11 and Vi. Oh, but be careful, Volterra. Gets in position.
Good lining.
Yep, takes down 11. Now the
11 of
T's...
beautiful.
Yeah, they have a little bit of information, but they need to start making a move over here.
I was gonna say a bit of an unfortunate start here for 11 as she is currently 0-4. And on the other side of the aisle, Speedy has yet to claim a frag for himself. But at the very least, he's only died once, whereas we've seen plenty more deaths coming in from the side of the bounty hunters. Perfect cross fire being set up here by the side of players. So Dynasty gonna elect to retreat. There's Returner's forces mobilizing towards A, but from a different avenue. Gonna have to look out for their backs though. Banana got his own Oogie, but first found by Banana there. Narrowly avoiding that, but she's not gonna avoid the molly. Lots of damage being dealt. Speedy should have an easier time getting this clear up. And with a little bit of help from X and S, they do just that. Bounty hunters, they get their hands on rapid fire, but players, they just decimate sight once they catch a hold of it.
Counter-terrorists win.
But this doesn't look to be slowing down whatsoever. So 4 rounds to nothing. But we've seen bounty hunters climb from such a position before. Let's not forget about that. Though it was on CT that they managed to do that. Let's see if for the rest of their T efforts here in DOS 2, they can do much the same.
This is their pick, so I'm really expecting them to do a lot better. And maybe not even on the CT side. I mean, probably they have something under their sleeve. Just need to wait for the right moment to start popping off. But with that kill coming in from Myth Patini with the AWP, I'm pretty sure this might actually not be this round, however. At a 4-0. Oh, missed shot actually. The second one as well. The third one, okay. Finally.
Not 4 though.
There we go. Oh man, that was a bit painful to watch, but I can tell that this man was even in more pain than us. Imagine those shots just not landing at all. And he had it such an easy opening. But right now, at least, the enemy has been dealt damage, and also the psychological weight of knowing that the enemy has an AWP. It's a 3v4 with Dynasty really low on HP, so now Oogie is gonna move forward, gonna catch one first. And he knows that the rest of the enemies are right there, so he actually starts spamming through the smoke, gets a second one. And it's all down to Brandina, down to 55 HP. But she's all alone against 4 players, so she is definitely gonna be chased down.
Man, Brandina, at the very least, not committing to going forwards. That could have been a tragic situation, even if she was missing the pistol at that point, but 20 seconds left and not any real way to approach sight, even though she has the bomb with her. And it's just such a tough spot to be dealing with. I mean, those long avenues to even get there was already going to be a hassle, but with the numerical
No chase.
overwhelming position that that players are holding, that is going to be even tougher.
Speaking about tough, I mean, 5-0 is not that easy, especially on your pick. On the first side of the first half of the game, you could expect at least to get probably just 3-4 rounds, and that would be the best case scenario. I mean, not the best case scenario, but definitely something good to happen. I mean, you can definitely get back from that. Right now, it's not looking good. Bounty hunters do have a bit of money though, so it's really nice that the players decided just not to chase down Brandina in the end. So that really talks about how they've been playing the defense as a defense, actually. I mean, they haven't really been pushing out. Well, that's a good thing on the CT side, of course. So they really know what they're doing. And it's working
And
out.
again, we saw bounty hunters play their later CT rounds much in the same way, you know, like not really feeling any pressure to force the issue. Oh, Spinny almost running away with murder right there. He will indeed run away with at very least one frag, but the girls do shut him down. Tons of pressure coming in towards long. With smoke being set up, but we do have Oogie by car. Molly gonna do tons of damage. But Oogie gonna hold down the fort. 11 goes into rotation. He's been the lurker and flanker here for the cause of bounty hunters. Unfortunate miss there by Bai. We've seen players from both ends with quite big misses. And unfortunate as it may be, well, for players, that is not really going to be a much bigger factor as they are holding the lead in the rounds. And additionally, you could say much of the same. Tini tries to get something else, but no dice.
Yeah, just scared to actually stay right there in the flash. He's actually forced a fat position, but look at that. Great shot coming in. Mythplatini takes a double. But his teammates are going down real fast. However, we are down to a 1v1 once again. Vi down to 46 HP also.
Oh.
With XNS, I mean, he can actually hear her. So he gets the kill at the end. This man is definitely packing. I mean, he's doing a good job for the players as well. You can see right here, he's not really top fragging either, but like, the moment he actually starts getting those kills, he always goes for at least a double or triple. So he is just the right player to actually have alive at the last moment. Although he hasn't really been that consistent as we saw on the previous game. He could only get one of the 4 clutch situations in which he was at. Oh, enemy right there. Start shooting. XNS. Oh, not quite.
First death.
But the grenade falls in just at the right place. Then a C goes down. Mythplatini with the AWP also deals a lot of damage. Takes 1 kill. Volterra, look at that. Just like that. Yep. Just annihilated. Eco round, however, for the bounty hunter. So now they should be able to afford their weapons. And Mrs. Banana with the AWP. We are just about to start having fun.
A bit later than expected, but still there may be something that the bounty hunters can make out of their last few TO rounds. And I'm sure that we're going to be feeling much more comfortable once it's time for them to go on CT. But as of right now, it's all been the party forward players. X and S, the man of the hour, who just took his first death of the entire first half. The entire map, really. Just last round, and I mean, survivability, and as well as the clutch factor that he's brought to the table. And of course, he's not doing it alone. He doing a bit of work. Volterra, plenty of util being thrown, and he's about to catch. Girls on the move. Bai gonna be the first one to find out. Being deleted right there, and Mythplatini looking for his second frag of the round. Gotta find it, Volterra. Beautiful movement. Slowly going forwards. Transitioning, I should say, really, out of these guys. And players, they are just looking mighty comfy for their defensive efforts. 8-0, and if they make double digits out of this, even in spite of them losing CT, it's still going to be a tough way to bounce back.
Now the missed shots from 11. There's a player on catwalk. This is an 8-0, so I honestly really thought it was going to be a lot better for bounty hunters for many different reasons. Especially already, like, knowing they could get so close against the players Just feeling a lot more confidence, just feeling a lot more, like the team play. They were feeling on the zone. So I really thought that they were going to be able to just do a little bit of the same. However, the players, you can tell the experience is just being more than enough. Fight back against Bounty Hunters. Look at that XNS. Okay. Actually spots him, gets that amazing kill. Gets the second one, and then Uggy is right there to answer as well, as the T's were just trying to cross out of mid. It's a 9-0, I think we can pretty much call this one already. They're so close to the double digits. Are we gonna see the 13-0 dream?
Oh, man. I've yet to see anybody drop a donut like that, but it could happen. And with just the sheer momentum that players are playing with right now, it is going to be tough regardless. Bounty Hunters, they're going to need to show us some signs of life. I think for all the praise that we've sung their way, it has to be said that once they lose momentum, they do look a little bit diminished, and this scoreline right now is perhaps testament of that. But regardless of how things have been, Bounty Hunters still are going to have a chance to make something out of it, but Myth Patini gonna take his chance to delete 11 once again. Underperforming, perhaps not quite the right statement for it, but still, both 11 and Bai have seen better days, and we've seen what these players are capable of as well, so perhaps a bit of a tough loss on that first map, and from then on, regaining is going to be much tougher, and falling straight into the cross line. I mean, you can tell players were just so prepared for that, and they are not only not missing anymore, but they seem to be playing with, again, all of that confidence that at some point they seem to have lost, but that is definitely no longer the case.
Ten and 0, double digits. Players feeling really confident right now. Bounty Hunters with no money at all. There isn't really much they can do to fight back. Anticipation to help out with the shot, but it actually misses against the one player that was rotating, in that case being Vi. We also got, look at that, getting ready to push forward into A main, but oof, Spinny.
Oh.
Yeah, he actually stops them in their tracks. Nothing they can do with those weapons, and with just not enough utility. Such a tough spot, man. So we can already call this one the round for players. Getting the 11. Shot from Myth Patini. Yes, it actually lands. Ooh, look at that. A second one as well. That is going to be counted. And the third one misses, but he still has a chance. 11 still alive. Actually dinks him. Takes another kill against Spinny as he was rotating out of the A doors. Now, it's all down to 11 with an AK-47 in hands, but Oogie comes out of the corner. Well, there we have it. Match point, pretty much. Coming on this one if they're lucky.
Oh, man. I mean, Bounty Hunters, they're going to have weapons to answer in spades, but what can they really do to, start to get the ball rolling, make this a bit of a closer ordeal? Because as it stands right now, it is looking like curtains for the side of Bounty Hunters FE, unfortunately as it may be. Especially after seeing such a close first map. But again, I'm getting a bit too ahead of myself. Players still have to close it out. Though, to their favor, of course, they have definitely built up quite a lead for themselves. And not gonna be a great position to be bouncing back from. Doable, yes, but probable we'll have to see. And unfortunately, we have not really seen bounty hunters show us signs of life, like even in each individual encounter, you know. So perhaps I might have had a bit more faith in the comeback if we'd seen some glimpses here and there, but so far it's just not been a spectacular effort, unfortunately. And I hate to be so harsh, but it is what it is. I mean, the scoreline says it all.
Such a tough moment in this case for Bounty Hunters. Spinny spamming and just barely getting the second kill. Vi survives and gets out of there with only 4 HP. Also, Spinny takes some damage as well, down to 22. But he is still packing a lot of damage with that M4. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be still able to do a lot for his team now. We can see the rotation from the tourist force, but that Flames actually is gonna stop them on their tracks on the catwalk. Actually try to nade them, but that was a weird nade. And there's nobody right there, Spinny.
No more.
Oh, look at that entry. All right.
Okay.
Levin takes Oggy down. Volterra. Ooh, Plutini with the AWP from close quarters actually takes a double. And probably the third one too. Well, that is going to be XNS's nade. And look at that. I mean, well,
I'm speechless, to be honest. Especially, again, because we've seen what the bounty hunters are capable. It's I don't know. It's tragic that this is how things have gone so far, but if you're players, you're feeling mighty fine, let me tell you. They just have one more to go, taking every single round out of the first half. And if they get the pistol, it's GG's.
oh boy, what a tough spot. I'm usually the one who always believes in miracles and tries to stay positive, but right now, I mean, it's just way too impossible for this to actually go back on track for bounty hunters. So the T start moving forward. Look at that. Couple shots coming from Brandina, but she actually pushes back instead. Goes down. Spinny claims that kill. XNS takes another one, and Mythpotini, another one for himself. That is 3 girls down. We are only gonna have a little bit of, yeah, Dynasty and 11. It's just the last player alive is gonna go down. This time,
Wow.
There is nothing that Dynasty can do against such a fort. The players actually make the dream come through, and they get the 13th point against 0.
Dominant is an understatement, to be sure. They don't even lose a single player at the tail end of things. The first encounter was so close, hard-fought battle, going to overtime. However, I think that players, again, once they start getting that confidence, once that they get the snowball down the hill, it's, you know, it's curtains for the other squad. And unfortunately, their bounty hunters absolutely finding out about what players are made of here. And mad props to all of them, because it was looking curtains for them at certain points, but nonetheless, they will not be eliminated during this match. They stay alive, and well, for Bounty Hunters FP, there's going to be a next time to try, but it is not going to be in this tournament, as players do get the 2-0 victory, and again, in quite a fashion that they managed to close things out.
Well, there we have it. There can only be one winner, but just like that, we already know that the Bounty Hunters are gonna have to go and try again on the next one. They have been eliminated from the tournament as they rack up 3 points against themselves. And now with a 1-3 on the score, there is nothing we can do to help them out. So they're just gonna have to learn from their mistakes. And just like you mentioned, I mean, just get the experience, do something with it for the next one. I'm pretty sure that they are gonna have a much better time after they already start playing with the new players. I mean, the new additions as well, and that definitely affects them. But also, I mean, they can go home knowing that they had an incredible first match, to be honest, with really good plays, really good things going for themselves. And even though the second one was pretty much a disaster, I mean, there are still things that they need to learn, things that they need to polish, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, you know what it usually is. I mean, they can be a diamond in the rough. It's all about just polishing those edges, and I'm pretty sure they should be able to get back in the next phase, or probably another chance on the tournament, and we're gonna see a much better, renewed team of the girls, in this case for the Bounty Hunters. There can only be one winner in this case, Roy. It happens to be, well, the players, and they are just having a good time right now, I can tell. But for us, that is gonna be pretty much the end. It's the last match that we had for today, so we have nothing left to say, but perhaps maybe just goodbye.
Oh yeah, well, I hope that you guys got to enjoy this last match of the day. What a nail biter on the first one, and then, well, it was a bit of a speedier ordeal, but nonetheless, a fun time all the way throughout. Congrats to the players, and I hope that you all had a good time. So we'll be saying our goodbyes for now, but we'll be back tomorrow with more Counter-Strike action.